Disregard. Welcome, everyone, to Panther Stadium at the Bank of America. And, of course, thank you all for joining us for VESL GG. Please rise, get on your feet, get loud, but also be respectful as we get ready for the national anthem.
Good morning, North Carolina. My name is Charlie Mulligan, and I am the commissioner of the North Carolina Varsity Esports and STEM League. And what we're doing here this morning is the first time I'm pretty sure this has ever been tried, ever. So we're doing, as befits this great state, we are doing 3 simultaneous events across the state. I'm right here in Charlotte, North Carolina at Bank of America Stadium, home of the Carolina Panthers and Charlotte FC, our proud sponsors. Also, we've got players competing in Greensboro, North Carolina at the UNCG Esports Arena and Wilmington, North Carolina on the campus of UNCW. So we are going to be playing games across this entire state today. Today is day 1 of our regional final. So let me explain a little bit about what North Carolina Varsity Esports and STEM League is. This is an unprecedented investment by the state in a brand new sport that allows students who in many cases aren't able or aren't interested in participating in other sports to participate in competition at the high school level, while also getting exposed to STEM education and more connection to their school and just overall fun. And that's what we're going to do a lot of today. We're going to have a lot of fun. We've got 4 games that are going to be played throughout the weekend here. Who we got here who's playing Super Smash Brothers? Let's hear applause and cheers. Where's my Smash players? Okay, that's about the loudest I've ever heard Smash players get, so that's pretty good. Okay, good. We got some Rocket League players. Who do we got here from Rocket League? All right. And then they're not here because they're playing tomorrow, but we also have Valorant and Overwatch. And then in a month, we're going to be heading to states where we'll have some Madden players, some Fortnite players joining us as well. So here in Charlotte, we've got schools represented from the Charlotte area, from the mountains of North Carolina, and from the surrounding, we got Iredell, we've got Union, we got Cabarrus, Gaston, we've got all the areas in Charlotte. In Greensboro, you've got the entire central of North Carolina, and then the coast is over in Wilmington. So a note for the audience, everyone who's watching in all 3 locations, sometimes teams will be playing a team at another location. So we will keep you informed about that, but the bracket is not based off of location. The bracket is based off the entire state. We see a team that's playing not against the other team that's on the main stage with them, but against a team that's in either Greensboro or Wilmington, in our case here. All right, so I am super excited. For those who haven't attended an esports event before, this is like any other sporting event. Cheer your team on, get the pressure cooker going. These players need the energy, and we're going to be kicking off here in just a second. So, but yeah, this isn't golf. You can get into it. You can yell and scream. You can support your team, and that's what we hope. And we're really grateful for all of you guys being here. So, without further ado, we're going to get things kicked off with some actual sports. We're going to start with Super Smash Brothers right here on the main stage. Then we're going to move to Rocket League. You guys are going to be hearing throughout the day from our casters. They're up there casting and then also in Greensboro. So I'm going to hand it off to our teams in Greensboro, in Wilmington, and then we'll be here in Charlotte. So we're going to throw it to a super short break so all the locations can transition, and then we'll get the show kicked off here in Charlotte. Gamers, good luck.
Welcome, everyone. Bank of America Stadium. We hope that you're going to be louder than that today. Come on. We got Rocket League and Super Smash Brothers coming at you live and loud. I am Hail Monkey Man. This is Septilence, and you are going to be the awesome audience and, of course, seeing the showcase that is all this talent across the great state of North Carolina. Septilence, how are you feeling today?
I am feeling good. We are here pretty early. I've been up since 7 a.m., which is a rarity for me, but I'm still excited to be a part of today. I think it's going to be a great weekend. I know we're starting strong with one of my favorites, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, and from what I understand, we're starting with some of the higher echelon players, some of the more recognizable, perhaps.
Yes, we were talking about how this is going to be a split locational thing. You have Greensboro, you've got here in Charlotte, and of course Wilmington. So everyone is trying to be able to go through this bracket, but it's a little bit separated. But that doesn't mean that everyone hasn't convened here to be able to get some of that going. In fact, let's check out some of those brackets, as we do have our Smash and Rocket League brackets to get through today. So let's queue up one of those and be able to
setup for Smash Ultimate.
Right,
so
right.
now we get to see exactly how these players are going to be competing against each other in this live environment. For the regional, or for the qualifiers to this point, they had to play online because they're playing all across the state. But now, for the most part, they're playing in person. They might be playing some people online, depending on where they are specifically. But nonetheless, we do have these two great players that will be facing off against each other, trying to make it through the bracket. They have a couple matches to go to get to that point in time. I believe they have at least 2 that they have to win to make it actually to the States, probably 3 total based on the number of Smash Bros. Players we have. And yes, now I'm looking at it, you do have to get through the first 2 rounds and then you will qualify based on the 16 players I think we have here in Greensboro specifically. So if you win this first match, you're half the way there to qualifying for the state finals.
But the pressure keeps getting higher and higher every single time because you're one step closer to the States, so you know the competition. It should be a little bit tougher. You were saying, the players the characters that we're watching here, Kirby and Pokemon Trainer, maybe they are, maybe they're not. I mean, we don't know yet. But one of the Pokemon Trainers is very unique, having 3-in-1
3
basically.
characters basically, yeah.
Right. So you got the Charizard, which is a heavy. You got the Ivy, which is a more of a balanced one, and then Squirrel, which is a combo character. And I don't know. I mean, Kirby might have an advantage against Charizard, maybe. I don't know, but it's still. We'll see how they match up here on the match.
Gotta shout out my girlfriend Miranda. Her favorite character is Kirby. So now we get to see Kirby performing at the beginning of this. And a little gamer, ALG, with the tag, representing out here. I like Ivysaur as far as a starter Pokemon for Pokemon Trainer just because of the versatility. There's a lot of good recovery options and then some good power moves that you can use as well for those smash attacks. But the Stu has their work cut out for them. As you said, a little gamer has not lost a game so far, already off the edge, but with those mines, it is easier to recover. But when you're out like that, you're out on a limb and you can't really do too much. So it's wise to change over to the Charizard instead.
That was a great ledge defense by a little gamer. I mean, he was waiting for Ivysaur and just waiting and not panicking at all. Now he's trying to get back. He made it look easy. So Charizard now, he's with his hands full on a 1v1 situation. A little gamer keeps stacking and now sending Charizard off the ledge. Charizard trying to come back, but okay, he made it work. It was a good recovery from Charizard.
Great recovery there too. Still just 1 stock down, and that's some good damage. But looking at Kirby, they'll be able to get back onto the stage. 0%, plenty to work with. And Charizard, yes, being a heavier character is going to take a lot more time to knock them down. Well, it didn't take them too much time at all because they did just get comboed perfectly, and a little gamer showing why they are so strong in this competition.
That's what I thought, that Kirby was going to do a little bit better against Charizard, and no doubt. I mean, Charizard had like 80-something% of life of damage when Kirby started his second stock, and it was 2 shots, and that's it, you're down. And now changed back to Ivysaur. I think that's a good strategy. I mean, the matchup between Ivysaur and Kirby wasn't that bad at the beginning, and now he's trying to emulate that and maybe have a little bit better luck. No, sir, no better luck. Ivysaur gets down, and that's game for a little gamer.
2 stocks remaining for a little gamer. Only a single stock taken by the Stu. Lot to work forward into this next game, but that is the first game of this best of 5 between these 2 players. And talking about that matchup, do you think we see a character change at all from the Stu, or are they going to stick with Pokemon Trainer? Didn't really seem to be working out as much as they were wanting it to. What are you thinking?
It's hard to say because if you have never played against a little gamer,
that's true,
online or not, then it might take you some time to figure out. You and I, we have seen a lot of Rocket League, right? And sometimes, the first game is a big blowout,
that's
and then,
true.
Across the series they get more even. So maybe that's what Tetsu was trying. He tried Charizard, not so much. He went with Squirrel. He didn't last long with Squirrel.
Yeah.
He went back to Ivysaur. However, Ivysaur didn't get that much luck at the end. So I don't know. Maybe try one more. Maybe try one more. This is a best of 5, though.
It is a best of 5, so you can run it back. You can't go straight in with the same character. But as we're actually seeing them character select, they are going with Lucina instead, one of the sword characters that are out there from Fire Emblem. Shout out, because there are plenty of them in Smash Ultimate. So maybe they'll be able to get some good damage going with these combos that you can do with Lucina. Recovery, not as good as it would be with Ivysaur or with Charizard, but again, they might feel more confident on this. Maybe we're trying to change things up with Pokemon Trainer before. This might be a better option as well against this Kirby. But as I'm saying that, the combo is coming out from Kirby in the neutral zone, looking very good. The recovery as well with their up smash. And now they're just going to be able to just do some great damage onto Lucina. The Stew is in a tough position here.
I mean, we were in a 1-to-5 ratio of damage done. A little gamer was hitting and hitting and hitting. Now he has the opportunity to get the last blow, and he was able to get the first stock from Lucina.
First stock taken onto Lucina already. Dangerous position, though. I mean, I respect it. Going off the stage, trying to take down a little gamer. You got to do whatever you can to take down this player. But as mentioned before, a little gamer does have one game. We'll get that updated as quickly as we can. But nonetheless, little gamer, 100%. We'll see what they can do to get back on the stage. They don't even really need to use that because Kirby has so many jumps to get back on. Trying to see if they can bait them out, but also it secures your position onto the ledge. We haven't seen any ledge guard options from Lucina, so maybe they'll be able to go with some other option afterwards to counteract this Kirby who's got such good recovery, but no, Lucina, they have a chance. They do get back onto the stage, thankfully, there, Chimako.
That was very close, and Lucina was doing a great job. I mean, Tetsu was trying to get more damage as Kirby was getting into the ledge, but it's so clever how he uses all those jumps that you were mentioning from Kirby, just baiting Lucina and just making the fake that I'm going into the platform once again, but I'm really not, so it keeps you guessing every single time. Like that there.
Oh, tried to go for the counter, but there was no attack coming in at all from a little gamer. 156%, dangerous position to be in, but there goes the power move. They're able to use the smash attack and take them away, but there we go. Quickly takes their first stock against a little gamer in this second game of this best of 5, and looking pretty decent, but one stock against a little gamer. We saw what happened last time.
A lot more patience, I guess, from Tetsu, but with the speed that Kirby is showing, I don't know if the patience is good or is bad. I don't know. I mean, it could be either way. It could be like you're second guessing yourself, or it could be like, okay, let me see. Let me wait for him, bait him a little bit, and then do some damage. And so far, it's working. I mean, it's close to 100 right now, so it's not a bad start for Lucina. Oh, maybe. Okay, that was
decent.
Yeah, that was good. That was a good recovery.
This is definitely the best look we have seen from Stu so far, and they're able to do some great damage. The big thing, though, is staying on the stage. When you keep getting knocked off the stage by Kirby, luckily their jump attack, they're able to use that to get back on the stage and do some damage, so that if there is any ledge guarding happening by this Kirby, they'll be able to secure their entrance. But no, that is going to somehow, they shouldn't have gone for the hit, but instead they are going to use the smash attack instead. Go forward, able to take that game, and there we go. One more needed for a little gamer to get the victory.
He got it. He got the victory in the end. Kudos to him. I thought it was the better showing for the Stu this time around. Waiting, having more patience, and I think that paid off. In the beginning, the difference was so big that getting caught into the action once again, it was a little bit of an uphill battle, but that was a problem because the first stock, it was, I think, 100 to 20 at one point, so it was really bad. Really good start for ALG.
ALG doing as good as we expected them to going into this competition. They were the #1 seed. We even played seeding matches going into these regionals just to make sure we had the best seeds possible. But now we still have a battlefield-based arena, but instead of Kirby, we do have Sheik coming out instead, and this is going to be a great combo showcase from a little gamer, I can already tell.
It seems like it so far. I mean, it was a good combo still from Kirby, but even better right now. And you see, he is not afraid at all to go into the ledge and still attack and still make some damage. Everything that he can do to get some damage, he will try to do so.
I feel like Kirby for a little gamer is most likely just the comfort pick, what they know that they can use against anyone. And then once they are comfortable after that and know the skill of their opponent, they pull out the Sheik. They're able to pull off these combos. They want the highlight plays. They want this to be on their reel afterwards to showcase the colleges later on to be recruited. And that's exactly what we're seeing here from a little gamer. But Lucina putting up a decent fight so far. The first stock, of course, went so quickly for a little gamer, but they are not going down without a fight.
It seems like as soon as a little gamer is able to put Lucina on the air, then it's over, right? It's going to be 2 or 3 hits and just keep racking damage at that point. And you see it right there. And now way away from the ledge. That Stu is able to get back, and he's trying to get this first stock, and he managed to do so. I mean, still very close to the final percentages on that stock, but I mean, better than getting nothing.
That it is some great work being put on. They are able to get that first stock, and this is the closest we've seen it so far. But as I say, that Lucina's recovery not as good as any of the other characters we've seen them play so far, but they are going to use that up smash, see if they can get some good damage. They are able to get back on the stage too, based on the little workings of the ledge with those angles. It's a bit harder to ledge guard there, specifically on Yoshi's story, but we do see this Lucina fighting back as best they can. A little gamer at a bit of a high percentage, but even with that, these platforms working to their advantage. Lucina, though, fighting with the best of them, and there we go. One stock apiece. This is the best chance we've seen for the Stu. Can they clutch it up and get their first game here?
Yeah, the Stu was able to stay grounded the whole time and avoid getting on the air. And once they do that, they were able to rack some damage and then get that second stock off. And it's very even right now. I mean, there's a fighting chance here for the Stu.
Ooh, there is a chance, but they got to get back on the stage, and no, instead the spike will come, and they will be sent flying off the stage. It will be a 3-0 for a little gamer to clutch up and get the victory, move on to the second round, one match closer to qualifying for those state finals.
Feels bad because I feel like this dude was finally getting the hang of it. He was getting closer to actually doing some damage and figuring out the strategy from a little gamer, but it was a little bit too late for that. And in the end, you know, he got the last knockdown.
Yeah, I mean, again, big shout out to the Stu there. Unfortunately, this is single elimination. It's cutthroat as it gets. If we had more time, if we had more like matches going on both days for Smash itself, maybe we could have done double elimination, but that's how it has to be to make it to those state finals. Single elimination all the way, and there as well, I believe, it's going to be single elimination too, so you have to win every single match. There's no second chances in any of these brackets, all single elimination, and we didn't talk about that too. The pressure that there must be for these players going into these knowing, okay, if I don't make it here, I'll have to try next season.
Wow, it feels like a world, you know.
Basically, yeah.
But okay, going back into the match, you know, we were watching here. I really like what a little gamer did because he changed from Kirby. He felt like, okay, maybe the Stu is figuring out my playstyle a little bit, so let me switch it up. Now I know his style, so let me switch it up, and I think it paid off. Maybe if
it was closer though.
It was closer, so. You know, in that line, maybe if he stayed with the Kirby, it could have been an opportunity for the Stu to get one.
It's also important, though, for the Stu, a little gamer, that, okay, if they're going to be playing another match against a higher-seeded player after this, which they will now after getting that victory, okay, let me test out this other character, see how I'm feeling on them, too, and if it is all gelling as it was with Kirby, then they have that option going forward. Yes, they do reveal it to the rest of the competition if they were paying attention to that matchup, that, okay, these are the two characters to potentially expect, but there are so many characters in Smash Ultimate that I'm sure most players have more than two that they can like kind of go around and be comfortable with.
Right, that's a beauty. And you mentioned only having one live, single elimination, but at the same time we are doing best of fives, so you have that opportunity to
so if
play
they
around
lost
and
it,
switch
they'd still
around.
have a chance to like win the next game because they're already up by 2. So that is the chance to take those risks and see if you're still feeling good in this live environment, because they do have chances to warm up, but they don't have as much of a chance on these specific setups. So we'll see what's going to happen. But I believe we're going to be going to an interview with the winner in just a moment. So we'll be getting that going forward with a little gamer in just a sec. But still, great to see the way that these players are performing and how they have been doing. And I believe we're just going to be handing off the headsets to them, or they'll be coming behind us actually instead. We'll see exactly what's going on with that. But nonetheless, a little gamer, pretty awesome. We're going to step off, and they're going to come forward here, I think, and we'll be getting them on this camera. Shout out to VESL, shout out to UNCG Esports for making this all a possibility. But let's get those. Actually, no, we'll take a second there. But Tramako, great matchup, 3-0. Close in that last game. I'm so curious what like the questions are going to be for that too. So we'll see what's going to happen here specifically in this interview. I'm curious to hear like the thoughts from the little gamer there as well. But they'll let us know once they're ready for that to come forward. And after that, we'll be getting into our first Rocket League match of the day. And that's going to be good because we have a crazy bracket for that. We have so many teams competing for Rocket League, trying to make it to those state finals. And You know, so Rocket League's our strong suit. We've passed the Rocket League for so long now, and I'm just excited to see what the competition is for that too.
Well, and the finals to get here, I mean, the last part of the qualifiers, they were cutthroat. They were fighting against each other. It was a pretty good on the Rocket League side. And talking about being pretty good, I really enjoyed this first matchup that we saw from Smash because, you know, even though it was a 3-0, it was getting closer at the end. It was the best seed against, you know, a lower seed kind of. So the rest of the bracket should be more even out.
Well, we got to cut this short. We're going to go to a hype video. Then after that, we'll have an interview, with a little gamer.
In pursuit, we've dwindled it down to the elite. May be able to catch that excellence.
I'm looking for no reason to change. Cause everything
Out to midfield space, Adonis over the top, going to crossbar. Right there. Yeah, you have the flash, you have the flip reset, and Welcome back to the VESL State Qualifiers. $72,000 are on the line. These high schoolers are looking to put on a show. North Carolina, are you ready?
Hello everybody, I am Robin. This is Dylan, who just won our first Smash match. How are you feeling today?
I'm feeling pretty good. I was feeling pretty confident coming into this event, and just being able to put on a showing like I did, I'm really proud of myself for that.
Yeah, absolutely. 3-0. So I saw you start first pick Kirby. Is that your main, or are we just comfort? Because I thought I heard our casters say it was kind of a comfort pick.
I feel like Kirby is my main and also kind of my comfort pick. I've probably have the most experience with Kirby out of any of the characters, so just being able to play Kirby first, get a kind of feel for a matchup for who I'm playing against, and then from there I'll decide between my other characters if I feel it's necessary.
All right, so I did just get word you are automatically moving on to states. I think we had 2 people drop out, but how do you feel about that?
Oh, that's amazing. That is like one of the main reasons that I was so excited, so pumped to be here. It was the opportunity to make it to states, to represent, you know, my school and myself and everything that's gotten me here.
Yeah, STEM Early College A&T, right?
Yep, that's right.
Yeah. So tell me a little bit about the match. Tell me what the thought process was through each of the rounds.
So at the beginning of the match, I kind of just wanted to have non-stop aggression, you know, not give my opponent time to kind of think, kind of get comfortable. It's just from the get-go, just aggression.
Aggression, absolutely. And that last pick to Sheik, I believe it was. Can you tell me what the thought process was behind that switch?
Honestly, I just wanted to see how my other characters were kind of feeling, so that later in the bracket, later in the match, I could be like, okay, is my Sheik playing good from that last match? Trying to just get experience playing my other characters in this kind of tournament setting.
Yeah, I can feel that. So what was the lead up to this like? What were your kind of training regiments? Were you playing every day, doing all the, do you have any specific kind of trainings just online?
Yeah, I would mostly play online. I've been playing a lot throughout this week specifically because, you know, it's like the week leading up to the event. But I really focused on like my mental and how like keep composure, how to stay calm, how to play at your peak, things like that. So that's really been things that have been important to me through practicing and through training for this event.
Oh, absolutely. Mental can be a huge thing in these kinds of games, especially if you go down a round, find your headspace again. Being able to come back from those losses are huge. I mean, you didn't take any losses, but, you know, I guess you're feeling good, feeling great.
Yeah, feeling great.
Yeah. I'm feeling... Okay. All right. We're going to cut to a video here.
Perfection is unattainable. But if we chase perfection, we can obtain excellence. Thousands of students, hundreds of teams across this great state are all in pursuit. We've dwindled it down to the elite. We may be able to catch that excellence.
I'm looking for no reason to change. Cause everything
Out to midfield space, Adonis over the top, going to crossbar. Right there. Yeah, you have the flash, you have the flip reset, and you. Welcome back to the VESL State Qualifiers. $72,000 are on the line. These high schoolers are looking to put on a show. North Carolina, are you ready?
The VESL Greensboro Regionals here at the UNCG Esports Arena, live in front of an audience that's here as well. Shout out to everyone who is spectating out there, watching their maybe family members, their friends, and seeing the competition at the top level here for high schoolers in the state of North Carolina. And we have some Rocket League now that we're going into. Chimako, tell me a little bit about the names of these teams, the schools that are competing for our first matchup.
We got the Esports Legends Team A, I think, against Wake Leadership Youth Team B. And I remember watching these two teams, and these, when you're watching Rocket League in the qualifiers, you see, those teams that pop off very fast because you start watching some 5-1s, 7-0, 13-0 kind of games sometimes. So you recognize those names right away. And some of these teams, I think Esports Legends, it was one of those teams that really caught me. Yeah, I mean, especially that, right? I mean, the pride that they have to call themselves Legends, but also the mechanics that they're gonna show up in the game. It's something truly terrifying if you are not a really good player, Rocket League player. That's not the case with Wake Leadership, so it should be a good matchup.
It should be a good matchup. We'll see once we get these players all set up on their stations. They're playing in the main area here too. Hopefully throughout the day at some point in time we can show you all what that looks like, because it is a great arena. Look at my Twitter, Vaudable. If you want to see the Twitter post that I showcase a little bit of the behind the scenes on what's going on here today. But nonetheless, there is some amazing competition that has shown up here locally. There'll also be some matches, as we were talking about before, cross-region, depending on what the brackets are looking like for each of the events. Smash mainly is just going to be focused on Greensboro here specifically, but for Rocket League, it's going to be cross-region. I do believe we have both teams here, though, that are competing for our first match, which is awesome to hear. So we'll be getting into that one in just a little bit of time to see exactly how these players are faring against each other, what things are going to look like for these two teams, and see exactly what the level of competition is out there. These are best of fives, too, so they could either be kind of quick or really long, depending on if we're going to get those 5-game series with OTs involved, too. I don't think we'll see that in the first rounds, though, because there's so much competition here for Rocket League.
You don't expect a best of 5? That's what you're saying?
Well, no, I expect a best of 5. I don't expect a game 5, though, is what I mean.
And then, okay, my bad. No going to a game 5. We shall see. How even are these two teams. But I expect a 5. Game number 5 at some point.
At some point today, for sure.
I think we should get a few of those, especially going back into the way that they were playing on the qualifiers, and we did see some game number 5s over there. So I wouldn't be too surprised to see this going to a game number 5 as well, because again, the quality of the gameplay was really good. Well, when you look at the best teams in the world, you see a lot of 16, 17-year-olds.
Yes, that's true.
Those are high school players as well.
Exactly.
So there's a big pool of talent here in North Carolina at that age group, and they're going to showcase that here in this tournament.
Yeah, we don't have like the top pros that are out there currently, but we have some up-and-comers that you will probably keep your eye on throughout the competitions as they move on to collegiate eventually in the future for their careers, but also potentially during the RLCS qualifiers that start next weekend. So I wonder if any of these teams are going to like get with their buddies and be like, okay, I'm going to make a run, because now, what is it, a top 128 for that?
They get prize
the money, which is insane.
Yeah. Yeah, they should do it. I mean, if they have it, they should
They
be.
got the skills. I mean, there's some SSLs here too, so like,
Exactly.
we got some high-level players.
And even if they're not SSLs, you're going to have the chance to play against probably some SSLs yourself. And
Good experience.
Exactly, that's a good experience to see how they rotate, how they go. I mean, what things they go for and what things they don't. Because a lot of times the problems that players like me have is deciding, is that a thing I can actually catch, or is that something that's going to go over me and I should just save my boost and not go for that ball, or maybe rotate back and let my teammate actually go for that ball. So those things, you see them better when you're playing against high quality players. They show you what you can and can't do on an environment.
Well, we'll have to see once we get into this game in just a little bit of time. We'll be still talking about it as we're getting things set up in the background, but still want to talk about we didn't know this going into that first round matchup, but just based on players having to drop out, it happens with every LAN environment, every event. There is some extenuating circumstances that people unfortunately can't make it out for that, but nonetheless, though, seeing the first seed, a little gamer, make it all the way to states from that win, and he talked about it too during the interview. It's like, okay, yeah, Kirby comfort pick, but also main. That's what we saw happen there with the way that they were performing. And Sheik after that too, they wanted to test it. So I'm like, okay, I kind of know what I'm talking about a little bit, but also got to give credit where it is due to a little gamer that they have that game sense. They have that knowledge. They know exactly how they're feeling and how to maneuver throughout the competition based on their characters that they're playing, and then going from that too into states. I think they're going to be a top contender there as well.
And he was talking about playing a lot the week leading to the event, but mostly on mentality. We're working on his mentality, and I think making those changes, it's clutch also here, because you have the opportunity to play with your opponents, make them guess, oh wow, and a lot of these players that probably they haven't faced each other before in an event like this. So this is a very good way of keeping them guessing even more, because I mean, if you're good with one or two players, well, I mean, I can figure you out, right? But if you showcase a third or a fourth player, I mean, now things have changed a lot.
I have no idea what to expect. You're like, okay, are they going to go with Kirby? Are they going to go with Sheik? Are they going to go with one of the Fire Emblem characters? Like, what are they going to do with that?
A different archetype the whole way, so maybe using a swordy right now, using a heater run, using a heavy, using a tank. You can switch it up as much as you want with a roster in Smash Brothers.
Yeah, so there's a lot of different options there, depending on like what we'll see later on the day from the other players that are competing also in this bracket as well. So we'll have to see what's going on between these teams, but nonetheless, I believe we're going to be heading over to a hype video for just a little bit, and then after that, we'll be getting into Rocket League itself. So take a look at this hype video again. It's pretty awesome. A shout out to the people who produced it, and we'll be back in just a bit.
Suppose there are times when you lose your troubled mind. Suppose there are times when you're feeling undefined. Suppose there are days when your colors touch a grave.
It's that previous season All-Star and ID Bay from Kaz on the field. Oh my goodness. Mafia Shadows, though, MVP status is just barreling through.
Oh my goodness, what a shot! But still the attack is on, and it goes through! Void screams into the void! Another follow-up, cheesing at the 50, and a OT might very well be in our near future. Sensational goal!
waiting for the clear to come out from Gajowka to get that goal.
For himself to take some time and
Oh, no. But it's up to Mafia Shadows, and if they have a choice, they will deny them off the flip reset from end to end of the pitch.
Now 5, back to you. This touch can be over the net. A chance to follow up. Alone again.
What in the world? It goes through! Calculated. Why not? Encrypted Savage will tie us up. Wait, hold on. That was just a pre-flip flip. Jackie Chan, high jump kick. Oh, they tie it back up. And yet the demo just feeds it over to Grassy. The counterplay hits just fine. Crossbar, but wait a minute, hold on. Debonair is gonna make it easy for Mailbox. The giveaway gifted to him. Christmas came early. Draco comes up with that big doink shot. Tommy just kind of took it on right there. Yeah, you have the flash, you have the all, you have the flip reset, whoa, and you have a big fat win on that strike. Tommy showing Providence that they're here to play.
There we go. Now you can actually hear us. Let me do that again. So welcome back, everyone, to the VESL Greensboro Regional Qualifiers, Vaudeville, Chamaco. You know how it is. We're here live at the UNCG Esports Arena. And what are the two teams, Chamaco, that we have here competing today for our first Rocket League matchup?
Esports Legends, a team that is very proud of their name. I think they chose it themselves, and they have the right to call themselves that way. They truly are gifted players. Very mechanical, very aware of the surroundings. Yes. And in the qualifiers, we saw them, play very joyfully. It was like, okay, let's have a fun time here. It's like a free play time for us, let's showcase what we get. So they really didn't have that much of a competition. They were, granted to be here. And then we have a Wake Leadership B. So that means A was maybe as good as them, kind of. I think they actually move on, and the A team didn't make it on that time.
Both of the Wake Young Leadership Academy teams did manage to qualify for the regionals.
Awesome.
So we'll see both of them, maybe not on this stream, but on both the streams
at some
point in time, depending on where exactly they are competing. But yeah, Esports Legends, looking at their bracket run from the qualifiers itself, 2 3-0s back-to-back. They 3-0'd Agri and Psy, ECB,
was a good team.
Shelby High. It looked really good doing that too. They are one of the highest seeded teams here coming into today as well, looking at the bracket itself for the matchups. But as I say that, they're actually in round 1. There are teams that are in round 2. As we can see the bracket here, Esports Legends, Wake Leadership B, they have to face each other, and then they have to face the music. The #1 seed we get to see there from Lincoln Team A here coming out strong with the seeding matches, but also the way that they performed up to this point in time too. So going from that, then into round 3, Esports Legends have their work cut out for them to try and make it to those state finals, like you can see at the bracket here.
You were talking about the Wake Leadership A, and they're going to be facing against Agri and Psy EC. That's
a
really
of,
that's a really good team. I want to watch that team as well, because those are the names that pop off, and we're seeing here Rocky River. Rocky River was one of the teams that immediately as the as I saw them, I said, okay, these guys are good. They're going to make it far here in the tournament. We see as well Adric Hell, another team that is
So good.
great, very strong team. So we got a bunch of really good names here. I mean, we got to start somewhere. We're going to start in round 1. And unlike we were watching in this match, with only 2 wins, you made it. These teams that are going to be playing in round 1, they have to go all the way through round 3 and to actually get qualified. But still,
Only 4
same.
teams make it.
Yeah,
gonna be
that's
crazy.
brutal. That's brutal. I mean, how many teams do we have here, and then only 4 teams actually make it to state
24
qualifiers?
teams competing today throughout the state of North Carolina, trying to make it to the state finals that'll be happening next month. And that is from 24. 20 teams will be eliminated today, Chamaco, in a single elimination fashion. So cutthroat. All best of 5s, though, so the competition is going to be at the highest level.
Look, just making it here, you should be feeling very proud about yourself.
for sure.
You know, the schools should be, feeling really good. They should be putting more efforts, more resources into their esports
Guess
projects.
how many teams there were that competed in Rocket League for
It was
the qualifiers?
96 teams
97.
at all. 97
You
at
were
all?
close, yes.
Oh.
97 teams competed to make it here to 24 so that they could compete for those 4 spots at the state final. That's going to be insane to see exactly how those teams perform. On the other stream, though, if you want to check it out, it's also on the same channel. You just go to the live stream section on YouTube. JT Williams and CEEC are performing there in Game 1. It looks like JT Williams currently up in the lead there. So we're doing both the top and the bottom side of this single elimination bracket, starting with those matches specifically. Those are kind of the closer seeded teams that start off in this first round. But then they go forward to that round 2 to figure out what they can do to face the music, which is those best teams that we saw before. So we're waiting for players to load up into the lobby so that they can get into this matchup and get ready, locked and loaded. But this is what happens with any LAN event. There's always time that has to be taken, people getting used to logging into their accounts. Maybe they're like, oh, I forgot my Steam card at home. I got to make sure I get something so I can play the match. So we do have one player that is playing on a different account, but we will talk about them once we get into the match itself. The admins know they were the ones who set it up. Just so if you see a player that you don't recognize on the field, that's exactly what's happening there. Nonetheless, though, they're here to play. They're here in person. We see all 6 players across from each other. I'm excited for some pop-offs when we're watching some Rocket League here today.
Is it going to happen?
I think it will.
The thing is, whenever I go to a different place, or I just move, from an apartment to another apartment, that's it. Setting up my, computer and, gaming area, it's weird. It's like the chair feels a little bit higher.
Yeah. You're not used to it at all.
The monitor,
like, what's happening?
Yeah, the lights change, and then I don't play the same.
Definitely
It takes
not
me a few days.
I am not the problem when I am not playing as
Look,
good
I'm
in a
not
new
saying I'm
environment.
playing good. I'm saying that it feels weird.
It
You know,
does.
that's-
It's different.
So it might take them a little bit to get used to the whole thing. The lights
The
here,
chairs, the
chairs,
lights,
and,
yeah, the
the
environment, the
warmth, or
headset,
yeah,
yeah.
everything is not yours. I mean, the only thing that you can carry with yourself, and you should, right, is your controllers and keyboard and mouse if you're a KBA player.
True. I wonder if we have any KBN players. I don't think we see any currently. I see everyone using a controller right now.
I don't know what I said because I've seen RLCS players forget their keyboards and mouses.
Oh, no. So
And-
they have to play on new keyboards and mice? That
Yes.
would be the worst. That's like playing on a new controller almost.
Yes, I'm not saying names, but I've seen it happen. So they have to go and buy
you could
something
probably
new.
do process of elimination. There's not many RCS pros that play KBM. So.
Well, I've been doing RLCs for quite a few years. So,
That's
so
true.
let's
true.
say
It'll
that.
take a little bit of time, but I know someone out there is going to look it up and they'll figure it out.
so no, they have to play with a new a keyboard, and that's weird. I mean, anything that you make, this is such a
Especially if it's
precise
like
game.
tactile or if it's not, like the keys as well.
Even if you get the same one.
Even if,
it's
it's
not-
not the same wear and tear on it too, so like you don't have the same like positionings or exactly how like sticky one of the keys might be compared to what you're used to. So there's so many different factors, I think is what you're trying to say, Chamaco, based on playing at home at your setup that you're used to, that there could be a placebo based on that, and that you don't have that when you're in a LAN environment.
Also, having your teammates next to you.
That is a boon, though, for sure.
Hopefully, it's a good thing.
Yeah.
But let's
Unless
say
they're flaming you.
let's say you
We
miss something.
encourage good competition, good sportsmanlike.
Let's say you
conduct
miss
here.
something, and then you look around and they're like,
Oh, man. No, don't tell me that. Well, thankfully, I don't have to worry about that myself being a commentator. But shout out to the players that are out there that do have to worry about that. Hopefully, they'll be able to keep in good spirits for the most part when they are in those situations. And that really is what separates a lot of the good teams from the best teams, is that mentality that you're talking about, Shamako, making sure that you can keep in high spirits the whole time when you are in those land environments. Even after a goal is scored, still go for the fist bump. Still make sure that we got this. Rally behind, take the time as the replay animations are going to be played, because when you're playing ranked, you just skip those. Maybe someone will play it because they want to see the goal that they scored on you, but for the most part, you have that time here to take that, and you also usually have the 60 seconds or however the admins need to change the maps and everything to get set up for the next game and get into the mindset that you need. Okay, you can talk to your teammates in person, be like, we got this. And I feel like a lot of that comes down to having at least kind of a captain, or like you would say in any like Valorant or Overwatch, or maybe like even CSGO, like an IGL who leads the charge, leads the motivational speech, knows like how to get people into the great mindset that they need to be as winners and eventual champions. Because again, 24 teams, not even players, 3 players per team at least without subs, all the way down to 4 today. That's going to be insane.
Yeah, and you were mentioning skipping replays versus not skipping replays right here in tournament. That makes me think, look, if I'm playing for the tournament, maybe I should stop skipping replays, because that will make me used to it.
Yeah.
Well, one thing is I get anxious. I'm like, okay, so what should I do now? I mean, I'm waiting here 8 seconds. I think it's every replay or something like that, or 15. I don't know. But still, like, okay, I have to go through the whole thing and see it and watch it again and watch them dunk on me or whatnot. Or maybe I did great and I'm enjoying the replay. But I gotta get used to it, because when I'm doing rank, when I'm doing scrims, we skip those, and that's it, and we go very fast. But it's just a mentality thing that you have to work on, and every little detail actually makes a difference here on the field.
It really does make a difference on what we have seen from playing at home, online. You're still technically online because Rocket League doesn't have that current LAN build, but the ping is going to be amazing. I mean, I was playing a bunch of Rocket League matches, I'm not going to lie, earlier yesterday, and the ping was like 15, and I have not experienced that in a while. So that was really nice to have that experience so that you can have that reactability, because like it's not like you're playing someone overseas where they have like 100 ping and then you're just trying to react to a ball and that's like a second delay almost that you're trying to like get to it. So we'll see what the difference is going to be here, but it looks like we are getting into the game itself between these two teams. Esports Legends taking the field against Wake Young Men's and Women's Leadership Academy B. We're probably just going to say Wake just to make it easy for ourselves, but nonetheless, get loud and get ready for this first game of this best of 5, Shamako.
Okay, we got Esports Legends on blue, and they're attacking really fast, going for the pass, and that was a great read by the GOAT. He was able to read it from the wall and get the save. Otherwise, I mean, I'm saying it's a good read, because otherwise you let those go and make they become passes, and you can't allow Esports Legends to use the wall as a passing tool to set up plays.
Well, we'll see as the plays get set up here by Wake Leadership Academy. The Kachow kid. I remember this player. I casted him before, too. Love the performance that we saw from them before. They weren't using the Lightning McQueen card, unfortunately, but someone else was in the game last time. But
they get the Kachow goal explosion.
They do have the goal explosion. You're right. And I love to see that. Hopefully we'll be able to see that from Esports Legends Team A. But Wake Leadership Academy, they are doing well so far to keep them at bay, keep some pressure going on offense, and this is the competition you need to bring to regionals.
Okay, and so this is the guy that was really deadly on the Esports Legends. It was a Sticky Boss. He's very mechanical. He likes to do dribbles and move around with the ball. He has great control of the ball in the air, so you gotta be paying a lot of attention to him. If you are Wake Youth Leadership, you should be on his face the whole time. Not allow him any space to actually go for the ball and go for those dribbles, because as soon as he is airborne and he has a full tank, you're gonna be paying a lot of attention to what he's going to do, and that's not going to be a good moment with youth leadership. So far, we are tied to nothing. It's almost 2 minutes off game so far. So I like what Wake Youth is doing defensively. They're not allowing many shots on the net.
Not many shots so far, pretty even between these two teams up to this point in time. But also to let you guys know, I believe Zugga is Plazy right now. So just so you know, that is the player that is here for the Esports Legends Team A. They're playing on one of our admin accounts just to make sure that they can actually get into the game itself. Nonetheless, though, we do see some great work by GOAT there. Now we do see Zugga looking for something themselves. Not going to be the shot exactly, but almost kind of a fake to set up Stinky Bus back of the midfield line. Go, looking for something. Does get a flick over top of one, but can't get it past Stinky Bus. And I'm loving the rotations from both of these teams so far. Not overextending. It's game one. They want to feel out the competition. That's exactly what you need to do here in a single elimination format.
They're doing great. Both of them are controlling the ball very well. As you saw, I'd go. He went for the pass, trying to get some power into it and allow his teammates to move forward. But the defense was waiting for that situation. That's a good shot. Watch out there. No one to actually get the ball off the backboard. Still, Esports Legends were able to survive that one. And now Stinky Boss, he doesn't have that much on the tank. He's going to try to fool two defenders. No, sir, not that easy of a job to do with nothing on the tank.
Here to go, looking for something. They are going to give it up to their teammate, though, back on their defensive half. No boost to work with either the Kachow kid. Plenty in the tank. Stinky Boss looking for the angle instead, but a demo traded back and forth between both teams. Makes it go right even back into the midfield line. We do see Zaga in the midfield yet again, looking for any angle to break past the stalwart defense of Wake Leadership Academy. A nice delay by Stinky Boss. Fakes out the player as they go straight for the attack, but they didn't feel the other team nipping at their heels because they could not get control as long as they were wanting.
Super even match, and we said it's Redman, the player, just a little bit of mistake on our part. Redman is playing on a Placey account, but still, you know, that's a player that we were pointing at, that's not on the account that you were used to seeing. 1 minute left of the match, and we're still even to nothing. No shots on I mean, no goals so far in this game, which is very weird having the names that we have on the field, because I was expecting, you know, a lot more goals so far. Now watch it. That's a flip reset. The pass is good. Maybe another pass here. A shot on the net. It was so close, but the angle was quite difficult volleyball.
So close yet so far for Esports Legends to get that first goal. We've seen them score so many. We talked about their run in the qualifiers to get to this point in time. 3-0, 3-0. This is the first real competition that they face, but Stinky Boss able to outplay the defense and get that first goal. 22 seconds on the clock.
He's been trying all game long to finally have a 1v1 situation, and this is the only one he was able to get, you know. And finally, with the 1v1, he was able to showcase his dribbles, his precise shooting accuracy, and getting the opportunity to open up the net. I've told you before, Stinky Boss, very good player. I was, you know, hoping he would do something in the air, but you know, on the ground works as well. Now 15 seconds on the clock, and it's all in the hands of the Wake Youth leadership. Let's see if they can do something, but no, Esports Legends will take care of the ball. They're going high, and this wastes a lot of time. Maybe another opportunity for a shot. Oh, no. Kachow kid, we're going to see it. Kachow!
What a goal by the Kachow kid to close out game number one. You can hear the pop-offs in the arena. Unfortunate for the defense, they felt the pressure. It was overwhelming for Wake Leadership Academy, and they did make a little bit of a mistake. But that was at the end. They were already down by one. There was only a couple seconds left, so you can't fault them too much there, Chimako. It was a 0-second goal to make it 2-0. Realistically, it was a one-goal game.
Exactly. If you're going to focus on anything, focus on the good part. You know, we held the game, nothing. I mean, 0-0 for the longest. It was all the way until the final minute when Stinky Boss was able to get one goal. But other than that, you know, very even, and we see it here in the statistics. You know, shots 4-7. Esports Lanes got a few more shots on the last minute, but other than that, very close. Saves very close again. The demos, I saw a couple of demos, and I wish I could. I mean, I was expecting them to go more physical because they started the demos early on the game, but they slowed down eventually. However, I wish for both teams to try to get more physical in game number 2.
Hopefully they will get a bit more physical, but we did see some great back and forth between these two teams and the way that they were performing. I mean, Redman also just being a great support player for Esports Legends. Kachow kid there too, doing some great work on offense as well. But Stinky Bus, star of the show, getting that first goal of Rocket League here at the regional for Greensboro specifically. Looking on the other side of things though, game 2 already for JT Williams and CEEC. 5-1 that we see in that best of 5, and it was already, I think, 5 goals at least for JT Williams in game 1. So
I think it was 8.
8 goals.
I think so. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
Well, we had the first game down, pretty close between these two teams. What does Wake Leadership Academy really need to do to pull themselves up from that defeat and get the victory this time?
Their defense was great. I think the offense is the only thing lacking, and maybe getting more physical on offense.
That's
true. So if you can, hit one of the players, get him out of the way, break out the defensive rotation, maybe you can do some damage. But they were doing many things right. I think maybe being more aware of the passes when you have one player going for the pass and try to have another one there. But other than that, very even matchup. Let's see how they continue to do here in this game number 2. Let's go into it, and it's a start really good with Wake Youth Leadership trying to get the clear. Now they're going straight into the net, and this is something, you're shooting on the net, but there's three defenders over there. That's not a wise play. It's going to be an easy ball to block. Now you see Scale Armadillo trying to go into an attack, and that was a good moment. That was a good opportunity to actually go for the bump and try to open the net for your teammates. However, they keep control of the ball, and that was a great shot, a great defense as well by the Cachao kid.
And already we get to see more shots, more pressure coming out from Wake Leadership Academy. That's an opening, but no, it's a little bit high from Go. Instead, they do get the follow-up. It does bait out the defense well enough so that they can get that completion.
It seems like a miss, right? And Stinky Boss was so close to actually getting the clear. But you know what? The goal was there. He was waiting, and he was just making sure that Stinky Boss didn't get the clear so he could shoot on the net, staying there, not paying. I mean, you gotta pay respect to your opponents, but you can't think that they're gonna be perfect the whole time. So you gotta go there for mistakes, possible mistakes, and that was a clutch for Goat.
Well, now we got to see what Esports Legends can do, being down for the first time in this series. They have not experienced that at all. Even in their qualifier runs, they really weren't down at all in any of those 3-0 sweeps we saw from them. So the competition just goes to show how much stronger it is here at the regionals themselves. Nonetheless, though, Stinky Bus, who got the first goal for Esports Legends in the last game, looking for their first here again. But Dad Jokes Unlimited, love the name, as they were able to clear that out as best they can. But quickly, Esports Legends are able to go for it. They can't even get the bump on Stinky Bus, and it will be a tying goal.
A little bit of a mistake for Scale Armadillo. He had the right idea. I mean, he had to go off the wall and actually hit the ball. He ended up getting into the net, and that's, I mean, I've been there. I've been there a lot. Whenever you don't have full awareness of the surroundings, right? If you think you're on the wall, but you can go a little bit more into the center of the field and actually do something. You think so, but you actually don't, so it breaks away all your strategies to actually manage to get the clear. And that's what happened in that situation. I mean, it's unfortunate, but it happens. And now Stinky Boss just being too fast, being well placed on the field to get that pass. He was crossing 100% from a Cachao kid for that pass and just being there at the right moment to get the goal.
Stinky Bus with 2 goals back-to-back. That makes 3 so far in the series. The lead striker, it feels like, for Esports Legends, at least in this series, from what we have witnessed. Go does get some intermission there for a second. Almost another goal followed through by Esports Legends. We talked about, they haven't felt them being down before up to this point in time. Well, they took that personally. They got 2 goals back-to-back. They almost got a third there. They are able to put up the pressure and play in the best environment, even when they might not be familiar with it.
They have another opportunity. That was a demo clutch, and I talk about using the demos. That one was on defense to avoid having that opportunity to actually go for another shot. It's Blazy. I mean, Redman catching that one. Stinky Boss will have to go backwards. I was waiting, hoping for him to go for the pass for Cachao Kid, and play together to get the clear. It didn't happen, and now watch it. That was a great pass. Oh, the miss! That's gotta hurt.
That has gotta hurt for Wake Leadership Academy, as they need that tying goal to at least have a chance to bring back this series. Otherwise, they would have to pull off a full reverse sweep against Esports Legends. We talked about it. They look so good during the qualifiers. They're looking really good here as well. Cachao Kid, not the connection that we were wanting from them, but didn't really matter too much because they were able to keep it going down the field, keep that transition on a lock. The possession game as well, looking good from Esports Legends. Wake Leadership Academy, though, they got to be careful. Stinky Bus almost able to dissect the defense and put that one through. Cachao Kid with pressure as well, but still not enough for a comfort goal that we need from Esports Legends if they want to confidently take this game. They'll be happy with another 1-goal game if they at least get the victory.
That's an opportunity right now for Wake I'm sorry, Wake Youth Leadership. They had a 2v1 situation and were not able to make use of it. Opportunity now, and once again, it's waiting. Kachaki catches the ball. He was going for another pass. Redman didn't make contact with the ball. Another center here, but it's going to be Goat getting the clear. However, it's a clear that actually gives the ball away, and Kachaki will take advantage of that and, push forward again, once again, for Esports Legends.
Beautiful look there from Esports Legends so far. Wake Leadership Academy, they're almost able to do something, but no, still not enough. Instead, 1 minute or less than a minute now to go for Wake Leadership Academy to try and tie things up in this one.
Another pass here, and it's gonna be no pass at all. That's gonna be all Stinky Buzz. I didn't think he had enough in the tank to actually finish that play. But look at this, the way he goes for the ball, hit it in your face, getting the third goal. And now, as time passes by, it seems like Esports Legends is figuring out Wake Youth Leadership more and more, and their offense is getting scarier at the time.
That it is. Unfortunate for Wake Leadership Academy because they look so good at the start of the second game, but they really haven't been able to do too much. They are feeling the pressure and overcommitting a couple of times when they should leave it to their teammates. They both go for the save. They needed to do it that time to make sure that they could get that one away, but we do have to give credit where it's due to Stinky Bus. The first hat trick we have seen, at least on the Greensboro stream here. JT Williams, can't really talk about them because, as you mentioned, 8 goals in that first game, then at least 5 in the second. They're already in game 3 and up there too, but there we go. There is a chance if there's a kickoff goal from Wake Leadership Academy. This is a huge goal here from the go.
Even if they don't get the kickoff goal, just making it more competitive. I think it's a big thing because they didn't get any goals in the game number 1, and now they're getting 2. I mean, that's a big thing for the series as a whole. I mean, it gives you the chance to actually come back in the series if needed. It's not over yet here. They're going for the passing play. I like it. It's going off the wall and maybe keep it alive, but it's going to be Stinky Balls in the air. No, sir. I go. Oh, he wanted for a redirect. That was so close. Almost catching the ball as well. I mean, they were fighting out there, and that's what I like to see. I like teams to be fighting until the end.
We do like them to fight as hard as they can, and already 2 more shots we saw from Wake Leadership Academy that game compared to the first one, but 3 more from the side of Esports Legends, 3 goals to 2. You mentioned it. I didn't even think about it. We didn't see a single goal from Wake Leadership Academy in game 1, and that had to be on their minds the whole time, that series here. But they got that first goal. That had to feel good. It just wasn't enough afterwards for them to really do anything with it. So going into this potential final game, they looked a lot stronger, but it took them some time. We saw some overcommits. How do you calm down in these moments so that you can lock in and make sure you at least take a game against your opponents?
Do you want to calm down or use that euphoria?
You could use that energy. That's true.
It's part of it. You were saying, you need that in-game leader right now, the person that will tell you, hey, we got it. I mean, look at the positives. We got 2 goals. We didn't have anything before. We were doing better in offense than we did before. Yes, defense was a little bit shaky, but we showcased that we can do a good defense on game number 1. So let's go back to what we did on game number 1 defensively and try to emulate what we did offensively on game number 2. Focus on the positives and they have a chance. They were the last team to score on the game, so that's something that tells you as well here on the series.
Well, we'll have to see as things go into this next game. Sorry, I was just taking a picture of the stats from the way things have been going so far between these 2 teams. But Esports Legends, star of the show so far, of course, Stinky Bus. I feel like if you are any of the players on the other team at Wake Leadership Academy, you need to go for demos, you need to go for bumps, you need to intercept that player, at least have 1, maybe even 2 players. Focus on Stinky Bus, and if you could take them down, you're taking down the main driving force of offense for that side of Esports Legends.
I agree 100% with that. I mean, not to have 1 player maybe going behind chasing the whole time, but whoever is close, hit him.
Yeah, go for the bump.
go for the bump. Just make him feel
uncomfortable.
Yeah. The whole time. Just so he has to be looking over his shoulder every single time. Am I gonna get bumped? Is someone trying to demo me at this time? And just see the tag. You see Stinky Boss. Okay, hit him and make him get out of his comfort zone.
Well, we'll see as we get into game number 3 here in this best of 5 between Esports Legends and Wake Leadership Academy B.
That's a good start.
Stinky Bus, great save. Otherwise, that would have been a surefire goal starting off strong for Wake Leadership Academy. They had a beautiful follow-up too, but was not enough from Dad Jokes Unlimited and Scared Armadillo. Ada Go just really doing the most work too for this team as far as offense goes. They got all the goals so far for Wake Leadership Academy. So it seems to be a duel of the GOAT versus Stinky Bus on either of these two teams.
I agree.
As you see it here.
Yeah, exactly. Even in the air. In the goal actually won that one. They might go for the pass. There's a good opportunity. Esquela Amarilla, he waited a little bit too long. I mean, that was a great moment to actually hit the ball against the backboard and make something happen for your teammates. Wake Leadership getting a little bit faster. Yes, they got demo on that ball, but they are beating momentarily, right? Esports Legends on those challenges, which is a very good thing that they're doing right now. Even without boost, the Gold was able to go for a very nice challenge 50-50 and actually win it. Woo.
Nice shot too, but Kachao Kid is able to stop that one in its tracks right before went past the goal line. Another bit of a double commit, so they do have to be careful about these challenges that we are seeing from Wake Leadership Academy, but nonetheless, they're feeling confident. They knew that they could bail out their teammate and get that one away in time. That is a dangerous pop-up, but nobody really to push it except Stinky Bus. Oh, a little bit too high. Otherwise, it would have been a surefire goal for Esports Legends. They're going to want that one back.
It wasn't as dangerous as the pass that they did themselves, which was a little bit unfortunate. Opportunity here on the midfield. Everyone misses. They were going for the shot of the other person and nothing happened. That Joke's Unlimited going for the flick, going high, trying to keep track of the ball. He's going off the wall. No passes there. Esquela Amadillo on the back, waiting for Redman to actually do something. Redman against the backboard. No one, no teammates there to actually catch that one. So Wake Youth Leadership is going to try to get the clear, but it's very impossible right now. And Kachao Kid with a nice shot. Another shot by Stinky Boss. So close. The saves from Wake Youth. I mean, playing clutch all the time here on defense.
What a great play from both sides so far as defense is concerned. Back and forth. Beautiful shots, but amazing saves being pulled out the last moments to keep this still at an even scoreline between these two teams. It's been 1-goal games every single time for the most part, except that 0-second goal in game number 1 by the Kachao Kid. But Esports Legends, they are keeping the pressure going. Stinky Bus into the air, off the backboard, trying to go for a waterfall maneuver to put that into the back of the net, but was not able to get enough momentum on the ball. The defense was ready for that one, Chimako.
Well, Redman was actually going for the demo on the net. He went for the bump play. So maybe if Stinky Boss had been able to hit it correctly, it could have been a great opportunity. Now I'd go that he's going backwards with that one. He's trying to play off the backboard, and he doesn't have that much in the tank. No one knows that, but this is scary for Wake Leadership. Oh my God, what a save! How? I mean, the placement was great to be there and get the save and avoid getting the goal, but we're turning into the last minute. The placement was great. Stinky Boss with the read off the post. Those are hard to do.
That is a tough play to complete, but Stinky Bus is the one you want on the ball. If there's anyone on this field that is going to take that shot and take it to the limit, they're able to put that first goal in. 1 minute and 8 seconds remain for Wake Leadership Academy's live in this regional qualifier for the state finals next month. They have a chance. They have some time, but not many opportunities without possession of the ball.
This is very close to what happened on game number 1. So we're seeing something, kind of a deja vu here for these teams, both teams right now. Esquela Amarilla moving forward. Stinky Bus keeping good control of the ball. Gold challenging, and that's an open net, full open, and no one actually shot there from Esports Legends. The ball in the midfield is going to be Redman. They want to catch it. He goes and keep it very close to himself. It was a good play, though. The defense was able to read it very well, but the idea that Redman put into the play was actually good.
Beautiful work so far being showcased by both these teams, but less than 20 seconds to go for Wake Leadership Academy. They do have a chance. They are on the right side of the field. They have the pressure, but they need a bump on this Kachao Kid instead. They were out of position, and it's going towards their net. They do get control for a moment. There is one last opportunity for Wake Leadership Academy. They got to take it the length of the field. They got to keep it up at 0 seconds, and who else to do it but to go? They send it forward to their teammate, but no, Dad Jokes Unlimited could not get to the ball, and Esports Legends will complete the 3-0 sweep to move on to the next round.
one bump is all they needed. You know, they
needed.
needed the bump, and that's it. They will have gotten that shot on the net. I told you, I needed them to be more physical. And in this case, 5 demos for Esports Legends, nothing for Wake Youth Leadership. They were, you know, they were not as physical as they needed to be. On the other hand, Esports Legends, they got more physical, more offensive, you know, even more defensive as well. They managed to do everything very, very well. So, I mean, I'm not extremely surprised by the outcome, but at the same time, I wanted to see Wake Youth Leadership to be able to do a little bit more on this series.
Fortunately, it was not enough for Wake Leadership Academy. They only had 4 shots that time compared to the 6 that we saw in the last game. So they had some pressure. They had things going for them, but Esports Legends kept it so close. They had the least amount of shots we saw from them so far, 6 shots compared to the 7 in game 1, the 10 in game 2. So the pressure was there from Esports Legends, just not as much as we saw before. A lot of mid-game action between these two teams to stop it before it got anywhere close to the net, and that worked out for Wake Leadership Academy. Unfortunately, though, it wasn't enough because, as you mentioned, they need to be more aggressive. They need to go for those bumps. They need to go for those demos. They need to find some way to take out Stinky Bus, but they did it as best they could. He almost missed the 1 goal that got them the victory in that game. It's just unfortunate that it happened so late in the game.
But it happens, you know, it's part of, and then when you get that goal in last minute, it puts even more pressure on you because you haven't been able to score for 4 minutes, now you have to score in 1. But you know, it's part of the mentality. We talked about it before the series even started. It's part of being here on a land, well, I mean, kind of a land environment, yes. So, I mean, it's face-to-face. It's very face-to-face.
And you heard them popping off.
Yes. And, I mean, I got to say kudos to both teams, and, you know, they keep it very professional at all times. You know, they're having a laugh now and enjoying. But, yes, I mean, it's warranted. You are able to celebrate after a win like that. They're moving forward. They're going to have another chance, you know, to stay here. I'm talking about Esports Legends.
Yes.
Wake Youth Leadership, not so much. I mean, but
Esports Legends are also going to be playing against the #1 seed in this bracket. So that's going to be tough for them in their second series, but this is a good warm-up for them. They played the distance. It was 1-goal games across the board. They know what they need to improve. They can look at the replays. They can look at the files and be like, okay, this is what we need to work on. This is what we can do going forward from then on out. But still great work being put on here. I don't know if we're going to be getting an interview, but we will be taking a break at some point between these matches just to get things all set up afterwards. Nonetheless, though, still great efforts being put on by all the teams who are performing today. Shout out to all the players. Shout out to all the spectators that have been showcasing their just great love and admiration for the esport that we've been putting on with VESL and also UNCG Esports here at the UNCG Esports Arena.
Exactly.
Logos.
Yeah. You have the right to be there. Yes. So you were talking about, you know, going back to what you mentioned, like a good warm-up. And yes, that's so big at this opportunity in these moments because you're going to have a good game, a good challenging game to prepare you for the next one. If you have like a very easy matchup, sometimes I think that's counterproductive.
It is counterintuitive, yeah.
Yeah, like, well, I got an easy one, but I'm not ready for the next one, who is, you know, the behemoth that is waiting for me.
Yeah.
So I'd rather have a very challenging series before my next one instead of having an easy one and, you know, just making sure that I just go on and move on in the bracket. Because moving on the bracket doesn't do anything for you unless you actually qualify.
Exactly. And you have to win 3 matches, not just the one against the higher seed either. If you're starting out in round 1, you have to go from then on out. But we are going to a video real quick, and then after that, we'll be talking to the coach from Esports Legends. They actually have their like logo and everything on their shirt. That's pretty cool. You'll see that in just a sec. But we'll be back after this video and tune in to that Esports Legends interview.
Suppose there are times when you lose your troubled mind. Suppose there are times when you're feeling undefined. Suppose there are days when you call this touch of ground. That's when you call.
It's that previous season All-Star at ID Bay from Kaz on the field. Oh my goodness, Mafia Shadows though, MVP status is just barreling through.
Oh my goodness, what a shot!
But still the attack is on, and it goes through! Void screams into the void! Another follow-up, cheesing is the 50, and a OT might very well be in our near future.
bus, waiting for the player to come out from Dejauke to get that goal.
For himself to take some time and
Oh, no, but it's up to Mafia Shadows, and if they have a choice, they will deny them off the flip reset from end to end of the pitch.
Now 5 back to you. This touch can be over the net. A chance to follow up. Alone again.
What in the world? It goes through! Calculated. Why not? Encrypted Savage will tie us up. Wait, hold on. That was just a pre-flip flip. Jackie Chan, high jump kick. Oh, they tie it back up. And yet the demo just feeds it over to Grassy. The counterplay hits just fine. Crossbar, but wait a minute, hold on. Debonair is gonna make it easy for Mailbox. The giveaway gifted to him. Christmas came early. Draco comes up with that big doink shot. Tommy just kind of took it on right there. Yeah, you have the flash, you have the you have the flip reset, whoa, and you have a big fat win on that strike. Tommy showing Providence that they're here to play.
Buddy, my name is Robin. I'm here with Tyrell Perkins, the coach of Esports Legends. How are you feeling today?
I'm feeling good. My heart is beating so fast right now, just watching the last match with the team. It was so exciting. Great to be here.
Yeah, it's been a big build up to this moment. How has your season been so far?
It's been good. I mean, we just built a nice small community of homeschoolers, nice Christian group. We come together, we pray, we play, we have fun. So it's great to be here on this stage and just watch these guys put in all the work and just see it come out. And a victory in this first round, but at least just the opportunity to play is just an answer to prayer.
Yeah, that's great to hear. I mean, we don't see a lot of homeschool groups in this league, so it's great to see some representation for the people who don't have school to go to or organize through. That's awesome.
Thank you, thank you.
So do you have any player shout-outs from this last match? I think you had a...
I mean, definitely. I mean, you heard the announcers talk about Steaking Bus. He's definitely put in the work in the shows. Kachow Kid, I think he's one of the broadcasters' favorites. He's one of our favorites as well. He's new for us this season. We're in our second season. But Redman, he continues to just stay focused. And then even those who haven't played, our B team that didn't make it, they're here supporting. You kind of hear him in the background. Zuga, Activaz, and then Jim UC. And so we're just continuing to, through lands like this, exposure like this, looking to continue to grow the team. So we've got a very small community of players, but it's just good to see these players play with other teams from other parts of the state and the region.
That's awesome. Yeah, we have a great thing going here with this awesome land here at our UNCG Esports Arena.
Definitely.
And so your players, I assume they play from home a lot since they're homeschooled.
They do.
Yeah, is it affecting their play at all, coming to this big arena, being able to see all these people in person, sitting across from each other?
That's one thing we pray and talk about because they do play from home. But what we do see is we do try to get them together as much as we can, and since their schedules are not all the same, and they've got friends in different type of school settings, what we have to do is we have to over-communicate. So their ability to communicate on Discord, through text, even when they're not playing, that really comes out either through the highs or the lows of a good play or a bad play. So when we practice, we're mainly virtual, like you mentioned. But I'm just about communication and letting the players play, letting them talk. I'm there to answer questions. I'm not a Rocket League player, but they are, and so I ask, what do they need? And I make sure I get that for them. If it's better coaching, better tutorials, or anything like that. And they just take to it like a fish to water, and they just go.
Yeah, that was kind of my next question too. Is there any more to say about that? How have your team specifically prepared for this moment? I mean, this is a huge opportunity to win some good money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, since we're local, we're in Greensboro. We've been here before in very different aspects of these, walk through, check out the land. Some of my players are upperclassmen, so they're looking at colleges, and UNCG is an option. They're looking at other schools and other esports venues. So, this is just not like a first-time thing for them. We've got maybe one player who's never necessarily been at this land, but they're in esports. So for them to prepare and be here, it's not like being here. It's kind of hard to simulate. But when you're here and other players talking about it and others in the wider community, and VESL's been great, and the Discord and the chats and everything that's been going on, it just gets them mentally ready. So when they're here, they're excited. But once that ball and that clock goes to 0 and they start playing, everything's out the window. They're just playing whether they're at home or in person. So they hear the clapping, but you should hear some of our Discords. They get kind of wild. They're loud.
Yeah, so thank you so much. This is Tyrell Perkins, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Games have become something that you played by yourself in your living room to a kind of global interactive space. So being a kind of responsible citizen within that global space is something that I hope my students appreciate. If you look at a game as a way of forming a sense of a way of thinking about the world, a way of interacting with the world, we need students who are literate in the ability to understand how that game is acting on them and how they act in that game as well. The scale and the technology that we have here allows us to use this as a classroom space like no other. Understanding that our students are already gaming and taking seriously that this is something that they can use throughout their lifetime and throughout their education, I think is taking our students seriously and is meeting them where they already are.
For the Greensboro Regional, for the VESL Regionals themselves, qualifying for the state finals that'll be happening next month. We already saw one great matchup there before. Now we're going to be going into two back-to-back actually Rocket League matches that we have. It's Green Hope versus New Bern B, and then Edgecombe EC versus Surrey ECA. Some great teams that we saw in the qualifiers. Excited to see how they perform on land.
Should be good. It should be good. I mean, if anything, the worst thing is to start the whole thing yourself, right? When you're the first team to be shown on stream, like they happen right now, like we saw these two teams, Wake Youth Leadership and Esports Legends. I think that was a tough spot to be. You are the ones that are setting up the tempo for everything else, and you don't know what to expect. Maybe you're very nervous about everything else. But hopefully these two teams, Green Hope, New Bern, they are, they were able to get rid of their nerves and now just be ready to play here.
One player I want to call out on New Bern High B that we saw before, performing pretty decently as well, Divine Gray. I remember mentioning that name a couple of times and seeing how they were able to go on the field and get a couple of goals for their team. So excited to see how they perform for this New Bern High Team B, but also Green Hope. We have Aerobic Wave, Crazy Shark, and Div 1 Bronze. Of course, some of these rosters might be a little bit different than we have here on the document, so we'll get to that information if that does happen. But nonetheless, though, these players have been getting ready and trying to make sure that they make the most of these events, because again, there's so much money on the line for those state finals once we get to that point in time. So that's what people are working towards, but they have to win 3 matches that are coming from this first round, and all the teams we're seeing so far are from this first round.
Actually, going back to the Div 1 Bronze, imagine being actually an actual bronze,
bronze here at this event.
Yes,
That'd be like
that would be such a flex for the other two players.
It would be.
Like, I carry the bronze here,
to victory,
to the state qualifiers. I mean, I'm kind of a big deal.
A little bit, yeah.
Just getting here, I mean, I mentioned it before, but just getting here is a big deal. It's not easy to be here. I mean, you mentioned 97 teams all over the state competing. Schools with multiple teams.
97 down to 24, and then down to 4. Like, it's crazy.
I mean, we got New Bern B here, and making emphasis on the B in Esports Legends, were Team A.
Yeah.
We got multiple schools with multiple teams, which it shows how much schools are betting and putting into esports programs, which is something I want to applaud. This is part of what we're doing. We're doing this. Thank you, because you're giving us jobs, but at the same time, thank you because
we were in high school, like, none of this existed. It's crazy to think how much esports itself has grown. Shout out to, of course, the state organizations that are making this all a possibility, and all the schools too, but also VESL, UNCG, UNCG and everyone else who is coming together to support North Carolina high school esports and even collegiate esports that is out there too. I mean, there's some great colleges. As you can see here with UNCG, the esports facility is amazing. We haven't really been able to show you much of it, but I think at some point in time they'll be able to get some background footage that will be posted on social media, so definitely keep an eye out for that too. But still, just great efforts being put in across the state to raise the level of competition and just the overall community that there is for esports here in the state.
Right, and it's changing the mindset, showing people that esports can actually make good
like
things.
sports.
It is in a lot of ways. Well, I mean, in a lot of ways, use your brain
More
a little bit
mental than anything else,
than your body, but it's still. I mean, one thing that
Reaction
I've
time
heard
too, and like mechanics of using your hands to make sure that like you can pull off these plays. Like it's insane the amount of hours that these players have to put in practice to make sure that they can get to this level to even have a chance to qualify for states. It's not like, oh, you just hop on the game for the first time and then you play and then you're just good and then you make it. No, you have to dedicate time and discipline to be able to get to this stage of competition and then the next stage, which is at the highest level for those top teams.
and go through frustration and so many other variables, every single time, because it doesn't go all the way up. You're gonna have a lot of stones on your road.
Ranked itself is just a journey and a half. It's like a roller coaster and it never stops.
and one thing a lot of coaches mention is that, yes, it is a lot of being sitting on the chair a lot of times, but to be able to perform the best,
We also got to keep active a little bit too.
Exactly. There's gonna be some physical activity at the same time, and hopefully, these players will, implement that into their routines. I mean, I'm looking at people right here. They seem a lot of them, in pretty good shape. So hopefully they're doing that as well. So we're right into the game right now. Green Hope in blue, and we get a New Bern High in orange. So let's see what they get. You mentioned the teams. The players for Green Hope, but we got a Cutthroat Bear, which was really good as well on New Bern, and E.T. Void. So we got some recognizable names, and with the pinch on the ground, that was so close from Div 1 bronze.
I don't think any Div 1 bronze could pull off a play like that. So that's already going to squash that theory that we might have had that, oh, maybe they are a bronze player. Bronze players usually just stick to the ground, don't even know how to go up on the wall and go for like an aerial or something like that.
Or they do triple flip resets with musties.
Yes, but those are people that shouldn't be bronze. They are trick shotters that we'll talk about that later. Nonetheless, though, Green Hope versus New Bern High Team B. We'll just say New Bern High B just to make it easy, or New Bern B. Still a minute gone already, and yet again another close matchup here, Chamaco. This just goes to show the stakes, the pressure on these teams. Again, we talked about it, and I keep want to harp on this as well because it's tough. You don't have a second chance, and you have to win 3 matches at this level to make it to the top level in the state final.
I'm watching a lot of smart plays here from Green Hope. The back passes, the dribbles instead of going for the boomers, and just playing in a way that it's very difficult for New Bern to actually get the clear. You see it right. They keep the pressure over and over. That was a near miss, but they shoot him once more into the net, and they're forcing New Bern to defend a lot, and with very little on the boost tank. You see how Cutthroat Bear and Divine the Great didn't have anything, and now E.D. Void doesn't have anything as well. So it is very hard that they're boost starving a lot of the New Bern players. However, Cutthroat Bear was the one to actually get the first goal. Even without boost for maybe 30 seconds, they still managed to keep going on and then getting the goal.
Beautiful work there from Cutthroat Bear, and I was going to mention it too. New Bern High Team B, they're the only New Bern High team that made it here. Unfortunately, the A team did get knocked down during the bracket. They faced some tough competition, and that competition was higher seeded in this bracket here for a reason. So New Bern High Team B have to carry the torch for New Bern High to make sure that they have some representation moving forward in this bracket. Nice way to start there for Cutthroat Bear, getting goal number 1, but they'll need more than that for a victory in this best of 5.
Yeah, I remember New Bern teams, they were very even.
They were,
it was an A-B, but it doesn't, it's like, naming them Y and Z. It could be whatever. It wasn't like the A team was the best team and the B team
No,
was
they're
a lower
pretty
team.
equivalent,
No,
yeah.
no, they were really good. So again, whenever you're in school and you have that many players to choose from, that's a good problem to have here. And they, they manage very well. They made it all the way here. Now watch out for the pass. Div 1 Browns was able to get the shot, but it was denied by New Bern. Another opportunity here. Great clear to the corner. Crazy Shark missing that one. It allows E.T. Void to actually go for the shot. That was very close, but Crazy Shark, making it even worse. And E.T. Void getting the second goal for New Bern High.
Nice follow through by ET Void. They were able to put the pressure on first, force the issue. That was unfortunate miscommunication on defense from Cutthroat, or Crazy Shark, excuse me. They thought they had to go for the save. It was going to be wide though, and the rotation that was coming in by their teammate would have been better to clear it off instead. But those are hard decisions to make in the moment when you're feeling the pressure. You might not have your camera on the, you might have your camera on the ball and not actually be focusing on where your teammate is. And that's where communication is so important, so that you can be like, hey, I'm back, I got this. And sometimes, even if you're able to say it, you can't react fast enough, like in that moment.
And the thing is, you sometimes don't think about saying anything because you think
That's
you're the only one there. And no, you're not. I mean, there's another player with you, another teammate with you. So you guys gotta check on each other a little bit. It's, I mean, easier said than done on the on the blink of an eye. It could happen, and then what else is to do? That was so close by Divine Gray. It seems like he was gonna go own goal. Another shot, and that was stopped by New Bern High. I couldn't tell what player. I think it was ET Void, but good reflexes by New Bern High, and they are on the way to get this one. 1 minute left on the clock, and they are still up by 2.
Beautiful work being put in by Green Hope to at least keep the pressure going, keep it competitive between these two teams. Even though they are down by 2 goals, they aren't letting it showcase at all in the way that they are playing on the ball and away from it on midfield so far. Got the Shark going for something a little bit high. There's the falter. What a save, though, by ET Void. It's not close yet, though. We still have a chance to get another goal for Green Hope here. The pressure is still mounting, but it does fizzle out. 30 seconds to go, and that is a beautiful chance snuffed out by the defense of New Bern High Team B.
ET is going to phone home, but he's going to say, hey, I blocked them all, I didn't allow any single goal. It was crazy so far. Div 1 Bronze once again against ET Void. Another stop by ET Void. No way! You're not going anywhere. You're not scoring here. This is my home. ET Void just not allowing anything in. It doesn't matter how good you are. He's going to find a way to stop those shots, and it's going to be a 2-0. It should have been a 2-2. I mean, we should be in overtime right now. But ET Void somehow.
ET Void just doing the best work possible for them to get that victory there. 12 shots to 2 for Green Hope.
Wow.
New Bern, 2 shots, 2 goals. They were on the defensive end for so long, and 8 saves is what saved the series, or at least the game for them there. Green Hope were able to put up the pressure. I feel like 10 of those shots we saw in that last minute, Chamaco.
And the thing is, the way the game works, sometimes it doesn't count 2 back-to-back shots as saves. Like you could have saved even more than those.
They probably had at least 10 saves.
So I mean, great work by all of them. I mean, we were mentioning ET Void being the clutch saver on the line, but Divine Gray and Cutthroat Bear as well, and also getting those. I mean, the first goal with no boost on anyone's tank.
Yeah.
It was basically Cutthroat Bear with a little bit on the tank, and no one else had boost. But they keep pushing forward. They keep moving on. They understand. Boost over ball? No. That's a bronze thing, okay?
Bronze mentality.
we are going to score somehow. We're going to push forward. We're going to make things awkward. I know that the opponents think they're starving us, but we're more than boost, We're a team.
We are a team, and that's what we saw from both these squads. Green Hope, as far as their attacking and maneuverability on the ball, even on defense, with the shots that came through, they were high-octane shots and high-pressure shots from New Bern High Team B, making it an issue for the defense of that Green Hope squad, so that there had to be a goal. There was no way to save it, and that's why they were so accurate with the 2 shots that they did have. Of course, they had more pressure than that, but towards the end of that game, it was all Green Hope all the way, and somehow we did have it go through, but Green Hope are able to take this forward, and we'll see what they can do here.
So one thing I want to mention is, yes, New Bern actually won the game, but you don't want to win, you don't want to go into many games that way of only having 2 shots and defending like crazy, right? Because that means that you're giving Green Hope a lot of opportunities to attack, and at some point, Green Hope will find a way to open that goal. So it's it's something that you gotta keep in mind. Try to make more offense. Try to defend more off the line. I mean, maybe on the midfield if possible. Ooh! Because you want to avoid that. You really want to avoid that. You gotta take the ball away from him. You know, way earlier. But that was a nasty play by Aerobic Wave.
Oh, it's so unfortunate, though, for the defender there. They went for the save. They tried to get it. They jumped over top of expecting it to go high. That's how so many shots went before, off the backboard and a little bit high into the center of the net, but instead it was low and on the ground for Aerobic Wave to get that first goal in the opening minute. Huge bounce back by Green Hope, who had all that pressure, and eventually it paid off in the second game.
It did, and now they're continuing with the attacks. This time, E.T. Void with another save. He was able to get a good clear out of that one, but Aerobic Wave catching the ball. He's gonna, no, he left it for Cutthroat Bear. Cutthroat Bear with the opportunity for the pass. Great defense by Crazy Shark, who was able to knock that ball off to the corner. Missing that ball, maybe a tactical fake, maybe, I don't know. I mean, going for the pass, but no, Crazy Shark. It's always a fake until proven, right?
Until proven otherwise, it's definitely a fake, especially at this level. But nonetheless, we do see Cutthroat Shark moving it down the field, trying to see if they can smell blood in the water as far as a goal is concerned for this New Bern High Team B. Minute 30 seconds gone already. Aerobic Wave barely getting that one aside from an open net opportunity that was gifted to New Bern High Team B. They weren't in position to take advantage of it. You could tell New Bern, they are feeling the pressure. They have no lead in sight. They have no goal in sight so far. They saw how devastating the pressure that they were facing off against in that last minute of game number 1 was. And I feel like they are playing a bit too passive here, where they have to be on the ball. They have to send 2 people forward and still have plenty of time to work with here.
Yeah, and sometimes even 3 players on the ball. You know, we have seen, you know, not exactly like a triple commit, but very close to the ball, which gives Green Hope an opportunity to actually go for the pass and make an easy goal. So you got to be very aware of those situations. And the midfield presence from Green Hope is not allowing easy clears from New Bern High. You see how Divine Bros, Div 1 Bros, I mean not Divine, Div 1 Bros, it was very close to that, to the ball.
Could be Divine.
maybe he is, but that's not the name. So you just being very close to the ball every single time. That was a good cross and missing down. I mean, the mentality is good, but the execution not so quite. Oh my God! A pinch there would have been, you know, a savior for New Bern High.
Fortunately, not enough for New Bern High Team B, as they are still looking and searching from every nook and cranny to see if they can pull out a goal to tie things up and keep the pressure going that they showcased in game number 1. They got 2 goals, they got the lead, they got the win, but that's not going to be enough in this best of 5, as Green Hope are proving.
They didn't have the faith. That was an opportunity to actually go for the pass, you know, and believe in the pass. 100%. You got 3 players. You can send 1 for the pass and then another one stay back. And another save by Divine Gray. That was so close. It was an opportunity for Green Hope to be 2-0 on the scoreboard, and it didn't happen. Now Cutthroat Bear just moving forward. It's going to be Aerobic Wave and Div 1 Bronze closer to the ball. However, somehow Divine Gray was the one to make contact first.
Well, now a minute and 20 seconds remain for New Bern High Team B to try and bounce back, see if they can get a goal, pull it out of a hat, pull it out of somewhere, because they have been looking for it far and wide, and they have found nothing. Their hands have been empty, and they have been grasping at straws up to this point in time. But Green Hope, they are holding stalwart, as we have seen the best of them in the business in RLCS at this point in time. Less than a minute remaining, though, for New Bern High Team B. They know that they have it in them to get this goal, to tie things up. We just got to see it.
They're getting more aggressive, but with the aggressiveness, they're moving a little bit too much forward in some situations and not being able to hit the ball the way they wanted to. However, they're trying to put Green Hope between the wall and the blade, and it's working a little bit. Oh, no!
That's gotta hurt so much. The own goal, Crazy Shark, able to get credited with that goal. The pressure that Crazy Shark put on forced it to be an own goal. It could have potentially been a follow-up if there was another player there from Green Hope to counteract that and make sure it was a goal regardless. So you can't feel too bad as a defense. You're put in a bad spot. Unfortunately, they were facing a bit too close towards their net with the nose of their car, and it would end up in the back of the net that way. But nonetheless, I'd still count this as a 1-goal game based on what we've seen so far. But 20 seconds, less than that now, Chamaco. what can New Bern do?
Well, the thing is, you said you don't feel you shouldn't be feeling too bad about it, but you feel bad in a way that it's harder to come back now.
It is.
It's
almost impossible.
It's more difficult.
It is
because
impossible now.
right now, I mean, with only one goal on the lead, you can still force the overtime.
Of course.
But with that, with the second goal, there's nothing else you can do about it, and that's what stings. I'm not gonna be blaming anyone, for that shot. It's not like we're gonna say, hey, that was your fault. You didn't rotate correctly. No, it was a good play by Crazy Shark, who caught off guard the players from New Bern. But other than that, it is what it is. Now we have a tight series.
Series, yeah.
So I didn't feel like New Bern played bad at all. I mean, they
No,
had
not
3
at all.
shots. On the previous game, they only have 2.
That's true.
Those
bit
2
better.
were goals, which is the
course.
difference right now. Still, Green Hope attacking a lot. They still have 9 shots. I think they had 12 on the previous
Yeah, they
one.
had 12 shots in the previous one. A
So-
big thing to note here, too, though, the consistency in the pressure and possession. Look at the ball touches. 74 here from New Bern. They had 94 in the last game. So they had more control last go around. They were able to be a bit more aggressive, and that's why they were able to come out with those 2 goals. But looking at Green Hope here, they kept the pressure going. They made sure that there was nothing that New Bern High could do. They did have really a 1-goal game, but they forced the issue enough to put New Bern in a bad position so they would get scored on in that scenario. So now seeing Green Hope get the victory here, we saw the consistency and pressure. I think they're going to take this all the way, Jamako.
Well, it's volume. That's what Green Hopes is betting on. They're going to put a lot of volume, and then at some point they're going to force an error, a mistake on New Burns, and
all you gotta do
they're going to
sometimes.
capitalize on that.
Yeah.
And it's a valid strategy. It happens. It works out. Shoot until they have a bad clear or they have an off save, and then you can counterattack and put another one on the net. However, New Bern High, I think they are understanding a little bit more the play style from Green Hope, and let's see if they make some adjustments here on the play, and they can keep more possession of the ball.
One thing I want to note here, too, it was 2-0 in the first game for New Bern. Now, this way, it is 2-0 for Green Hope. So they are just shutting out each other and making sure that no one else is going to score except the winning team in this series so far. I think that's going to change in this next game. I think we're going to be seeing a bunch of goals in this one.
Hopefully. Something's happening. I mean, we should usually have 1 minute, and that's it in between games. So I don't know if they ask for a timeout or something.
Things set up, but I think we're getting into it pretty soon, too. I can see the observer over there. So they're just taking a little bit of a breather. They're getting things ready. They're making sure that they're hydrated. That's important, too. And then, their coach is talking to them in between the games themselves. So you can see one of the players here. I think it's on Green Hope on our left side. Oh, no, actually, no, that's New Bern. Just styling and having a good time, dance a little bit there as well. So, we get to see the players here. They get to have some good times and some good vibes here while they're live here at the UNCG Esports Arena. And we'll see how that goes throughout the rest of the competition today. But it's good to keep the spirits high. Green Hope, they were feeling good. They were shut out in game 1, but they had all the pressure. They kept that going into game 2. So we need to see what they could do going forward from then on out.
Let's see what happens. Again, I want to see more control of the ball from New Bern. Easier said than done, because whenever you have a lot of people challenging on the midfield, it's very easy to lose control of the ball. But I think they have to do that themselves. Not working so much on the back end. Pushing forward a little bit more. And we saw them doing that on the last minute of the game number 2. They were able to push forward more and force more opportunities for themselves. So now, they're starting that same way, okay? We see them attacking, and, well, Divine Gray a little bit too far back on that play, but still, his challenge was good. He didn't wait until the ball was across the midfield. He went on the midfield and actually got the challenge over there.
Well, now we'll see what Green Hope can do to keep the pressure going like they did before. They were able to get 9 shots at minimum in that last game that they won. 12 in the first one. They were shut out there. New Bern, they had 2 shots. They had 2 goals. They are trying to keep it simple. Go for shots they know that they are going to score on. But that also shows how much they've been stuck on their defensive half. They had 8 saves in the first game, 6 saves in the second one, and so much pressure from their opponents. And as you mentioned it, sometimes Rocket League doesn't even count saves when they're so close back-to-back, and we saw that happen a couple times in that last game specifically. So getting control, getting possession of the ball, I think needs to be the main focus here for New Bern High Team B.
Well, let's see. 1 minute in, and I think they're trying to. They understand the shortage of their previous games, and and they're putting efforts to overcome those at the moment. It's, I mean, kind of hard. They're lacking a little bit of boost on the moment. A shot from Div 1 Bronze, it was on target, but Cutthroat Bear was able to deny it. Another pass here. Oh my God, that was close. Crazy Shark putting that a little bit too high. Div 1 Bronze, very wise and not shooting again on the net, but going for the dribble. However, good attack by Newburn. Was able to get the clear. Now the ball back on the orange zone. Aerobic Wave waiting. Crazy Shark, another hit. Div 1 Bronze, maybe he has opportunity. Maybe a pass. Oh no! He fakes it and it goes in!
What a play by Div 1 Bronze, getting their first goal here of the series. Their two teammates were able to score in the last one, but this time they are able to fake out the world and prove their mettle that they are able to get through the net there.
The bronziest goal I have seen. You know, because you let it go and it just goes in.
That's all you need sometimes. My goodness, but Green Hope keeping that consistency. I talked about that. That's what we expect to see from this squad. The pressure, they've been able to showcase that they have possession, overwhelming so over top of Newburn High Team B. So Newburn High, they need to get control. They need to get something going. The player was just waiting there for a moment to see if they could get this way from ET Void. And these counterattacks, we haven't even talked about that. That's a big way Green Hope are taking control of the narrative of this series and taking advantage of these opportunities. A great setup for Aerobic Wave to get the finish.
Beautiful setup, as you mentioned. The pass was a clutch. You see how delicate the pass is, just putting the ball over both defenders, not only one, but both defenders. And in the picture, I mean, it's very clear for the attacker just to go there. It's very easy to read. So, and I mean, it was straight onto the net. He didn't have to put that much effort aiming. It was just hit it and let it go down. So 2-0 for Green Hope. This time a shot from ET Void. Opportunity for Cutthroat Bear to go for the pass. He couldn't actually land the pass where he needed to. Divine Gray with another pass. No one's gonna be there for that one. So I mean, wasted time and opportunity to get the counter attack, and it's a goal from Crazy Shark. And this is the problem. You're trying to make passes happen, but if there's no one to get him, then it could become an easy counterattack opportunity for the opponents.
That it could, and Crazy Shark, again, so consistent in either assisting a goal or getting a goal for this team. They are the playmaker, it seems like, for Green Hope so far. And that's what they were missing in Game 1. They were going for individual efforts, a lot of shots, some follow-ups here and there, but eventually you need somebody to orchestrate these opportunities. I don't know how that was saved off the crossbar. They do get away, but not long enough. Crazy Shark able to put another one through, participating in all but one goal so far.
And this is the best example of volume. You know, you keep shooting on the net. You know, they had 2 shots on the net, but then the third one was the one that actually goes in. But you keep shooting until the defense breaks out, and there's no one else to be able to defend. You know, the first save was crazy. It was a great save, as you mentioned. But you know, how many great saves like that can you make in 5-10 seconds? You know, it's limited. You can't be doing that the whole time.
It definitely wears on the mental, but finally Newburn High Team B break the medal that they have been having to showcase so far. I don't know how Aerobic Wave wasn't able to get connection with that, but unfortunately they were just out of position and not really having the best challenge. So that would be a great effort from Cutthroat Bear to put that one through. Newburn High TV not getting shut out this time, and I talked about that. We were expecting a lot of goals. I didn't expect it to be as one-sided as it was, but there's still time for Newburn High TV to put up some more opportunities and some resistance against Green Hope here.
I mean, they have the last goal so far, of the game, and if they can manage to get another one, I mean, that will speak volumes over them. Oh my God! But you can't let the ball hang in there for that long. I mean, that's like a free throw, basically. Like a penalty shot for Aerobic Wave.
It's a beautiful center.
Yes, it was, but the defense they didn't read that at all. I mean, you had 2 defenders on the net, but so close to the net, so much power, it's impossible to defend that shot.
I was hoping if Newburn High Team B were able to break just the back and forth tug of war we saw between these teams in this series and get a goal and make it so that there wouldn't be a shutout for the winner, that they would open the floodgates, they'd get some goals back to back to back, but we haven't seen that from them so far. They haven't had the possession, they haven't had the shots, they haven't had the pressure that we need from this squad to come out on top. And Green Hope, they had the highest seed coming out of their group going into the bracket stage to qualify for regionals. Only dropped a single game there too. So I guess dropping a game seems to be their motto. We saw it happen in game 1, I believe, too, of that series. Now they made it here. They dropped game 1, They showcased that if I keep putting up shots, if I keep putting up pressure, eventually it's going to be too much to handle game after game after game.
Yeah, and in game one, you know, you have E.T. Void just saving everything. He was the void, not allowing anything, you know, get through.
Truly.
So that was a miracle performance by E.T. Void. But now Green Hope just decided, okay, let's put even more pressure than before. If 20 wasn't enough, let's go 25. Let's go 30. Let's go whatever it needs. And it's working so far for them. With only 20 seconds here on the clock, we're not going to see a change in the outcome of this match. But New Bern, you know, they gotta keep fighting. They gotta keep their highs, the hopes high, and try to make something happen here. To carry that momentum onto game number 2.
Just a different color than green. They want a different
Yeah.
color. You know?
Well,
maybe blue.
What is it? Yellow?
They're
Yellow?
on orange team right
What's
now.
on DC? Yellow against green?
Yeah, technically.
Yeah, okay. Maybe.
Well, either way, that is game 3 gone, done, and dusted for Green Hope. They're just playing as much as they can to keep it up at the last second, the first rule of Rocket League. But Green Hope will get the victory there very confidently, as I was talking about too, and that's what we wanted to see from them going into this game. I talked about it, the momentum that they had from the win in game 2, the pressure that they've put on for every game after that so far, and into the first game as well. And this is the most amount of shots we've seen from them, but also the most amount of goals too. 5 goals, 14 shots, and the assists is a big thing to note here too. We didn't see as many assists in those other games for either of the teams actually. We only saw a single assist out of the first 2 games.
Yeah, I mean, but with so low scoring games, it is bound to happen. You don't have that many assists.
Yeah, but they changed it up. They were able to make it so that they were working together, and that was the difference. Instead of individual plays, they worked as a squad, and that's what got them the victory here, it felt like.
That's true. They were able to make that pressure become, a team effort pressure instead of only one shot and go back. You know, they were able to, okay, so you shoot, and I'm going to be there, you know, for something to happen, which is huge. I mentioned it before, like some teams, they go for the passing plays. I think it was New Bern, but there's no one there to get the pass. And it's a wasted effort because now one player is out of rotation completely, while the other 2 might or might not be in a good position to defend, which might allow for a counterattack. And you don't want that to happen. And so if you have someone catching your pass, even if it's denied, even if it's blocked, you're keeping the pressure there and you're forcing something out of the defenders.
We'll have to see what New Bern High Team B can do to keep their school's dreams alive. As I mentioned, they are the only New Bern High team here. Team A, unfortunately, did not make it into the regionals. They faced the music a little bit early in the qualifiers themselves. I think they were in the last round specifically to try and make it there, but I'll look at that during the game itself. Nonetheless, though, the pressure, the shots, I mean, they keep coming from Green Hope. How do you stop all this pressure from Green Hope? Because that is what is leading to the victories ultimately.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if we're going to be able to stop that. If I'm being honest with you.
You know what we are going to have to stop? We're going to have to stop because this match is going to be playing in the background and Green Hope likely taking it, but we are switching on over to a smash matchup instead.
They didn't hear you say that, you know.
Oh, they didn't hear me say that?
No, New Bern, no.
Oh, New Bern didn't
Hopefully
hear
they don't hear you say that.
Hopefully they didn't hear me say that. Hey, maybe in the background they'll be able to get a, not a reverse sweep, but they'll be able to get a spaceman sweep.
They're going to keep it competitive.
They'll keep it competitive.
That's what I want.
We know that, yeah. But we are going to be going to one of the smash matches just to keep the schedule going. That matchup still is playing in the background. We'll keep you updated as we can. Keep an eye on the brackets as well. I believe there's challenge links that you can access too. Nonetheless, though, we do have 2 Smash Bros. Players here playing against each other, so we'll see how they fare against each other. And we have a Ridley. I believe I saw this Ridley in the qualifiers too. Looked really strong against a Game & Watch. How do you feel about Game & Watch as a character?
I've been doing my research here, and everyone loves Game & Watch. He's a very
he's so fun.
Yes, weird player that can do a lot of things on the field. He's like a kind of a well-balanced Steve, you know.
Oh gosh.
Let's put it that way, you know.
Man.
A little bit squishy, so a very light player. He, you know, that's one thing that he can't be hit, allowed to be hit. You know, that's very often because your life is going to go away very fast. But other than that, you know, he has a good opportunity of hitting you a lot while you're in the air. And really, right now, you know, just being able to accumulate a lot of damage so far and stay alive. Both players on this weird moment, and now finally, you know, it was Mr. Game & Watch having the first stack.
Yeah, we do get the first stock taken by Mr. Game & Watch here, but instead there's such a high percentage we have for Oxygen on the screen here as well. Trying to see what they can do to stay alive, but somehow with a great DI, they are able to stay on the stage, but not long enough. Does get tied up, 6.9% from the Ridley. Not much to worry about there, but as I say that, a great combo from Oxygen to do some great damage here as well.
And that's the thing, Mr. Game & Watch, he can rack up damage very quickly. And now trying to maintain, keep Ridley on the ledge, and it's working so far. You know, not allowing him to get into the midfield role, in attacking, in putting the bombs in, and just making it hard for Ridley to get any offense off. Opportunity now with 130 damage. This is going to be the second stock here. So Game & Watch only received 28%. Really coming back and putting a little bit of damage, but still, turning back heavily here. And this is what I'm telling you. All this damage that can be done on the air while the opponent is trying to fall down. It's the bread and butter of Mr. Game & Watch.
So apparently if Oxygen wins this game, it will be a reverse sweep in this best of 5. So that's a big thing to note here too, that if they get this victory, they will reverse sweep, and that's why we wanted to switch to this, so you guys could all see what is happening with the action between these two players. And this is where it comes down to the moment to shine for Oxygen. Can they do it? Can they stay alive? Can they get this final stock against Ridley? And I believe Ridley is Saber K that's facing off against them. They're trying to fish to see if they can get that 9 on the docket for the hammer, but it's not going to be enough either. Good throw, a good challenge, but they got to be careful. A great kill, no, there is the KO, and it will be a pop-off from Oxygen 2. They give a high five to their friends. They are going to get the victory and the reverse sweep to move on to the next round.
Wow! I mean, I'm glad that they switched actually to this one. It was incredible to see, and just figuring it was a reverse sweep all the way.
Wow.
While Oxygen actually looked so dominant here on this matchup.
That just goes to show how much mentality matters for these series between these two. And we'll see what happens between the squads that are out there competing at the best level, and what is going on for that Rocket League matchup that's still happening in the background too, as we'll get some updates on that. But nonetheless, we still have a Green Hope facing off against New Bern High Team B. They're playing their 4th match. I believe Green Hope is up right now from what I can see here. That's what I'm assuming based on what we saw before. Yeah, it looks like it is 2-0 currently in that series. So we've seen some great work being put in, some great effort so far by these squads, and it is 2-0 for Green Hope as I'm looking to the side as well. So Green Hope are looking good, and we're switching back to this matchup between these two teams. So we'll see as we get into this one. Hopefully the observers will press the H button. Yeah, they'll do that. But we are getting things set up as quickly as we can. And hey, that's how it is. We're playing in a live environment. We got to switch into things as quickly as possible. We wanted to showcase that pop-off. If it was going to happen, and it did, they were able to get the clutch victory, but we got to quickly get back into this matchup, Chimako.
But by the way, regardless, even if they didn't get the reverse sweep, I wanted to see that match number 5. I wanted to see the outcome of that battle, and that's a cool thing. Oh my God! I mean, that's a cool thing as well. That's a very cool thing as well by Aerobic Wave. He was able to get, I mean, the pass, the set up. Look at that! Just Crazy Shark hitting the ball perfectly to hit it against the backboard, and then the read by Aerobic Wave. I mean, this is sad to watch, especially because the first 2 games were so evenly matched, and now New Bern High, it seems like they're going down, or maybe, I mean,
it's not really them, it's Green Hope that are just unlocking the next level of competition for themselves, and they are showcasing that. They are the final boss, at least in round 1 of this competition for Rocket League, with the way that they have been performing. They showcase, okay, individual efforts, they weren't working. Then they went for passing plays, and that's what changed the game for them. They're able to assist all but one of the goals we saw in that last game. Now going into this one, from what we've seen so far, they're just business as usual. New Bern High Team B, they have the skills. It's just so tough to showcase your skills when you're stuck on your own half for 90% of the game.
Wow. When you put it like that, it's just so bad. Because it's kind of true. I mean, they have tried at some moments, but they default to what they do most often, which is, going back and feeling a little bit safer on the offense. That was a nice shot, but again, they've won bronze, very well placed, and was able to make a little work of that shot. And now only 1 minute left here on the clock, and 3 goals of difference. and no goals so far for New Bern. I mean, this is looking bad.
One thing we haven't actually mentioned before, too, is with all the pressure Green Hope are putting up, they are taking all the boost from New Bern High Team B, and there is nothing for them to work with to get down the field to try and make these counterattacks a possibility to get a goal. And that is a big deal, a big factor when you are trying to get some offensive effort going. If you don't have boost, you don't have any momentum, that would have been a nice shot, but even then they were feeling hesitant. And somehow a save off the post there too. Div 1 bronze proving they are anything but a Div 1 bronze in this game.
Yeah, he's one of the other kind of bronzes that we mentioned before, for sure. So yeah, feels bad right now for New Bern, but Green Hope, they deserve it so much. I mean, they did everything right. They lost the first match, yes, but they rub it off. We're gonna stay with the same game plan because we know it works. This is a game plan that works for us. We believe in it. This is our system, and we're just gonna find a way to make it better. And that's what they did. And in New Bern High, you mentioned the lack of boost. They were able to score like that the first game, but now it feels like the mental that they have on game number 4 is not as strong as the one that they had on game number 1.
With that victory, Green Hope are able to get a win for the series. 3 games in a row, dropped the first game, similar, as I was saying, to their qualifier matchup to make it to the regionals. So now they will be moving on to the next stage of the competition. In this event specifically, they still have a long way to go. That was round 1. They have 2 more after that they will have to perform. So we'll see what they can do here. Nonetheless, though, great victory by Green Hope to get that one on the board. And looking at the schedule for the rest of the day that we have here specifically at Greensboro, we had Green Hope face off against New Bern. Now it's Edgecombe EC versus Surrey ECA in this next series. I mean, what are you hoping for that we see between these two squads? I mean, we've seen some really close matches, and we saw some high-flying plays from Green Hope here to just dominate the competition with all the shots possible.
It should be something very similar to what we've seen so far. Because it's what we expect. Both teams are going to have a very high level at this tournament, at this phase of the tournament, but there's going to be one that's going to be a little bit tougher than the other one. So who's going to be? Who's going to be? This is the thing right now.
I don't know.
It's been so long.
You know what's good? We have a little bit of a breather so that we can think about who's going to maybe take the victory in this one. We can consult our notes. We got to make sure we consult the experts that are out there and see exactly what went down to get to this point in time. But there is going to be an interview between the players of Green Hope, and they were the ones who were actually vibing and popping off a little bit earlier too. So we are going to be having an interview in just a sec. But watch this hype video. We'll be back with that interview.
The obvious things are it's a space for students to game, but I think this space provides a lot of other learning opportunities and experiential learning opportunities for students. The career transfer pieces, whether you're in media, production, or you're doing event management, we have an opportunity to train students to get out in the community to help us lead a lot of different esports initiatives, both locally, regionally, and nationally. Tournament hosting, sponsorships within the esports community, continuing to build our competitive edge with our student recruitment. I think that UNCG's positioned itself to really be the leaders on that forefront.
Hello everybody, welcome back. I'm Robin and I'm here with...
I'm Jake. My username was Arabic Wave in that game just then.
All right, how you feeling today after that good win?
Good. Yeah, it took us a bit to warm up, but it felt great while we were playing. We had a great time. It'll be fun.
Yeah, absolutely. So how are you feeling about your position in the tournament? I think you're playing against LinkedIn next game.
Yeah, it really depends on how we're feeling. So that game felt pretty great. It took a bit to warm up. And since I haven't seen them too much on how they do, I'm excited to see how the game goes against them next.
Yeah, they're looking like a pretty good team. I think it's going to be a pretty even matchup from what I've seen from their streams and from this game over here. So how is you went down that first round, I believe. How does that mental come back to impact like your performance? How do you recover from those mental pitfalls?
Yeah, so me itself, I got in my head quite a lot, and so it just took a bit of talking together and like reinforcing our mental status of like, we can do it, we know that we can, we have the abilities, and yeah, we just had to get in that mindset, and it came right back.
All right, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me.
I've seen games go from really nothing to a very complicated, probably the most complicated form of storytelling, and how they differ from other texts is that interactivity. So you get to decide what ethical decisions and things that you'll make. As we've moved from a broadcast to a digital mediascape, it's really important that people have the critical skills to know what's true and what's not true. So the same way you want your students to watch a film or to read a book, you want them to be able to play a game, and then we discuss it, we analyze it, we think critically about it. But I think even more important than that, it gives them the critical skills to engage with media more generally.
Suppose there are times when you lose your troubled mind. Suppose there are times when you're feeling undefined. Suppose there are days when your colors touch a grave. That's when you call
It's that previous season All-Star at ID Bay from Kaz on the feed. Oh my goodness. Mafia Shadows though, MVP status is just barreling through.
Oh my goodness, what a shot!
But still the attack is on, and it goes through! Void screams into the void! Another follow-up, cheesing is the 50, and a OT might very well be in our near future.
Stinky Boss waiting for the clear to come out from Gajauka to get that goal.
Welcome back, everyone, to the VESL Greensboro Regional Potable Chamaco here yet again at the UNCG Esports Arena here. There we go, we got the logos. But we have Blue Siren versus Dazai, I believe that is, that we have coming up in just a sec for a best of 5 of Smash. It looks like they're playing Roy and Bayonetta between these two players. Bayonetta used to be a lot more popular back in the last Smash Bros. Iteration, but still pretty good character.
It's a setup player, right? Like,
yes.
if you manage to get that first
Crazy
kick and well, if you manage to get that first kick and then make the combo last, that's very good on you. Otherwise, it's a lot of a headache
Yes.
on your part, not on the opponent, which is the bad thing here. Roy, I'm not too familiar with Roy. I don't know if
I like
you get
Roy.
anything.
Roy's like a kind of standard sword character that you have out there. One of the more all-rounders for the Fire Emblem fighters that are in Smash Bros. Itself, and a lot of power that you can use with the smash attack, so we'll see. But as we can see here, Blue Siren already setting things up for the combos, back and forth, up and down, left and right, every direction, and there's nothing that this Roy can do so far.
Dude. Dazai is feeling
my
the heat.
goodness.
He's getting lit here. Oh my God! This stage actually, it's going. It has multiple platforms and it's allowing Bayonetta to play in the air a lot. This, I mean, I was not expecting this much tenacity from the Siren.
Siren doing everything necessary to try and get this victory for their team between the matches we have seen so far. So I'm liking the tenacity from Blue Siren in this game.
Ooh.
And there we go. Finally, after such a high percentage, they are able to get that stock away from Dazai. Now, just these Battlefield setup and Battlefield itself, as we see here, is so beneficial for characters who are looking to go for combos. They make it difficult because once you land on that platform and you already got knocked up into the air, if you can get underneath them, you can set things up properly like we are seeing here. So if they can change the map, at least I believe they're going to go for a map change after this first round.
Definitely, you should go after a different map if you're Dazai. Don't let the Bayonetta have the easy way, because as you mentioned, Blue Siren is using those those platforms very, very well. It's like I'm hitting you, I'm making you go high, and then as soon as I can, I go back to the ground, and then I'm waiting for you to land so we can continue with those combos. And a lot of damage so far is going down, hunting on the ledge, and keep hitting that side so he can't get back. And that's the second stock for that side gone out of the board, and still the first life, and not even 100% here for Bayonetta.
Difficult situation to be in as a Roy. I mean, when you're facing off against a Bayonetta, if they got a counter, it would have been nice so that they can at least do some damage, maybe be able to take them off the side. But speaking of off the side, Roy's recovery not as strong as some of the other characters that are out there, but still pretty decent, as you could see that they were able to get back on it to the stage off the ledge. But they had so much room to try and stop Siren from getting onto it, but they are able to shoot with their boots and able to take the game #1 against Dazai, and what a stylish way to do it there with Bayonetta.
I wasn't expecting this. I wasn't, especially, since all the nerfs the character received, Bayonetta. But showing you that at this level, at least, is playing with whatever you feel comfortable. Because we have seen a lot of choices from the players that
that's what you got to kind of do.
Yeah. A lot of choices that if you're looking at Smash at a very, very high level, and
you might
you're
not
watching
see those characters.
Yeah, you're watching some YouTubers and stuff and telling you, well, I mean, this is a B tier.
A high tier character.
Exactly,
B
exactly.
tier, C tier. Play who you want and then just grind it out, and then you'll know what to do from then
exactly.
on.
As long as you know your opponent.
Joker versus Zelda now. They're changing it up completely. I love it.
In the map as well, not going for those. For that type
Final
of
destination now. Yeah, nice to see it. No platforms.
Exactly.
They were burned by platforms before, but changing the platform game, changing the map, wise decision to change the character too. Having that versatility with such a unique roster of fighters in this specific game makes it that much more difficult to know what to expect every game by game. But now we see Zelda trying to see what they can do with the Phantom Knight and see if they can get some combos going from then on out. But it's still Joker able to get the amazing combos that they can go for is what I'm looking here from Dazai to see what they can do.
Yeah, but Zelda is just zoning very well. It's setting the traps and keeping a very good range of, Zelda is controlling where Joker can actually go to. It's setting up the thing so Siren knows where you're going, how to react after you. It's forcing a reaction, and that's very powerful here on any game, but here with Zelda, as you can see.
And Joker being one of those characters that kind of builds up rage over time so that they can summon their minion, their guard there as well to see what they can do against the competition, and then go from that to see if they can take down their opponent. Well, they do get a stock here to even things up, but as I say that, they're still at a high percentage themselves. The Dinfire comes out for the combo to see if they can hit them off the side of the stage. We've seen that happen a couple of times before too, but they are able to use Dinfire and the Guardian too to cover their bases for Zelda. I'm liking this combos from Siren so far.
Very evasive, that Zelda. Even not moving that much, but moving enough to get out of the way, get out of the attacks. That shows that not only Siren understands the character that he's using, but also the character that he's playing against. So that's a very big deal here, because not only knowing your character, but also knowing your opponents and what they can do against you.
Yeah, more damage that Joker takes, the Rebellion gauge is built up, and then eventually they'll be able to summon Arsene, as we see happen here. And that makes it so their moves are more powerful, their recovery is better, and there's a lot more options that they can go for. But as you can see, it goes down over time. So there is some options, but when you're at 96%, when you have one stock, if you're going to be getting hit, I don't think they're going to be able to summon Arsene again on this stock. So they're going to have to take 2 stocks from this one life that they have and no Arsene backup. But it does, over time, build up a little bit.
They got an opportunity here to actually get that stock. It's building a little bit. I mean, you can go, 100, 150, 170, maybe that allows you to build, but it's very risky, right? And you want to avoid that as much as you can. Zelda trying to make the damage, trying to get that final blow that will get Joker out of the way is not happening. Joker very carefully. I mean, he actually started very risky, maybe not caring too much, because building that gauge was part of what he was looking for, and maybe getting the second stock here from Zelda, close, but not able to actually finish it up, and Siren getting the final blow, and that's game.
Nice damage there from Siren just to take down the competition yet again. No matter the stage, no matter the character that they face off against, Siren is able to take them down to their level and show them what they are made of. That's what we saw in Game 1 and now in Game 2. Now I'm curious what the stage select's going to be because they know, okay, if I go to one that has platforms, likely Bayonetta. If I go to one that doesn't have platforms, we got Zelda. Here are my options. Here are my characters. Where do I go from there? I'm very curious to see what we have here from Dazai because now they're down. They have to pull off a reverse sweep. We saw one before, though, so it is possible to reverse sweep. Those are always the hypest moments in Smash Ultimate, but it's got to be overwhelming because this is your last chance.
It is.
You have to win 3 games back-to-back, and so far, both options and stages did not work for you.
Well, he went back to the Roy, so let's see,
okay,
let's see what happens. You know, Siren with
we see Peach now.
Peach, yeah, exactly. we went back to platforms, but this time not Bayonetta. Peach. I mean, okay.
Yeah, I mean, again, there's still more stages of the competition for most of the competition that's out there based on the brackets. So if you do move on for Siren, you want to make sure that all your characters are feeling good. And changing things up here too, going to the Roy here as well. Okay, that is the main that we have seen here from Dazai, but we need to see if they can get the victory in this game. That'll be a huge confidence booster for them to potentially pull off that reverse sweep in this best of 5. But so far, the combos from Peach are coming out, liking it so far, pulling out the Radish to see what they can get. If they can get the old Grandpa Radish, they'll be able to do some good damage with that, but they're able to use the side B, do some good damage with the counter, and there we go. They get the first stock, and that's the first lead we have seen from Dazai as well.
It is. Very much different from what we saw when he was playing against Bayonetta. So, you know, feeling more comfortable. Maybe he understands better the game plan from Blue Siren, so that might be a huge factor here. We talk about long series, how you can adapt against your opponents, and going back to the platform stage, understanding that, okay, let's stay grounded, let's not go very high. That's maybe me going high and jumping is what he wants. And, well, there you go. He jumped and he got the hit on that one and gets sent out of the platform.
Oh, it's so unfortunate to see there, but we are going to do a short interview after this one, too, once we get this matchup done, depending on if Blue Siren can clutch up in this game. But Dazai putting in some good work, looking solid with their main. They got to be careful, again, to not go off the stage too much, but they know with Peach that they have more options for recovery, that Peach isn't as good at ledge guarding off stage like we've seen before with Bayonetta, so not as many chances for them to get denied re-entry back onto the stage. But the neutral zone game that we're seeing from Blue Siren is on another level.
Great hit there. Trying to chase a lot, and the chase paid off. Okay, so another stock here, last live for Blue Siren.
The counter.
Maybe even things out here, maybe a little bit.
Oh, almost a counter too. That would have been crazy. Counter, back to counter.
He got him with
the radishes back to back, and they can't recover, and it will be Siren getting that stock, evening things up. A stock apiece between these two players. Dazai needs the victory in this game to start the reverse sweep trade out of the station. Instead, it will be Blue Siren getting the win if they clutch things out here at Chimako.
That's good content, you know. They're just waiting for it with the radishes, and now making things very even as things have been throughout the whole match. I mean, you can't get any more even than this so far. So let's see. I mean, it's a good opportunity for Dazai. He is trying to, play the cards as well as he can and be proactive, but at the same time, not getting too careless on the opportunities. I mean, now he's over 100. He's gonna play a little bit safer than he has done so. Oh my God!
Another counter there from Siren, and there goes the smash attack, and it will be the victory for Blue Siren, 3-0, but what a valiant effort by Dazai to give it their all, bring it to the last stock. We see some good sportsmanship between these two players, fist bumps across the board, but now we'll be getting a quick interview here as well between the winner and our lovely reporter that we have. So a great matchup there, a great victory. We're going to be sending this to a video. We'll be back with that interview in just a sec.
Games have become something that you play by yourself in your living room to a kind of global interactive space. So being a kind of responsible citizen within that global space is something that I hope my students appreciate. If you look at a game as a way of forming a sense of a way of thinking about the world, a way of interacting with the world, we need students who are literate in the ability to understand how that game is acting on them and how they act in that game as well. The scale and the technology that we have here allows us to use this as a classroom space like no other. Understanding that our students are already gaming and taking seriously that this is something that they can use throughout their lifetime and throughout their education, I think is taking our students seriously and is meeting them where they already are.
Hello everybody, I'm Robin and this is
Derek Reed.
And you're the parents of
Dylan and Noah Reed.
who are our top Smash player and I think our 8th seed. We just saw our 8th seed beat out that other player, 3-2-0. So how does it feel knowing your kid can compete here in this kind of level?
Oh man, it's great. They play well together when they're at home, and it's a really good competition between the both of them. So this is great. I grew up on video games, so it's good seeing your kids do this kind of stuff.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they're competing for a pretty good cash prize as well, and I think one of your kids has a very good chance of being in there.
Yeah, hey, cash is always good. So, so yeah, I mean, it's great, man. Unlike he well deserved. They're both great kids, and they're really conscientious, and they love video games. So this is a great thing for us.
Yeah, and how is it you have not one but two kids competing in esports at this pretty high level? I mean, you gotta be proud.
They got two older brothers who were into video games too. They're grown and out of the house now, but they grew up with them playing video games, and you know, it's just something they fell into, and you know, they got into it and they loved it, and they realized they liked some of the same things, so that kind of helped out.
Yeah, a whole family experience, huh?
Yeah.
So we see a lot more, especially with this being a high school league, we see a lot more esports being introduced into schools.
Yeah.
Is that something you want to see more of?
Oh yeah, I mean that's fabulous, man. I mean these kids are absolutely brilliant minds, brilliant kids, and to have something for them to hold on to and enjoy and able to make a little money off of. I mean, it's great.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's all we have for you today.
All right.
Thank you for being here.
Yes, sir. You take care now.
All right. Have a great day.
You too.
Games have become something that you play by yourself in your living room to a kind of global interactive space. So being a kind of responsible citizen within that global space.
Welcome back. High School Team A versus East Forsyth. We're in game number 1 of this series. 3-0 currently for Garinger High School Team A, and we have an amazing car and topper there. The chattering teeth here, love it on the Scarab.
First of all, Scarab. That's it. You know,
that's great. The chattering teeth is the cherry on top.
Exactly.
I didn't think we'd get a Scarab on land here, but we do have it instead. We have a Heroic Aspect 40, Little Bell 55, the GOAT to SLA. We have a lot of GOATs.
Everywhere.
I recognize a lot of these players on Garinger High School Team A. Akko, Ian Warrior, and Lego Gamer looking good, and Akko getting the goal here, 4-0 currently, looking strong in this series.
For nothing so far. Garinger, this is, I mean, I was telling you about teams that will get my eye and my attention, from the start. And Garinger was one of them. So I think Akko, I think it was the player. We can see him here. Yes, okay, do your thing. Exactly,
Exactly, yeah. We've seen so many goals from them so far, just in the break while we were looking at the match while that interview was going on. But now 5-0. I mean, Garinger, they have proven, not just in Rock League, but in a lot of different brackets, how strong of a school that they are. So I'm curious to see how the school as a whole, how many teams they'll be able to make it to the state finals specifically. I believe they do have a team in Fortnite, but I'll have to check that later on. But nonetheless, Lego Gamer gets one too. And we're already at 6-0 here between Garinger High versus East Forsyth, Team A, and we're not even at the halfway point yet, Chimako.
No. Well, I mean, yes, we're seeing this. This is the first round, so obviously it looks this way. But as things progress on round number 2, I don't know if you can get who's going to be who's waiting for the winner of this matchup. But it's going to be a way tougher match for Garinger than what we're seeing right now. And again, Garinger was one of those teams that really stand out right away. So I am not surprised that they're having such a good moment here.
Winner of this will have to play Ardrey Kell.
That's great. That's great. I love it.
So if Garinger keep this up in the next few games and are able to move on from this point in time and keep that pressure going, then they'll be able to put up a good fight against Ardrey Kell.
Ardrey Kell, the winners of the last, were they? Last year?
So, yeah. We'll get a check on that specifically. But we do have a setup for Brazil here. We have the first goal for East Forsyth, but really, to be serious about that, it was a really solid goal. Off the backboard, the defense wasn't really ready for it, and a good follow-up, too. So, great assist by the GOAT, and now we see a heroic aspect able to get the finish. That was some good coordination that we needed from this team.
I'm wondering how long we're going to keep milking the Brazil thing, you know? Because it's
Forever.
been years. It's been years
Forever.
now. but they're going to suffer that, you know. And we only mentioned the Brazil part. We don't even know. We don't even acknowledge who scores
Germany,
but I know, but it's still like whatever. You know, it's the Brazil.
Yeah, it's not a German dumb. Like, well, I guess we probably shouldn't say that anyway. So anyway, that's probably a reason why we don't say it like that. Anyway, 6-1 right now. Still potential for that 7-1 for Garinger. 1:30 on the clock, but this is game 1. So even if you do go down in this fashion in game 1, there's still so much time, so much to talk about, especially if you have your coach with you. I'm looking at the Garinger team right now, and they are feeling very confident with the way that they are performing as well. Actually, it might be a different squad that is playing, but nonetheless, they are looking pretty strong on the field currently. And East Forsyth Team A, they are also here to prove themselves worthy of a state final appearance. And they made it here, all the way from the 97 teams, mind you, to the 24 who are still remaining in the competition. So they're still better than more than 50% of the competition that showed up for those qualifiers.
Oh, definitely, yes. Even if you had a lucky bracket, you still, you know, were better than half of the players, player base over there. So right now, I mean, Garinger, yes, they had 6 goals early on, but after that, I don't know if they decided to not play as hard anymore, or if East Forsyth is getting a little bit better on the offense, or maybe defense, whatever you want to call it, on the control of the ball. Let's call it that way. So that's a positive for them. You know, we mentioned before. So maybe first the game number 1, it's where you're not very used to your opponents, and things like a 5-1, a 4-0 are more common than they should. But game number 2 really shows you, you know, this is how we're going to play the rest of the series.
We'll have to see as what game number 2 is going to show us in this series specifically. As right now, Garinger High have been looking pretty strong. 11 shots. Still not able to eclipse the shots that we saw in the last series, which was Green Hope getting 14. It's the most we have witnessed so far, but still great efforts being put in across the boards by all the squads who are showing up today to perform. But still, we need a bit more pressure from East Forsyth. They did get some demos. They got an assist for the 1 goal that they had, and that's what they needed to get that game, or that goal specifically, and they prevented Brazil, which is great for them motivation-wise. But going into this next game, a big thing for them, maybe being even more aggressive, more demos, more bumps, more interceptions, and more chances for them so that they can take down the competition that is out there. Because right now, if it's a 6-1, and I'm going into game 2 of my only best of 5 potentially if I lose it, I personally, if I were in their shoes, would be sweating buckets.
Yeah. That's why I'm saying that game number 2 is the true factor here. So
it really is.
It depends on how you react to that. Game number 1, yeah, we lost it, whatever. We can do better than that. Yeah, yes. But game number 2, if it's the same story once again, then you get really worried. It's like, okay, no. I mean, and I mean, it depends on the guys. Maybe they know they did their best in game number 1, and that's it. I'm just saying, I'm just being very hopeful here because I have seen it before. You know, even at the highest level of Rocket League, it happens to everyone. A very good game versus a very bad game matchup, tends to be something like that. But then when things even out, then you don't see a score as one-sided as we saw in game number 1.
Well, we'll see as we get into the next game momentarily on how things are going to go down between these two teams. I believe they need to spectate. I think they forgot to. But we'll be getting into it as quickly as they can.
Well.
Press spectate! Spectate, please! They're already playing the game. The goal already been scored by Garager. They'll figure it out in a second. If somebody could tell them to spectate, so thank you. We got to pay attention instead of talking. There we go. But it's okay. We're getting some students here to help with the production, and it is what it is. Good experience, and they're learning firsthand from the programs here to get into these matches, get things going. But we are 2-0 now. Garager are able to get into this next. It's okay. We're having good fun. But we kind of expected this from Garager, right? They were able to 6-1 the last one, already in the first 30 seconds, 2 goals.
Well, and that's the thing. Okay, so is the story of game number 1 the actual story? It seems like it is.
It does.
It does seem like it is. It was maybe that Geringer wasn't playing that hard after they scored the 6 goals. They wanted to go for the Brazil. So, which I mean, I appreciate. I don't think if you are convinced that you're going to win handedly, you don't have to keep scoring all the time. So that's fine. But it's Forsyth might have their hands full here. Maybe they're trying to chew more than they can at this moment in this
Maybe
competition.
a little bit. That's what we've been seeing so far. But East Forsyth, it's just unfortunate for them. They did play seeding matches to get to the seeds that we have here for Rocket League. It wasn't just based off of who they played in their own region to qualify. They had to go through a gauntlet. They had to play every single team and then go from there on to see, okay, these are the best teams that are out there. These are the records of the other teams, and this is who is going to face off against who. And unfortunately, East Forsyth, they did a little bit better in those matches. They might have been able to face off against a different opponent, but you just got to showcase your skill against every opponent. And Ian Warrior showcasing their skill here, taking this the distance from coast to coast, their own box to the other. Nobody is going to stop them on that counterattack.
And one of the best goal explosions we
love
have.
it.
Because it's so annoying.
It really is.
Especially if you have the in-game audio and you watch it. Like
Exactly,
chewing
yeah.
there, and it's like, okay, it's sucking me in. I can't do anything. I can't control the car. It's just okay, whatever. And people get really annoyed by that. I have had that goal explosion, and my teammates are saying like, you should change it. My teammates. That means I'm
They don't
scoring.
like it.
I am scoring, and they are annoyed because that's a goal explosion.
That reminds me of like the nuke goal explosion too, where it just blinds everyone. Thankfully, nobody really uses that anymore because they get annoyed themselves, especially if they're like gaming in the dark and they don't really like know what's going on. It's just a flashbang that goes on from that. But I always use the mic drop because I feel like that's a fun one too. Being a caster, it's like, oh, drop the mic after getting a goal. I definitely got to experience that a couple times at least yesterday when I was going through a rank grind. Got back into the rhythm of things, and that's what we're seeing here for East Forsyth. Things have slowed down, which is beneficial to them. They've been able to stop a lot of these advancements from Garinger High, but also Garinger, they know, okay, we got a 6-1 victory in Game 1. We don't need to pad the stats. We want to just move on to the next round, not exhaust ourselves, and that's something a lot of teams don't really take into consideration. They just keep racking up all the goals back to back to back, but this is Series 1 of 3 best-of-5s that they have to play. They got a long way to go.
It makes you feel better than you actually are, right?
Yes.
So
maybe overconfident.
Yeah, a little bit overconfident. I mean, after this series, if I was them, I would go ranked. Or maybe if you have a good team around there and play some scrims to get grounded again. Okay, so we have to actually play this way to get some victories here. I don't think this is a good matchup in that sense for the rest of the day, and we play everything today, right?
We do.
So
Yes.
they gotta be
all of the
100%.
regional matches are played today for Rocket League and Smash. As far as Greensboro is concerned, Smash matches will still be played tomorrow, I believe, as well for Wilmington and for Charlotte. I don't know how that didn't go in. Good save though by the defense. Yeah, physics bounce off the post. Those are the shots that I put on, and then I get angry that I should have had a teammate following up because there was nobody following up on that ball. But again,
they believe too much in you.
They did.
Okay.
Yes, and they believe too much in that shot maybe, but also just goes to show the passiveness we are witnessing from Garinger. They know they have a 3-goal lead, and we keep reiterating on this point, 3-goal lead is one of the strongest leads in Rocket League and hardest to overcome, and Akko is making sure that it's even stronger.
So Akko and Ian Gate Warrior, they both have the same the goal explosion.
Yes.
It's only Lego Gamer, the one that does it. I disappointed a little bit.
Unfortunate.
A
I mean,
little
the whole
bit.
team needs to get that out there. Yeah. Also, one thing to note here, too, I know we saw a Scarab earlier. We don't see a Scarab anymore. So, eSports side, maybe they realize, okay, we need to get back into the driver's seat, see what we can do here. Oh, no! Okay, they got the save. That was close. Physics worked in their favor yet again. Maybe that is what their major is going to be once they go to college. Because that's what we've been seeing so far from them, that they are a maestro of the physics of the post so far.
It's like, why do you want physics? Well, you know, I was playing Rocket League and the vectors didn't seem fine, so I'm going to do something about it. Okay.
Maybe they become a game developer for Silix later on and be like, hey, maybe I'll update things a little bit so that it still works.
We finally get Rocket League 2.
Yeah, there we go, hopefully. Nonetheless, though, less than 30 seconds to go. Garinger High School, Team A, likely taking this unless we see a monumental comeback by East Forsyth. Based on what we've witnessed so far, they have been able to get a goal. They almost got one there, too, if they connected with it, but can't get control of the ball. No boost to work with, and that's something I mentioned in the last series, Shamako. When you are facing so much pressure, the hardest thing to do is get those counterattacks because you have no resources to work with because the boost starving is also so effective.
It is big part of the game. You know, whenever those resources are not on your pocket, then you can't follow up anything, basically. I mean, there's a little bit of follow-up that you can do, but be honest, you can't be as fast as you want. You can't beat your opponents at the ball as easy as you would like, and it allows your opponent to regroup and be on a good position when it should have been an easy goal for you or an easy opportunity to attack. So that's what we have, a second goal, second win for Garinger High. Not surprising at all here they're on match point, on series point, whatever you want to call it. But it seems that they're going to be maybe going into the last game of the series.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here as well. But what's interesting, too, on the other stream is that Palisades and Noble Academy are playing. And Palisades only have 2 players, and they are, like, winning the series right now.
They get Arsenal 2.0.
Yeah, so we'll see what happens. Maybe Arsenal 2.0 is all they needed. Arsenal's been looking really good lately on Dig. I'm excited to see how that team does. But nonetheless, back to the Rocket League here as we see it going into the next game. Wait, back to the game.
Back to us, back to the game.
There we go.
I don't know.
It's all good. It happens. But still, Garinger High School Team A facing off against East Forsyth. Both the A teams. We'll just say Garinger versus East Forsyth at this point. Still, another great shot from Akko to see what they can do here. Lego Gamer with a good follow through as well. The defense, no, it's not there, but also didn't expect the miss was Akko, so it works out in the favor of East Forsyth, and they can go for this one.
And these are the things, you know, they're not playing as hard as they should. They're not following as much as they wanted. They should be doing. So you don't want to carry that on to the next series, right? So if I'm Garinger High, I will be, you know, doing something else, playing like another game. It was a powerful shot, though. It was a very powerful shot. And you see a lot of dominoes here, which we don't see that often anymore, at least not in high-level Rocket League.
No, it's mainly the Fennec that's, like, overtaken popularity as far as cars go for professional players. Even the Octane has become second fiddle to that car. So, and then Dominus is far behind third from what we have seen there. So curious on how things will continue here, but Garinger High School Team A looking good with that first goal in the opening minute. We saw a couple of goals from them in the opening minute the last game, but again, I talked about this before. They don't want to exhaust themselves before that next series because that next series is going to be a tough one.
Yeah, it seems like, I mean, exhausted from what? They're only playing video games, right? No, guys, I mean, the
mental game.
Mental game, yeah. And then your reaction goes down way high, well, a lot, and you're not the same. Like, sometimes I think, why I'm not hitting this right?
Yeah.
The ball's going everywhere. And it's because I'm tired. You know, I got to be honest, I've been working, 9 hours a day and then go back home and do whatever. And I'm not 100%, so I imagine it's the same thing for them. And they have to be smart about how they keep up their stamina throughout the whole day.
Well, we might be switching to a Smash game in a little bit, too, because one has just started between a Kazuya and a Dark Pit. So we'll see how things are going down there. But nonetheless, Garinger High School Team A 2-0 versus East Forsyth Team A. With the way things have been progressing so far with this matchup, very likely to still be a sweep in the favor of Garinger. But there is a possibility for East Forsyth Team A to do something. Garinger also another team who topped their group in the regular stage for the qualifiers and then only had to play one match, 3-1 that one to make it into the main event. So East Forsyth, they had their work cut out for them. They had to make the run, and they did get into the regional bracket itself, proving they were better than over half the competition out there for Rocket League, but not better than Garinger so far here. Again, it's still 3 minutes to go. Can't count them out just yet, but with what we have seen Shamako, it's almost said and done.
Another goal here, making it look easy. Great pass off the wall from Lego Gamer. He had the opportunity to actually go for the shot, but he decided, no, I mean, let's go for the pass. It's a better, higher percentage shot for the goal, and it was the right decision overall. East Forsyth, though, they're trying. I mean, they're playing hard. They might know they don't have a chance or not, whatever. They might believe they do, but they are trying everything. And I like that spirit. You know, I like to see teams that they keep battling out. Look at how prepared the teammate was to actually go for that pass. You see, they're actually trying to make things happen.
And that's what's important too, is that East Forsyth, they have proven that, hey, they are pretty good at coordination when it comes to the plays we've seen from them so far. And going up for the ball, pretty decent as well for these challenges. A lot of it's just Garinger have been so overwhelmingly confident. And that confidence is so important when you're playing in a LAN environment, that you are able to take on the world and showcase your mettle against the rest of the competitors that are out there. And that's what Garinger High School have been doing so far. And even with the saves like that, that's a hard save to make from Ian Warrior, but still able to get it nonetheless. And the GOAT looking for something, a decent aerial there too, but you can also probably tell that the rank difference a little bit different between these two teams. More mechanics from Garinger, and that's what we've witnessed so far that has led to such a deficit in this series.
Yeah, it's the control, right? Like that save.
Yes.
You place not only hitting the ball, but placing it in a
They
way.
practiced that so many times.
Well, yeah, but as I was saying, you know, you hit the ball, not only hit the ball and get the save, but to put it in a place that is actually useful for you and on your teammates. And that's something I'm going to call out here. Some players that, you know, we're doing like road to SSL and they're showing you, okay, so if you're in Diamond, you can do this. I've seen players that on Diamond saying that they can do that save, and it's like, I'm not doing anything special. No, dude, you're doing something really hard.
Yes, that is hard to do.
It's just very easy for you because you're really talented, but Diamond, like some other people, you know, even champs, no, that's not an easy save.
Yeah, a lot of high-octane saves like that, especially. You just got to practice in, like, training and in some training packs that are out there, too. Some people might be used to even playing on console as well, but now we see Akko with yet another goal here, and it summons everyone into the net and chomps them up real good, but less than a minute to go. East Forsyth, I mean, they put up a decent effort. They showcased that, hey, it's not just because one team is being so dominant that they are like the best team out there. East Forsyth, they have showcased that they got coordination, that they're able to get those rotations going. It's just that Garinger High School team proved to be better in this moment.
There was an opportunity there, and a little bit, we'll get the...
Oh, the demos too, no.
I mean, 45 seconds left. You might as well you enjoy what's left in the match. These Forsyth, they have an opportunity here. They're going high. They're trying to go over the 3 defenders. And still a pass here. Hero, maybe. Oh no, they both went for it and they both missed. That's not what you want the last minute of the game. But I mean, it's not like anything's gonna change. But at least I wanted to see them, you know, with a goal in their pockets.
Less than 20 seconds to go now. Garinger High School Team A taking advantage of what they have won for themselves. I feel like it started out going for a pogo, trying to trick shot and anything. Pogo, for those who might not be aware, when you bounce off with the nose of your car from the ground and try and just like float up without using boost to hit the ball. But either way, Garinger High wins this game and the series in a sweep, and they needed that confidence booster going forward to face off against Ardrey Kell in the next round, because that is going to be one of the top contending teams that there is to beat. So we're going to be switching to Smash in just a second too, and we'll get some updates on exactly how that is going down there, but they are currently playing in their series right now. So we'll be seeing how things are going between these two teams. We don't know exactly the standings for this two players that are playing Smash right now, but still, I believe a game did just finish, so we'll see how things go down here. They did knock down a little bit of a side, but it's okay.
Oops.
We'll be getting into that next game momentarily, so we'll see how the status of that is going right now. I think they are going to be choosing their next map, and then we'll be getting into that one there. So we'll see how it's going down, how things are going between these two players. I believe we're getting into this one too. It's the third game of this series. Don't know the score, though, but we'll get that as much as we can. We'll cast some Smash. Regardless of who's playing, we're going to have a good time.
Yeah,
and
definitely.
showcase the skill of
Definitely.
these
It's going to be
teams.
fun. You know, either way, even if it's a blowout or very even, it's good to see because it paints a picture for the rest of the tournament, right? Then it shows you, okay, so you got to be paying attention to this player or this other person, or you know, maybe they beat someone very closely that you know about, and now that person is off the bracket, but you're paying attention to that person, you know, because it's what they did was special. So it's a very good thing. We're going back to Smash now. We should be having
We're
our
going to Pokemon Stadium 2 as well, so we'll see what Sleepy and Baconator are going to be choosing for their characters here. Dark Pit from Baconator, Kazuya for Sleepy, one of the fighters from the other fighter games that we see here as well. So I'm curious how they'll be able to use some of the combos that you could typically use in Tekken that you can use with Kazuya here as well. So it's interesting because there is also a rage mechanic for Kazuya as they go to their devil form afterwards. And now you do see the combos from this Kazuya of Sleepy. I like the early open air from them as well onto the Dark Pit. And even with the shields from Dark Pit, there's not really too much they can do to reflect any of the abilities except maybe the like laser eyes that you see from Kazuya.
You see only 3 hits so far, I think, by Kazuya, and 64%. You know, it's a very hard hitting player. A lot of power behind each shot. So you got to be very, very careful about it. One leg kick, and now it's up to 97% here, the pit. So, I mean, still looking good. They're keeping it close, but every single blow by Kazuya is something that you got to think about it. And now with the laser beam.
The Devil Blaster, apparently
nice.
it's called. Oh, holding onto the shield too, and using a perfect block, and then just giving it to them. That's a dirty maneuver, sending them with just taking their lunch money at that point in time in the neutral zone. A great combo there from Sleepy. Confidence, but they do have the rage now. Maybe potential transition to their devil form. Instead, they are going to get the grab. They are going to do everything that they can, use that rage meter as best as possible, but now we do see a good bounce back from Baconator. Even after that combo, the disrespect too that we saw, it still wasn't enough. And even with the pressure that we've been seeing from Sleepy, Baconator was able to tie up the stocks. And now they're looking as good as they can here. But the Devil Eyes looking pretty good there for Kazuya. A good grab throw forward too. And they're trying to see if they can take down this Dark Pit. But Dark Pit's got to work with it. No!
He got him!
A bit of a mistake from Sleepy on that play. Tried to go for a spike, but it didn't work out.
And I think that's the plan from Baconator here. Just take advantage of every single mistake that your opponent makes. He's game. I mean, he's actually game. He maybe like skill-wise against what we've seen from Sleepy, he's a little bit behind, but mentality-wise, his gameplay is so good.
Oh, they were juggling them for a second, but we did have a good block and a dodge as well, so that they can use those invulnerable meters as well, those invincibility frames, excuse me. So
oh my God.
That away. I'm liking this.
Oh
and
my
then
God, twice.
With the combo to get the win for Sleepy in that game. We don't know the status of the series itself, but we'll see if that was the last one. It was game 3 of this best of 5, and I believe they are still going into the next one quickly. So I believe they are going to be choosing the next map. Oh, no.
That's it. That's it.
Okay, Sleepy did get the victory there. You can kind of see like their heads in the frame. So Sleepy does get the victory in the series. That was a 3-0 victory for the Kazuya, but that was close in that last game.
It was close. I think Kazuya played with the foot a little bit more than he wanted to, and then he paid a little bit for that, so he had to get very serious in the last stock. And once he got really serious, you were able to see the true power behind that character. Again, very powerful character, very hard hitting. He knew how to use that to his advantage, not allowing anything from Pete to actually do any damage. So very good.
Well, we're going to be sending out over to a hype video again for a little bit of a break. Then after that, we'll be back with some more Smash Ultimate and Rocket League after this.
Perfection is unattainable. But if we chase perfection, we can obtain excellence. Thousands of students, hundreds of teams across this great state are all in pursuit. We've dwindled it down to the elite. May be able to catch that excellence.
Out to midfield space, Adonis over the top, going to crossbar. Right there. Yeah, you have the flash, you have the ball, you have the flip reset, and you necessarily as hard as this Welcome back to the VESL State Qualifiers. $72,000 are on the line. These high schoolers are looking to put on a show. North Carolina, are you ready?
For himself to take some time and
But it's up to Mafia Shadows, and if they have a choice, they will deny them off the flip reset from end to end of the pitch.
Now 5 back to you. This touch can be over the net. A chance to follow up. Alone again.
What in the world? It goes through! Calculated. Why not? Encrypted Savage will tie us up. Wait, hold on. That was just a pre-flip flip. Jackie Chan, high jump kick. Oh, they tie it back up. And yet the demo just feeds it over to Grassy. The counterplay hits just fine. Crossbar, but wait a minute, hold on. Debonair is gonna make it easy for Mailbox. The giveaway gifted to him. Christmas came early. Draco comes up with that big going chunk. Tommy just kind of took it on right there. Yeah, you have the flash, you have the you have the flip reset, and you have a big fat win on that strike. Tommy showing Providence that they're here to play.
I've seen games go from really nothing to a very complicated, probably the most complicated form of storytelling, and how they differ from other texts is that interactivity. So you get to decide what ethical decisions and things that you'll make. As we've moved from a broadcast to a digital mediascape, it's really important that people have the critical skills to know what's true and what's not true. So the same way you want your students to watch a film or to read a book, you want them to be able to play a game, and then we discuss it, we analyze it, we think critically about it. But I think even more important than that, it gives them the critical skills to engage with media more generally.
Games have become something that you played by yourself in your living room to a kind of global interactive space. So being a kind of responsible citizen within that global space is something that I hope my students appreciate. If you look at a game as a way of forming a sense of a way of thinking about the world, a way of interacting with the world, we need students who are literate in the ability to understand how that game is acting on them and how they act in that game as well. The scale and the technology that we have here allows us to use this as a classroom space like no other. Understanding that our students are already gaming and taking seriously that this is something that they can use throughout their lifetime and throughout their education, I think is taking our students seriously and is meeting them where they already are.
Hey, we're back.
Oh, hey, we're back.
Yes.
Sorry, I was looking at the
That's us.
bracket itself.
Yep.
We are back here.
Yep.
But we do have Surrey EC as one of our teams that are competing in this next matchup, and I believe they are facing off against Havelock, so I guess they moved on in the bracket. Let me refresh it.
It's moving
So
on
it
right
has
now.
been
These
up
3-1 the first game.
Oh, wow. Already in that first game. And here we go. Havelock versus Surrey ECA. So Surrey ECA did take down Edgecombe early, College High. So we'll see what they can do against Havelock High Team A. We'll get that bracket updated as quickly as we can. But nonetheless, trying to keep things moving as much as possible. And this is the first second round matchup. And Havelock are the team who had the higher seeds. And now we're going to get to see the next level of the competition. The top teams, the top players that are out there that have been waiting to play their first series of the day. And Havelock High so far proving that they are strong enough. But Gummy Bear, 9-9-1, getting the second goal for Surrey ECA and proving why they won their first series to get here.
I remember casting for Surrey EC, so I know they're good. I remember IR Johnny because, you know.
Yeah, that's right.
You got to remember semantics. But I don't remember. I mean, I remember seeing Havelock as a team having a lot of success. I don't think I had the opportunity to actually cast them, so I don't remember too well the names here on the roster. However, I mean, at 3-2 right now, it's looking very solid for both teams. It's something that you mentioned. Maybe Havelock has the better seat, but at the same time, it doesn't mean that they can just run through Surrey EC and make things look easy. It's not being that way so far.
Or Gangi, or Ganji, or Gangi, I don't, one of those.
The Gang Y. No,
Gang
I'm kidding.
Y.
I'm kidding. No.
Either way, well, the Havelock High team of players doing what they can to get this cleared out of their side, but no, they center it for IR Johnny as they tie things up quickly. And Surrey ECA, no slouches in this series against Havelock.
That's a bad attempt of a clear, if anything. Very well positioned by IR Johnny and getting the ball into the net. You know, just reading the play very well to be situated in the right place, but also the control to actually put the ball on the net. An opportunity here to attack for Havelock. Havelock, another opportunity. They missed it. They didn't go for the second chance. Now Gangji going for the pass, taking their time, Surrey EC to get the clear, and that could bite them eventually, but it didn't matter this time. Good clear, the coast is clear. No, Chicken Y was able to get there, and I love that back pass from the players from Surrey EC, keeping the ball very fast pace and trying to keep Havelock on their toes.
Doing what they can, Surrey ECA went against the odds in their previous series, and somehow with a dunk from Cletus, putting that one in and getting the goal. A great setup, too, by Gangi, and putting that one right over top the defender. Unfortunate that they went for the backflip on the challenge. If they just quick aerialed into the ball, they could have gotten the save.
Wow, that was a heartbreaker for Surrey EC because they were doing so well. They had the 2-goal run on their side, and now all of a sudden they are trailing back once again in the match with only 26 seconds to work here. Are they going to be able to do something? They're trying to get the clear. It's not moving anywhere. Now in the midfield, good presence by Ganji. The ball going backwards, and that might be. That was very close. They got an opportunity for the pass. Gummy Bear with the center, with the bumps as well, but Chicken getting control of the ball very well, and that's going to be it. Havelock gets a win.
What a great win by Havelock. Right at the end of it, too, I mean, the efforts that we saw from this squad were immaculate. We saw all three players firing on all cylinders, and 11 shots is what won them the day in that series, regardless of how close things were at the end of it. And now we do get to see what Surrey ECA can do to hopefully get the first goal in the next game, because I believe while we were on break, Havelock High did score first and did keep that lead going for quite some time. So Surrey ECA, they had the work cut out for them. They were stuck on defense a lot too, as you can see, based on the 6 saves that they had to pull out. This is very similar to that earlier matchup that we had where it was Green Hope putting on all the pressure, and the other team that they faced off against, New Bern High, couldn't really do too much against that. So now we need to see what Surrey ECA can do. They've already won a first series, so they know that they can win a series. We got to see what they can do to get this next game, though.
By the way, I need to make sure that we're saying Havelock right. I don't know. At some point, I think they said Havelock.
Oh, Havelock.
I'm not sure. I need someone that it's from South that actually, let me know how we're saying this one, if it's right or not. I know you're Canadian, so
Yeah,
you,
it's all good.
you're not gonna know.
A-block, yeah. Okay, maybe it is A-block.
I don't know. I don't know. I just want someone to tell me because I remember something at some point. You know, that we were casting this team, and then one of the teams from Havelock, and they sent us a Discord message. You know, like no, you're saying it wrong. Okay, dude. Okay.
Well, maybe I don't know. Their player names are also kind of hard to pronounce a little bit too. But we're just having fun with it. No disrespect to any of the teams or the players themselves. There, do our best that we can with the information that is given to us as casters. Nonetheless, though, Surrey ECA looking for a bounce back to Havelock High. 0-0 currently, but we saw the amount of shots they were able to put up, 11 in that last game, and I'm curious if they can do a similar style of offensive pressure in this next one, because we saw Havelock be the seeded team. They had a bye in the first round, so that means they didn't have to play the first match. They were so high seeded that they were able to just get an automatic grant into that second round and only need to win 2 matches on the day to move into the state finals. So Surrey ECA, work cut out for them, as I said before, but they kept it close. They got it to a tie game. It's just, unfortunately, they backflipped instead of quick aerial and fast enough to react for the shot that came out.
By the way, I don't feel good in changing the name to Have to Have. You know, so say it however you want. Okay. I'm just gonna say it's not as intuitive as it might seem. Anyway, we got the good matchup here you were mentioning before. And it's going to be Surrey easy, Gummy Bear missing that one. But the teammates are in good position to keep the ball flowing. A good pass. Why didn't you see how IR Johnny was in place and now he went backwards? That was his play. That was IR Johnny's play. You know, he needed to be there for the pass and actually shoot on the net. Now, the demo was great. The demo was a good placement. I mean, good play. And now the goal. But IR Johnny, I'm disappointed in that one play.
Yeah, Chilotis putting that one through, getting the goal. I think that's how I'm going to say that one. Chilotis doing the best that they can. Chicken, not the chicken that you might recognize from CRL, but still another great chicken nonetheless. So we see them able to do as best as they can.
Not good eggs, but good chicken.
Good chicken. But still, Surrey ECA looking for their first goal in Game 2 of this best of 5. And if either of these teams win this best of 5, they'll be 1 series away from qualifying for states. That's got to be in the back of their minds this whole time.
That's big. That's really big. You know, it's so close right now. You can taste it. You can taste that those grand finals. Which I don't know if we have selected. Do we selected the location for that one?
It hasn't been announced yet.
It hasn't been announced. Okay, so
it has been selected, but it hasn't been announced.
Okay, so I'm not gonna say anything about it. Okay,
I'm
yeah, that's why I look at you and I'm trying to figure it out.
I know,
can I say
but
something?
I can't say it.
Okay, let's
We'll ask during a break if we can say, like, at the end of the show on Sunday. We'll be like, oh, this is where it's gonna be, or maybe in Charlotte they'll announce. They'll probably announce it in Charlotte, is my guess.
Probably.
In the Panthers area, but still, we do have the first 2 minutes gone. 2 goals already scored by Havelock. Looking for what they can get here. Surrey ECA just taking their time and no chicken. I've done that before. That's
yeah, we all do. I mean, you're transitioning. You're trying to get out of the way as fast as you can, but at the same time, your teammate is trying to get the goal into the ball into the net as fast as they can. So it's a conundrum. Okay, so what should we do? Who stops here? Who's gonna move slower? But it's impossible to actually make a decision. So you end up blocking your own teammate's shot. It happens. It's not a big deal. You're still up in the lead on the game. So. I mean, no one's going to get frustrated for that.
Well, we only have less than half of Game 2 to go, and a lot less action in this game compared to the last one from what we witnessed with the 4 goals for Havelock High and 3 for Surrey ECA. And still, the pressure mounting as best as it can. Chilotis putting this one through. Great touch on the backboard. Gummy Bear keeping the pressure consistent on offense, trying to go for a center too. Great effort, but nobody in position to really take advantage of the counterattack option. Chilotis, no boost to work with though, and Gummy Bear wise to go cut through the midfield, but no, a miss on the defensive end will be a goal for Havelock.
It feels so bad. I mean, Gummy Bear is trying to do a lot right now. I mean, he's trying to be everywhere at the same time, and then that missed hit, not getting the clear that they needed, and allowing that third goal for Havelock, and I mean, they're doing good, but they're having luck as well. You know, a little bit of everything at the same time, a little bit of a combination of all the factors. So they're going to sink that one. What I mean, dude, I was talking about luck, and he says, okay, hold my drink here. I'm going to show you what luck looks like. That's not luck. That's well placement. That's a nasty dunk.
Well hydrated after that play, too, drinking all the water and making sure that, okay, you know, you were holding the water bottle for me. I got it back, and I'm going to take control, as we saw there. Instead, we do have a 4-0 lead now for Havelock High, looking as strong as they can in this game, too, trying to clutch things up and move on to the next stage of the competition. And looking at the future matchup this team might potentially have, it's either Monroe High or JT Williams, and those are two tough teams to contend against.
JT Williams average like 17 goals per game, you know, something like that. So you got to be very careful with those guys. And regardless, I mean, Havelock is playing really well so far, so they shouldn't be scared about from anyone. At this point, only 1 minute left here with a 4-goal lead, going for the 5th one. If they can, maybe close. Oh no, Chalotus was maybe waiting for the good clear. Still Chicken will get it and get the 5th one.
There we go from Chicken, getting the finish, getting the fall through, and the consistency that we were witnessing from Havelock High so far in this series. Surrey ECA now looking for any hope, any glimmer of a chance for them to get a goal in this game, because it was so close in the last one.
Yeah.
They kept it competitive, but I talked about this before, Tramaco, in previous series where we see one team dominate on offense. You can only hold out for so long.
Well, and so far, Surrey EC, maybe they had a good spurt, a good moment on that game number 1. They were not consistent at all, and maybe Havelock just understand their play side right now. You know, they said, well, we took our foot off the pedal a little bit on game number 1, and it cost us. You know, we were not able to dominate as much as we wanted. This time around, we're not giving them any chance. Okay, we're not giving them any moment to actually build momentum. So we're gonna just pound them as much as we can, get 6 goals if meant to be, very close to it, and just have a dominant win. So Havelock right now doing everything right. 4 shots only by Surrey EC. None of them were able to get in the net. All of them were saved actually by Havelock. So the control, the offense, everything moving onto the Rams.
I'm looking at the possession as well. 94 ball touches to 72 for Surrey ECA. That just really goes to show like how dominant Havelock High were in that game as far as control of the ball was. Not just getting the goals and getting the shots that they had, because again, overwhelming offense as I was talking about, but still those saves too crucial for them to keep this at a shutout in game 2. And with this win, I feel like this is a lock-in moment for Havelock High. I didn't even mean to say that as they have luck in the name, but still, they know, okay, it was close in game 1. They dominated in game 2. They just need to go to business as usual in game 3, and they'll move on to the next round. But if you're Surrey ECA, you need to find the magic that was in game 1 for you.
Is it going to be easy to do so? I don't think so.
No,
because
not at all.
Again, they have just a few minutes. It was like 1 or 2 minutes where they played really well. They were able to control the ball very well. And after those 2 minutes were done, Havelock decided, okay, we're going to get serious back again. You know, we're not going to let these go to overtime. So they were able to get back on track and get the win on game number 1. Game number 2 was everything Havelock. And now you see how they are controlling the ball on the midfield as well. Going for the passing plays, trying to avoid that clears and shots and passes. You know, even getting aggressive now, very physical here from Havelock. So doing everything they can to make it weird, awkward for Surrey Easy.
And that's what you need to do if you're Havelock. Make sure you are able to shut down any opportunity that Surrey ECA know, because they are desperate, they are cornered, and you know that you have them right where you want them, and exactly there is not where you want to be. With a shot almost in a wide open opportunity. Unfortunately, at the midfield line, another miss from Surrey ECA, but you can tell the pressure is getting to them. They know this is their last life, their last chance. They need a reverse sweep against Havelock High to stay in the competition.
That's good. That's good from Surrey EC. Oh my God, so close. Oh, what a save. They were able to get it out of the way. It was a hit between teammates twice, one from Surrey EC and another one from Havelock. It allows Surrey EC to actually get the clear. The center is good. Chalotus with the save. That was a great read by Chalotus. Opportunity here, but IR Johnny with no boosted attack was able to hit the ball out of the way. Ganji with the pass, no one there. However, Chicken was able to catch it and keep the ball on the orange end zone, which is good enough to keep control and let Havelock attack a little bit more.
Already a minute and 30 seconds gone, and not a single goal scored by either team. This is the longest time we've gone without a goal. Almost cast a cursor for a second for Havelock High, but no control, no follow-up from Surrey ECA. They have been put on awareness that they have to take their time. They can't overcommit. They can't send 2 players up. They need to have their bases covered and have any opportunity to bounce back in this series, and this is their time to shine. So far, so good, but how long will that last?
Surrey ECE has to start, thinking ahead whenever they're going to hit the ball, because it seems like they're hitting the ball just to hit it and get it out of the way, but at the same time, they have better opportunities. Oh my God, that was so close. That was so close. The crossbar just playing a beautiful goalie in that situation. Another opportunity here, but Chalotus decided wisely to stay back and just allow the opponents to actually hit the ball and give it to them. And that's what I'm saying before. Oh my God, so close. I heard Johnny with a save. And the shot, it's not going in.
What is happening in this series and this game specifically? Over half a game gone, no goals scored, so many shots from both teams on either side. But Havelock High are finding a drought that they did not expect themselves to be in. They are ill-prepared for it at this point in time. No hydration left for them, but the demos are going to be a benefit for them, but it doesn't net them a goal just yet.
2 minutes left here. And it's been, okay, there's a shot, that's still not the shot on the net, and it's going to be the breakaway opportunity here. Gummy Bear with a pass, that was an excellent pass. You see, so many times in my personal experience, I hit the ball and it goes with a pinch out of the way, like impossible to connect. But that hit from Gummy Bear landed on a placement, on the place that was so easy for their teammates to actually continue follow up and get the goal. So Surrey EC, now they have the lead for the first time in the series, and there's not that much time on the clock, so this is a golden opportunity for them.
And I think a big thing that has contributed to this lead was that teamwork, was that coordination, the confidence that we were witnessing from them. Ira Johnny hasn't had to really do much, just be on the defensive end as a third player.
Whoa.
And there it goes, bar down and in from Gummy Bear, 2-0 for Surrey ECA.
Chicken trying to get that save, and then, in the eve of going for the save, he got stuck into that post and was never able to get back on track, and that's why he wasn't there to actually get the defense, the save that they needed on that moment. So Havelock now trailing by 2, something that they haven't done throughout the whole series. Let's see how they're able to come back from this, if anything, if they are able to do so. But with only 1 minute here left on the clock and all the shots that they have been missing, I don't think they're in the right mindset to do so.
A little bit over a minute to go for Havelock High to see what they can do to keep this pressure away from their side of the field. It's just a flip of a coin, it feels like, based on the aggressiveness we saw from Havelock in the first 2 games compared to this one. They've been stuck in their half for the majority of it. No, that's an own goal, and that's got to hurt for Surrey ECA. They have to lock in now because they are 1 goal away from a potential tie.
Yeah, unnecessary. I mean, Johnny, Johnny and every player, every Rocket League player, it's so important for you to know the field and maybe just give guided by the lines on the field, and that tells you, how close or far away are you from the goal line, and will tell you if you need to go actually for those saves or not. So that hit was completely unnecessary, but now it gives Havelock an opportunity to actually go for the overtime, actually maybe even win the match on regulation. There's an opportunity for that. So they're going to get more crazy on offense, and you see that play, the pass for Chalotus was excellent, and now he's going to get it. He's going to get it. The pass was great, but the fake, the timing for that dribble was even better, and now we have a tight game.
That we do. You said potential for an OT. Well, we are right in that territory here and now. Still a chance for Surrey EC to try their best to close out this game and keep their dreams alive in this bracket. But if one goal is scored, a single goal by Havelock High without one by Surrey ECA, that will be the end of their run in this tournament, even after taking down Edgecombe earlier in the bracket. Less than 10 seconds to go towards our potential first OT of our tournament, at least on this broadcast that we have seen so far. And now we are about to get to that situation, but instead it will be IR Johnny keeping this up as best they can. It is going the other side. The orange side dangerously keeping this up. You don't want to give this to Chalonis on the backboard. There's a fall through. Instead, it will be going for Chicken, who had the touch, and they will let it drop down. We do get our first OT here, Chimako.
I don't get it. I don't get why Surrey EC actually tried to keep that ball high. I mean, it was the attack from Havelock, and now opportunity, and that's it.
It's open, it's in, and there it goes. It will be the follow through by Ganji to put it through, and it will be 6 seconds into OT. Havelock High come back, unfortunately for Surrey ECA, but it will be a sweep and a closeout of the series in round 2.
It was Johnny again that hit the ball.
No.
I feel so bad.
Happens to the best of them, though, especially when the pressure is at the highest moment. But look at the shot total from Surrey ECA. That was beautiful from them there. But we're going to be switching over quickly soon to some Smash Bros in just a second to see how that series is going to go down in just a moment. They haven't started those matchups yet, I don't believe. So Havelock, Surrey ECA, so close between those two squads in this game individually, and the first one, too. It just did not prove to be enough for Surrey ECA. And just individual efforts, yes. I mean, you can go home and say, okay, I did make those mistakes. It did cost us, but they were already down by 2 games in the series. You can't just for Smash Bros too. So we'll be going into the next matchup here. We'll see who the players are once we get them on our screen. Sephiroth versus Sora, Bona versus Agent, as we have these 2 players. Sora, this is my first time seeing Sora in a while, so I'm curious to see how they will be performing. You have to really switch through the different elemental abilities that you can use for Sora. And then Sephiroth, I believe I remember seeing this player, or at least someone who played Sephiroth in the qualifiers, dominating the competition, and nobody could stop them.
It's very, I mean, when you are a very good Sephiroth player, you can keep distance very well. He has a sword unlike any other here in the game, where it's the distance that he can cover is very much unique. It's so wide, the range that he has, that he doesn't perform as a sword player, you know, like all the others. It's a little bit different. So
the final boss is basically what
well,
they are.
It is, yeah. And so far, Sora having a very hard time, Agent 3, getting through that space, that zone that Sephiroth is creating.
There we go, a nice combo, though, into the air, and you do see them try to use that Thundaga just to stop them and ledge guard as best as possible. Blizzaga, they'll try to see if they can stun them once they get back onto the stage, and that'll be a good maneuver for them, but it takes a little bit more time to use from what I remember based on this character. So Sephiroth, a little bit dangerous, maybe a bit of a misinput, and it will be a good combo from Agent 3 so that they can get some good damage onto the Sephiroth, but even with that, the shielding is perfect. They timed it properly so that they could get a combo themselves, and they are able to dodge for a second, though they can avoid things for a moment, but that's a great combo. I was waiting for the Blizzaga. They had to wait for a time where there was a cooldown period for the Sephiroth, and they used it perfectly.
That was a great use. It's funny to me. The only thing I'm going to say is that the Blizzaga, the Thundaga, they're all from Final Fantasy, okay? Yep. And he's playing against a Final Fantasy character here, and he's using the magic, you know, against him. That's the only thing. It's funny to me.
It's like Kingdom Hearts.
Otherwise, yeah, but it's whatever. Kingdom Hearts it's going everywhere. You know, it's going through so many different franchises. Yeah. But they're going to be using the Final Fantasy magic. Okay,
use your magic against them. That's what you got to do for this character here in Sora, but he's their key blade as well. I'm excited for the new Kingdom Hearts 2 to see exactly how that one's going to come out too. The bear, and there we go, a nice hit off the stage. And well, I feel like Bone probably could have maybe gotten back, but still taking that one on the chin, going to recover so that they have full room to work with on the stage in the neutral zone. This is Final Destination, so no platforms to really work with for either of these characters. I'm curious on what the stage changes will interact with throughout the series, but Agent 3, 120%. They got to be careful, though. If you are Sephiroth, you don't want to get stunned by that Blizzaga and get frozen and comboed on. And here we have the Blizzaga, but since they didn't have much percentage, it didn't keep them frozen for too long.
And he's quickly using the Firaga and the Thundaga. You know, he's only going for the Blizzaga. Is the one that he actually wants to use. Actually, you know, hunting on the Thundaga a little bit. So maybe he actually wants to use the Thundaga as well. But now we're even. We're totally even now. Sora getting the better exchange, better of the exchange and racking up some damage. He misses the Thundaga. That was close. That was a good use of the magic.
Making it that much more difficult for Bone to get back onto the stage, but they do manage to get some combos going for themselves. A nice neutral air too. Try to go for an up air, or not up air, excuse me, up smash to keep them away. And now we are having some neutral airs yet again, just to cover all of the range, because that long range that you do see with Sephiroth and try to dodge as best they can. They can't get on the stage as much as they want to, but finally we do see them happen, get there, and we do see Sora get back onto the stage, but the percentage is not in their favor.
That was a good hit, and now try to hold him on the ledge. Let's see what Sephiroth can do, what Bone can do. It wasn't enough. Another big hit, and how many more can Agent 3 get before he gets sent off here and gets a knockout? Because it's been quite a few after hitting the 100% mark.
Oh no,
and
the
this
shield
is gonna
break.
be it.
That's going to be it. Bone, what are you doing? Okay, they were taking a bit too much time. I was worried there for a second, but they did manage to get it.
He was trying the fatality, you know. He was going, you know, up high, pressing the buttons, the combination. It didn't work out. So in the end, just a hit and let's go.
Maybe try to stun on their opponent a little bit there and just showcase that, hey, you know, I got the shield break. I made sure that I kept an eye on the shield level of my opponent. And that's exactly where things led down to at the end there. So we'll see what stage they go for as they're picking it off screen right now. And I'm curious if we go to one with platforms, if there's going to be any character changes. No, we're going to Pokemon Stadium 2. So not in the center of the platforms, they're like kind of on the sides. And I kind of like that to see if we do have Sora coming through yet again. We're getting a Cloud, more Final Fantasy this time from Bone. Bone had Sephiroth, now going with Cloud. Cloud is like a tried and true character in Smash Bros. At this point.
A little bit different from Sephiroth. You know, it's still a sword, a very long range on the sword, maybe one of the longest still in the game, but plays a little bit different. And now with the platforms, maybe I don't know if it's a good choice, you know, to go Cloud with the platforms or not. I'm not that versed in the game.
Pretty decent, yeah. Because as you can see here, they're using those up airs and making it so that they can't really stay on those platforms as much as possible. So if they would want to camp out on those platforms, because this is their counter pick for Agent 3 or AJ. As we see here, they are doing what they can, and that is the big thing with Bone, with this, not Sephiroth, excuse me, Cloud, using that limit break so that they can get some good damage. It's good for recovery, but also good for just getting that stock away from your opponent. It's a nice Sandaga.
But very well placed. Nice damage, but still, you know, Cloud. It feels like he is holding his ground very well. Like he knows where he wants to fight in this match, and he's making sure that he's keeping the fight in that place, which is, you know, very close to the platforms.
So curious on what Agent 3's strategy is going to be in this game specifically, because they kept it so close in that last one. It looked really good, but Cloud is also just such a high-tier character compared to Sephiroth. Sephiroth's got some good range, but not as high of a tier character. Not many people play Sephiroth as much either. A little bit too floaty compared to some of the other characters when it comes to speed, and that speed is working out really well here for this Cloud. So I'm liking the way that Bone's been performing with them, the combos that are working out pretty well, and they haven't even dropped the stock yet.
It's pretty even on this on percentage-wise, but you're right. You know, it's still 3-2 on the stock for Cloud, for Bone. Might be able to get the second one, and there it is. There it is, the second one. You know, Vision is I like that Bone is very confident about diving in and going for those kills. If he has the hit, he's going for it. I mean, even if he doesn't have the hit, he's still trying to fly over and get those. Thundaga tried to make it hard on Cloud to actually climb back in, but I mean, Bone has the timing very nicely set, and he has the limit right now, so waiting on him to use it. Okay, he missed.
Thank goodness, too. That was a perfect timing for the shield. Otherwise, it would have been a KO coming out onto Agent 3. So AJ doing the best they can to stay in this tournament as much as they can. Again, if they do go down in this game, they still at least have a chance for a reverse sweep, but Thundaga not as effective as they want. Finally, they are able to take off that stock almost 200% onto Bone, but now they're at 100% themselves and have to take off 2 stocks when they only have 1, and really a nail thread here as well. So we'll be going back to some Rocket League after this game to see how things are going there. Very likely Bone taking this one based on the seeding and what we've seen so far, but we'll be changing on it to seeing how Lecanton versus Esports Legends will be doing it there too in that series. And there we go. There goes the game, and we'll be going into that match in just a sec as well. And good matchup here as well from Bone, and kind of expected to see them take that after. Yes, it was close in game one, but they still kept it competitive, and they really showcase, okay, maybe this is my main. This is what I know I can win and take the victory, because you got to go with what you're comfortable with, but also what's a good counter to who you're playing against.
Well, it happened, and I think the next game that we're going to have is Lincoln against Esports Legends A Rocket League.
Hey.
That's a matchup that...
Legends earlier,
yeah, that's a matchup that we actually
This is the
wanted
first
to see.
seed, so
it
looks like
seems-
a game happened as well.
Yeah.
3-2, so very close between those two squads. So that's why I was talking about, like, Esports Legends, they are a really good team. They can take it to the best of them, but they didn't get the win in that game. So curious what the score of the series is currently for that matchup. But either way, there is a win for Lincoln for them to get that. So we'll be going into that game momentarily to see how these squads are performing. But still, great work being put on by all the teams, all the players, everyone who is out there performing in these VESL Greensboro regionals here at the UNCG Esports Arena. Shout out again to the lovely UNCG Esports crew. And you've been able to see at least some videos of the facility here. Definitely recommend checking it out, getting a tour if you are interested in going to this college too, as they have been so grateful to allow us to use their space and some of their students too, so that they can help put on this production.
Yeah, allowing us to host this event here, and also another UNC in Wilmington, another UNC, what's the word?
Like a satellite college, I think, maybe, or satellite campus?
Yeah.
Something like that.
So you know, using UNC as much as we can here.
Yes.
From VESL, except in Charlotte, because why not? But maybe we got a better location over there. Maybe,
Well, they do have like I think it's like the Bank of America Stadium that the Panthers use, and they're sponsoring.
We're not going to be complaining about that.
Yeah, not complaining at all.
But regardless, very good. It seems like it's very accommodating for the players here and what they're doing. So it's very nice. And outside, people are watching as well. Two very nice screens and people just enjoying the action. So very, very nice facilities here in this location.
Yeah, so we'll be getting into this game soon, whenever they tell us. But I believe we're going to be taking a little bit of a breather in just a sec, just to get this match set up and make sure that we have the right score. They might have just been doing a test lobby instead, actually. So we're going to be going into a hype field. We'll be back with that matchup after this.
Perfection is unattainable. But if we chase perfection, we can obtain excellence. Thousands of students, hundreds of teams across this great state are all in pursuit. We've dwindled it down to the elite. We may be able to catch that excellence. Out to midfield space, Adonis over the top, going to crossbar. Right there. Yeah, you have the flash, you have the flip reset, and you. Welcome back to the VESL State Qualifiers. $72,000 are on the line. These high schoolers are looking to put on a show. North Carolina, are you ready?
Welcome, and we will be getting into the first game of this series. It was just a test lobby that we were talking about with the matchup specifically. So I've heard this is probably going to be a bit one-sided because it is the #1 seeded team. I believe they're all SSLs for a reason. They're pretty high MMR as well. So I'm excited to see what Esports Legends can do against the squad, but when you're facing off against like a behemoth and you're like David and Goliath in this situation, it's like you're going into an RLCS qualifier and you're facing off against like Gen G or Vitality. What can you do in those situations when you are like the underdog?
You know, I played some casuals against some people that had SSL tags, and I beat them. So I don't know.
Okay. You know, that's fair. That's fair. You just don't disregard everything and go and win. That's what you need to do, Esports Legends.
Look, you shouldn't be thinking about that. That's it. Okay, so we're gonna be going there and try to play our game. We have a system, you know, pass it to Smelly, what is it? Stinky Boss.
Stinky Boss, yes. That is who you want to rally
Stinky Boss and let him do his thing. You know, that's gonna be it. So, I don't know. I wouldn't be too keen on the titles and on the rank right now.
Fair. That's fair. But they are the #1 seed out of
It
97
is. No.
schools.
It is a very powerful school. Okay,
Yes.
it is a very powerful school. So I'm just saying that you don't want to be thinking about that the whole time. You don't want to be damaging your mind, your mentality, just from the get-go.
Focus on it. Go game by game by game, and then that's what you got to do to get the victory in this series. So we'll see once we get the players, into the lobby itself, on how things are going to go between.
By the way,
Esports Legends and this squad here.
Wake Youth leadership against Agri and Psy ECA. It's happening right now, and it's exciting. I mean, it's very spicy so far. Game 2 of the best of 5, obviously. But, man, I mean, is it close? Agri won the first one, and they are now losing the second one with an amazing goal by Fatu. This is another hype series going on right now on Charlotte. So yeah, loving the action right there. I'm loving that we have the screens and we can just see everything that's happening.
I believe we got the game actually now here too. So we're all ready for Lincoln Team A Team A versus Esports Legends Team A. We'll see what John Maney, Super Duper and Super Duper Aaron and Super Duper Cam. So it's Aaron and Cam. That makes it easier.
Yeah.
Versus Redman, Kachao Kid, and Stinky West. We got Redman back on their account, so don't have to worry about our admin's name being in the lobby. They had their moment to shine for a second. But nonetheless, we'll see what Esports Legends team can do against the Super Duper squad from Lincolnton.
Super Duper Aaron getting the heat on the ball. I mean, that was a Super Duper shot on the net.
It was.
Yeah. And I'm going to say, John is also Super Duper, but he's more humble.
Definitely. They just have their government name. Or maybe it's not even their name. Maybe it's someone else's name. I've seen people do that before.
Yeah.
Who was it that I can't remember? It was one of the pro players was playing as someone else's name. It wasn't even like their first name that they were doing for that. I forget who it is. But nonetheless, we do have that first goal there for Lincolnton, getting goal #1 against Esports Legends.
Look at that.
Team A.
Look at that.
And there is an open net for Kachao Kid with the Kachao goal explosion. They got to feel good about tying up so quickly.
Okay. The Super Duper team leaving the ball into Kachao Kid's hands, and he's just, you know what, this is an open net, and I don't miss those, okay? I don't miss those, so I'm going to take advantage and get the first goal for my team, make things even right now, and this is where the game starts.
First minute about to be gone, and there's a team bump in the air. John does get the goal, puts it through. Kachao Kid got taken advantage of by Cam, from what we saw happen on that challenge. Lost the 50-50 and lost control of their defensive effort, so will be a lead quickly for Lincoln. And John seems to be just the offensive powerhouse for this team, I guess, as far as keeping the pressure going and making it difficult for the other team to do anything.
You're telling me that the Super Duper duo are not the offensive powerhouses here on the team? Is the John with a normal last name?
Maybe.
Nah. Didn't see it coming. Anyway, 2-1 right now. Lincoln moving on the back end, going for the defense and trying to set up something now with that clear. The pass is way too forward, way too fast, and there was no one to complain to actually catch the ball and do something about it. Stinky Boss trying to go for the center. Very well catch by Cam, and now Aaron with the pass in the midfield. Once again, they're trying to do the passes, but they are putting the ball way too forward, and no one is able to connect. So maybe they will have to back down on those passes a little bit and to allow their teammates to actually score on them. I mean, not score, but hit them and make something happen.
3 minutes now remaining on the clock too. Lincolnton still holding on to the lead as best as they can. Esports legends, plenty to work with, plenty of time as well. We've seen the coordination from these 3 players, but luckily enough for them, that didn't go through, but the follow through, I talked about it. The second man, John, seems to be the one in charge here.
That was so close and so tough on defense to actually get the save and get a good clear. I mean, yes, you can make contact on the ball, and the contact will be able to make the save and get the ball out of the way, but not in a favorable way for your teammates. It's gonna be more likely than not easier for the attackers to actually get a second chance and hit the ball once again on the net, and that's exactly what happened. So now we're halfway through on the game, and the blue team gets a 4th one. It is Lincolnton showing why they are the #1 seed here in the tournament.
That they are 4-1 already, looking so strong even after we saw Kachowkid able to get a goal themselves. Do have some game audio now too, so that we can add that into the action and make sure that we can keep this going forward afterwards. Thank you, production. It's okay. This is only day 1 of the competition, so we'll get things squared away as we can as we go on. But nonetheless, what a save coming out here. Champions Field, I mean, I guess changed with the game. Not really the traditional starting zone you would see for some of these games, but I feel like it is a set map you could use for a good regional.
You know what? I'd rather play in the Champions Field than not.
Yeah.
See, I don't want to get to game number 5 to play with. Just do it. Let's just do it. So, you know, there's some people that have some rotation on board with the maps, and they want to use it and leave Champions Field for the last. But whatever. Put Wasteland on the last. It doesn't matter that much. And now 6-1. I mean, 2 minutes left. This is only the 3rd minute of the game, and Lincoln just beating everyone. They don't care. They're just getting the demos, getting the shots on net, getting the passes. They're doing everything right now offensively.
Less than 2 minutes to go too for Esports Legends to really try to do anything in this game. So crazy to see the work that is being put on so far with the way these players are performing, but nonetheless, Lincoln doing everything necessary. What we expected, the #1 seed going into this matchup, 6-1 into this game so far, and I don't think that's where they're going to leave off in the rest of the series. I think they're going to continue with that offensive effort. We've seen it from most of these teams, but able to get high score totals throughout these games. And they are the ones to be. They are the ones that are likely going to dominate. I'm curious on how this 3rd round match is going to go, Chimaka. That's going to be where the metal beats the paint for a saying there, as we see the best teams facing off against the best squads who have what it takes, where only 4 can advance to the state finals.
Exactly, only 4, and then we're going to have the state finals. And yes, we want to see who are going to be those 4 teams that they have. I feel we want to see Rocky River play again and see how they match up against some of these behemoths that we're watching right now. 7-1, we did get the Brazil here. Let's see if they hold on to that one or if they're going to keep scoring. Whoever scores, I don't mind if they break the Brazil, and I'll be happy.
It would be nice to see, but we'll see as this progresses forward. Less than a minute to go for Esports Legends to potentially get that 2nd goal that they are vying for. First game, well, the Super Duper squad doing what they can to get the majority of the goals for their team. Aaron with 2, we saw Cam with a bunch, and John also contributing for the most part. Thinking about, we talked about that start of the show for Esports Legends before. It's hard to do what you can in the past with carrying your team to victory when you've got 3 solid players in your facing off against.
It's so hard. I mean, people. Yes, one player can make a huge difference, but at the same time, there's players as good as you or better on the other side, and it's very hard to actually be able to do some difference for your team. So, with that said, you know, Kentucky and Redmond, they're no slouches. They can do a lot to hold themselves into the game as well. They just maybe are not used to the play style that the Super Duper team here is showcasing. So that's why it's very hard for them to do something so far.
I think so.
But let's see the next matchup. You know, maybe they can figure out some strategy to do better, look better on the rest of the series.
We will see. That's the big thing.
Remains to
Only
be seen,
time will
yeah.
tell for Esports Legends in this series. Lincolnton, they've been doing what they can, what we expect from them. I mean, they are the top seed for a reason. They have proven that in game number 1. Now it's just keeping things going, keeping that consistency. Can they do that? I believe they'll be able to, but again, this is a LAN environment. There's so many different factors you got to worry about. Maybe you felt great in the first game and you ate too much pizza, and then you're like, oh, my stomach's hurting in game 2, and then you're not on your A game, and that's the time for Esports Legends to get the victory. There's so many different factors that aren't contributing to an online environment that are a factor here on LAN. So we'll see once we get into this next game how things are going to be going in just a bit, but still a great start for Lincolnton to get that confident victory in game 1, prove why they were the first seed. They got to pick up where they left off in that first game, though, in these next ones.
They get here and they were very serious about it. You know, it's like, okay, we get the first goal. They seem to chill a little bit. You know,
They did. They're like, okay, we could score goals on LAN. They got that.
But you know, after that goal from Kachao Kid, they decided they took it personal. It's like
they did. It's like, oh, you're gonna score on us and tie it up that easy. We wanted to show that we're the best team. So let me take a step back there for a second, and that's when they went off and got all those goals that we saw there. 11 shots, 7 goals. That's the best differential we've seen for a high scoring game, too. Usually we see way more shots to get that many goals. Nonetheless, though, game 2 here, Esports Legends Team A got to see what Redman, Chow Kid, and Sticky Bus can do to try and get this victory here and now. Tie up the series. Lincolnton doing what they can to hold on to their lead in the series as well as take towards the other side.
This is the moment where control really is very good. Look at that shot. This shot was, that shot was possible because the player kept control of the ball. They kept the ball very close to themselves and were able to hit it not only once but twice or 3 times. So Esports Legends, on the other hand, they're just moving the ball every time they can. You know, they're trying to get away from the ball and just send it out. And when you do that, you're basically giving the ball away to the blue team, so you're not going to have an opportunity to actually attack once more. It's very hard because at this moment, that's not something that you can do and improve in only one series. You know what I'm saying? You got to be good and comfortable at going for air dribbles and ground dribbles and stuff like that, and double touches for you to be able to play that way. That's something that Lincoln is doing very well, and Esports Legends is not.
We'll see him as Esports Legends holding Lincolnton to a 0-0 scoreline for longer than we have seen ever. So
I thought it
should have been in, but Sticky Bus is the one able to strike through and get that one aside instead. Shooting over Eric, now looking for their opportunity to get these away from their half. Good touch out towards the center. Another chance as well for Esports Legends to move down the field. A good center from Sticky Bus, but nobody in position for Esports Legends Team A. Keep this pressure going. Instead, Lincolnton, they are just taking this business as usual. Even though they haven't gotten a goal yet, they know that one is looming over top of the heads and the minds of Esports Legends. Any moment, they know that they can score.
Yeah, we have spent probably 30 seconds on the orange system. You know, the attacks have not been fruitful, but at the same time, they have been very consistent. They're attacking every single time. So, and look at the coordination. You know, they talk to each other. I think one of the players had the chance to actually go for the ball, and he turned immediately as soon as he noticed that his teammates had a better shot than himself. So yes, they are very well coordinated. Another shot here, beautifully saved by Stinky Boss. I mean, yes, Lincoln seems like a stronger team right now, but I mean, credit where credit is due. Stinky Bus with a great save on that play.
Stinky Bus having to do most of the work for the side of Esports Legends with the way that they are performing on defense and on offense. They know that they are the captain that the rest of their team is looking forward to when it comes to any chance of getting a victory against the 2 teams. They've been pulling out all the stops. Defense, offense, midfield, regardless of where they need to be, they are there at the perfect time to stop this Lincolnton team in their tracks. So if you're Lincolnton, I'd be focusing on Sticky Bus, trying to demo and bump them so that you at least have an opening.
Every single time, right? Every single time. Just bump.
4 saves already. There we go, 1 bump, and now it's wide open. What is I talking about? There we go.
So it's multiple. okay. I don't know. It's probably fine. I mean, you should have him coach instead. You know,
Well, memory's pretty awesome, to be fair. But either way, that's exactly what they need to do.
Assistant coach, yeah?
Assistant coach.
Okay,
maybe,
good.
maybe, yeah. But Lincoln, they did exactly what I was talking about. They noticed that Stinky Bus was the one that was getting in their way. Up in the midfield, there was nobody back on the rotation, and they got the first goal. Okay, now they need to keep up where they left off and get a second goal after that. They know how to score now in this second game. So they got to be careful about the rest of the squad. Here for Esports Legends, it's not, unfortunately, this is like a pop-up to open that up for Cam.
That was a tough one. Chalk hit it, and he had the right idea. He wanted to put it across on the corner, but he ended up having making a pass without knowing it. And the player that was on the backboard had the right idea, but you know, if you don't practice those backboard saves very often, they're quite hard to manage on the spot. So I mean, not a bad play at all. I mean, overall for Esports Legends, they did what they had the right idea the whole time. Now another shot here that's going to be unfortunate. Super duper Aaron making way through every single defender to get that shot on the net.
Doesn't matter where the defense is of Esports Legends Team A. Lincoln will be able to score, and they've proven that in loads in the last game and in game 2 of this best of 5. 1:13 on the clock now. Esports Legends, you got to see if they can keep this consistency going. Another great touch into the center, almost, but stopped out by the defense of Esports Legends for just mere moments. Boost taken by Cam. Still lurking cherry picker position. Nobody's in position there. They will be able to get the 4 goals. Likely close out a win in this game at least.
We spent like 3 minutes with no goals, and then all of a sudden, we got a 4-0 game by Lincoln. And they decided to, I don't know, maybe they didn't decide anything. It's just that the morale from Esports Legends is falling down at this moment. Because it seems like, I told you before, I think Kachakit and Redman, they needed to understand the opponent a little bit more, understand how they play so they could be more useful. And I think they were for the longest time. But now once the first goal came in and then the second one was so heartbreaking, then they decided, okay, I mean, I'm done with that game. I don't feel like playing anymore.
Great look so far. 30 seconds to go here. See what Esports Legends can do. Nice touch by Aaron. Almost fakes him out in the air as well with the air dribble, but there was 3 players who went for the ball, so someone had to connect on that play. Shavako.
Now, 10 seconds left here. Nothing's going to change. We know who's going to be the victor this match. One more goal, why not? You know, super duper Aaron. They don't want to fall behind JT in average goals per game. You know, I think that's what they're going for. Let's make it fun. Every single game, keep our average high for the rest of the event. Not that we're keeping track of the goals and making an average, but you know, maybe they feel that way. So, 5 seconds left here. Esports Legends. I mean, this is tough to watch because they were such a good team before. You know, we saw them this morning, and they played absolutely great. They had a beautiful series, and it was very even, but they managed to win. They showcase what they can do. But right now, you know, they
11
are
shots
against
to 1. It's tough when you're facing off against literally the top dogs on the other side of things.
Literally,
So
those are the top dogs.
They are the top dogs, as we see there. They may have an L in their logo, but there's no L's in sight as far as this series goes for Lincolnton, as we have seen them just show out and notice that, okay, they are able to make adjustments during the series, and that's why they're the #1 seed. You have to be able to make those adjustments at a moment's notice, the flip of a dime, so that you can overcome the odds, overcome your opponents. They were getting frustrated, you could tell, because it took so much time for that first goal to go through. But once the first one opened, the floodgates were wide open afterwards. Goal after goal after goal after goal. Esports Legends tried to do what they could. Stinky Bus couldn't carry them as much as he was hoping to. And then the rest was history in that game too.
Well, there's one more game here. This one is about having fun. You know, I think at this moment.
And Wake Leadership Academy won their series, so congrats to them.
I was really looking forward for Agri as a team. I was really impressed with them, but I mean, Wake Youth Leadership getting the win is, I mean, more respect to them, I think. And so I really want to see Wake Youth Leadership after this and see how they do. Maybe it states, maybe if they make it over there. So we shall see.
We'll check the bracket in a little bit just to see exactly where they will be moving on to. I think we might have that one here a little bit later.
Get the Bronco right there. You don't see that every day.
Oh my goodness. But still.
But that's the part about having fun, okay? So right now, you know, game number 3, go with the go do. I mean, you can do that, you know? Yeah, I mean, enjoy it. This moment. At the end of the day, it's all about having fun. You know, it's video games, like sports. They're created to have fun first and foremost. So it is a competition, but things are getting hairy like that. Don't get frustrated over there. You know, learn from it, but at the same time have fun doing it.
Yeah, so it's a great move to move on to third match.
Okay.
So was that actually by
Yeah.
Okay, never mind. So they move on to Sun Valley. They'll be playing in the second round. So no third round matches yet. So we don't know exactly who's going to be there just at this point in time. Still two great matches. We have the first round completed now with that series being finished. So we got that out of the way. Now we just got to get to the second round. There's less teams, less matches, but there's still some great competition going on there. This is our second round. Ooh, here. Oh, what a save. How did they get that one away?
I don't know. I don't know.
So take Pong off the post.
Yeah, that was so close. By the way, people can keep track of the bracket on this video. But I mean, they can't follow up.
Just at Reed on Twitter from the VESL staff and say, why is the bracket not up to date?
Wow.
That's all you got to do.
And you
Reed,
told them,
I'm looking at you. The bracket needs to be updated.
and you said Vaudeville said.
Vaudeville says, Reed, update the bracket, please. Thank
Yes.
you.
And then you follow them both.
Yes. There you go. But still, Lincoln, first goal already, as we were talking about too. Unfortunate for Esports Legends. They're here locally in Greensboro. Lincoln, I believe they're in another location that they are playing, probably from Charlotte. But still, looking as strong as they can, trying to do what they can to represent their specific region and conference. But this is some of the best players that are in the Rocket League portion, at least, of this competition for the regionals themselves for VESL. And the state final still ahead, and still another matchup after this for Lincoln too. Looking at the matchup itself as well. Reed messaged me and said he's not updating the bracket.
Well, get to it, okay? Get to it. That's all I'm gonna say. It's super impressive here. I mean, super duper Aaron getting that shot over the defender. That's not the impressive part for me. The impressive part is that you know how low is the SSL population in Rocket League.
It's like 0.0001 or something like that.
Something like that,
Yeah.
right? They get about 3 people at that level, you know, in this school, in that school, and that's it. That's super impressive to me. I mean, it's
and with being high school, I don't think you like recruit people
No,
from middle school.
probably
that play
not.
Rocket League.
Probably
You
not.
just get people that go there that are good at the game, and they're like,
Yeah.
okay, thankfully this is working out.
so that's the impressive part for me, because you see it here. You see that you know, at the state competition where some schools have 1 or 2 very strong players, and then another one that is not as close. There we go. Okay, we got that goal. We got it. So yeah, I'm super impressed on how this team actually, you know, Lincoln, you should be trying for the 128th spot, you know, at least.
Yeah, go play some RLCS quals after
Yes.
this weekend. That's all I'm saying. It's next weekend for those that are interested. Nonetheless, though, the winner of this, likely to continue from what we have seen, faces off against the winner of Rocky River and Cabarrus.
Okay,
Cabarrus.
I want to
think
see
it's
it.
Cabarrus.
I want to see that. I want to see the next matchup. Whoever wins this, which is probably Lincoln, against the winner of that series. It should be back.
Cabarrus 3-0'd Philippa Berry in the first round, too, so that'd be interesting if they move on. Rocky River's still pretty solid, too, from what we saw
Yep.
there as well. North Lincoln Team A, they're going to be faced off against Green Hope later on, too. Ardrey High School versus Garinger is also a matchup that's going on as well, so that's something to keep an eye out as well. And Monroe High versus JTU Williams and Havelock, we just saw that with Surrey ECA, and they moved on to the next round. So we have a couple of third-round contenders already. We see another goal go through here by Aaron. Super duper Aaron takes their time. They could have passed it off to their teammate, but they faked it out just enough so that the defense would have gone for a commit on that second player. Maestros of the game. That's all I can say.
Yeah. And when you're not used to play against people this caliber, you hesitate. You hesitate. Like, okay, so what is going to happen? What are they going to do? And even though sometimes you actually know what they're going to do, it still is very hard to defend because they do it masterfully. You know, no mistakes or higher than what you usually see instead of going a little bit lower. You know, the keys, the opportunities that they have, it's way larger than people at the level that you're used to play. So it's very tough to actually read the plays and be able to get something out of it.
Oh, there we go.
In this one, Redman decided I'm not falling for any fakes. I'm just going for the ball and that's it. And I applaud you, Redman. Great goal.
Beautiful look from Redman, but you know what that sets up?
Bro, you gotta
I know
stop.
I keep bringing it up. I know I keep bringing it up.
You gotta
but
stop
it's
the
going to
Brazils.
happen again. I mean, there's a minute and 24 seconds.
You understand that I used to be the Samcaster. I'm saying used to be because whatever now. But
oh, man. Hopefully they get you back at some of the majors in this next season. But still, it's okay. I was hoping Brazil would win that series, too, when I was watching it. And then I was heartbroken again. But still, a little bit over now, just a minute remaining between these two teams. Esports Legends, they put up a valiant fight so far. It's not over just yet. If they can't get another goal, it does go the other direction, though. Cam does get this through. And one thing to note, too, they made it to the second round. They made it past so many different teams who fell here. Okay, I had to count real quick. 8 different teams that fell in this series, or not in this series, in this first round. So we're already on to our top 16 teams in the second round of competition. Then after that, it's the top 8 to try and move on to the top 4 for the state finals. So we're cutting down, trimming the fat a little bit, you could say, as things go down. But Stinky Boss able to get it. There we go.
No Brazil.
No Brazil will be prevented. It's going to help a little bit there for the Spirits, but we will have Dumb and Taco playing in this next matchup with Smash Bros in just a little bit too. They're about to take the stage here locally in Greensboro against each other, see exactly how that series is going to go. That'll be our first time seeing those two players too, as I believe they're still going through the first round of Smash here.
Well, the first time for us here at this stage.
On this stage, yes.
Yeah.
We've seen them in the regionals, we've seen them perform before as well, but still, they get in. Less than 30 seconds, no chance to come back. What do you think is going to be on their minds going forward into that next round against their potential competition? Well, one step away from making it to states.
No, they gotta feel very confident, very comfortable. But at the same time, if I'm then, I'm screaming. I am playing ranked. I'm playing something, to keep myself warm and ready for the next battle, because it's gonna be a battle. Either whoever wins, I'm not going to say the names because I'm going to blow one of them. I'm going to say it right. But whoever wins...
Rocky River or Cabarrus?
Cabarrus. Okay,
yeah.
I was going to say it wrong. So whoever wins that series, it's going to be a strong opponent. I think maybe stronger than Esports Legends. And this was such an easy series for Lincoln that I don't think they're ready for the next one.
They might not be. That's true.
Not
those are two
right now.
Really good teams.
Not
that
right now.
Have to face
they gotta go.
They have a little bit of time, so they don't have to do it just yet. But congrats again to Lincolnton for getting the victory in this series against Esports Legends. I know we kind of went off on a tangent, but 7 goals to 2. We kind of expected this, the #1 seed going into this matchup. Esports Legends, they gave it their all. They were here locally. We interviewed them earlier about how much time and effort they were putting into it, and they made it into the top 16 in the state of North Carolina. That's something you can write home about. You maybe didn't make the state finals, but top 16 out of 97 teams, that's a big thing to write home about.
I will be proud. Yeah, definitely. It should be. They should be feeling really good about it. And again, they had the praise of ourselves as a casters.
Yeah.
We were very impressed with them. Unluckily for them, they faced the behemoth. Lincoln is a very strong team. So nothing to feel bad about it. Next.
But hey,
next
we got
year,
some Smash
next
Bros
season.
now that we're going to be going to. It is going to be Dumb versus Taco. We got a Bowser on the side between these two players. I love seeing Bowser, heavy character that you can literally just grab them, go under to the side of the stage and try and just take them down a peg there. But we'll see as things go on. It is Incineroar. Oh man, is this one of the Incineroars that we saw in the qualifiers? Because we saw like 2 Incineroars play against each other. I believe Dumb was one of them. Actually, now I'm thinking about it, this Incineroar is so good.
Another very powerful. I mean, I was talking about Kazu, how powerful he is as a hitter. But Incineroar is another one that can, make wow. And the wrestling kind of vibe that he has, such a nice touch for this character. Oh my God, suplex and out of the way.
Beautiful luck so far. Taco's got their work cut out for them, and I know we saw Taco during some of the qualifiers too. We saw both of these players with the way that they were performing. They were on top of the world, but it's going to be a tough battle for Taco just because of how heavy a character they are compared to Incineroar. And Incineroar with the maneuverability, yes, their recovery's not the greatest, but if they are able to do these combos, it'll be well enough for them to get some big damage numbers onto Taco. So that's going to be the big thing here. If Taco can take Dumb off the stage, that'll be beneficial for him. But if Dumb's just going to control the majority of the neutral zone and the ground, as you can see here, that's going to be tough for Taco to really do anything.
By the way, on the community, on the Smash community, Incineroar is one of those characters that is growing in popularity. That people don't know how to play it super well yet, so they're still tweaking it, but it feels like it has a great potential to be one of those best players. I mean, maybe not the highest tiers, but keep flowing and moving around on the tier selection.
Hey, there we go. Even up stocks between both these two. Shows how close these two players really are, and this is coming down to the wire between these two squads. I could easily see either of these two players making it to the state finals based on the performances we saw during the qualifiers. But there we go, a good grab and sending them back to get some massive damage onto Dumb. 90% already. This is huge for Taco. What a comeback. 100% already. And does get the dodge. Goes for the combo again. 123%. Hasn't been hit once.
Woo!
139%.
Flawless.
0 to death almost. And flawless, as you mentioned, not being hit once.
And he keeps going. He keeps going. He's dodging everything. I mean, not dodging, but blocking everything, and keep hitting damage on Damba. The Incineroar just having no clue how to attack. I mean, he had a great start here on the match on that first stock, but after that, it's been everything from Taco Bowser. Oh, and he sacrificed himself for the win.
What a victory by Taco to take him and just disrespect in game one of this best of 5, showcasing that they are not to be messed with in this game and this series. Beautiful work there by Taco, and that's why I love Bowser. That's what you got to do, especially when you're up by a stock.
I gotta love it. That was great. They are on the stage selection right now. But Bowser, I mean, surprising me a lot. Incineroar really brought him at the first stock, and that's it. That's it. After that one, it was all Bowser. So incredible. I'm gonna call it a comeback. It wasn't a comeback, but performance. Performance after the first third.
Yeah, Dumb was doing really good as the Incineroar with the combos we saw. They were getting into a rhythm. It was a flow state for a second, but then afterwards it was interrupted abruptly, and it's unfortunate to say the least there. But now we'll see as we get into this next one. Actually, we're gonna go back to Rocket League for a second. Instead, we're hopping around here, trying to make sure all these matches are taken care of. But
I gotta say, I'm a bit sad because I wanted to see the album, but still, okay, I understand. That's fine.
We'll be getting into it as quickly as we can, but I think this is North Lincoln facing off against their opponents in that next series. So we'll see what's happening there. It is going to be North Lincoln versus Green Hope. So we saw Green Hope earlier. They look really good. So North Lincoln has to work cut out for them.
By the way, I mean, if you guys aren't enjoying this, we're going to have the state finals. It's going to be February
something.
I don't
know if it's been announced yet.
Not yet. Okay.
I'm not going to say the dates.
Somewhere in the next month. So keep paying attention to the socials here on the VESL.
Yes.
Twitter and Instagram. Actually, they're quite active on Instagram as well. And on YouTube, they also have a channel. I mean, if you're watching this, you're probably on the YouTube right now. So subscribe and keep paying attention.
Do it. But we'll be getting into that Rocket League matchup right now as we do see North Lincoln Team A versus Green Hope for Game 1 of this best of 5. Neutral, Red Rabbit, and TBNRN8.
That's going to be a mouthful.
Yes. I'm just going to say TBN. There's probably like a way to say that properly, but we'll get into it as we get through this series. The Green Hope, of course, no surprise that they were able to score goal number 1 with Div 1 Bronze leading the charge there. Green Hope, I mean, they were one of the most dominant teams in round 1. So North Lincoln, yes, they were seated higher, but hey, they have so much they're going to have to go through in this series to take down the squad. I could easily see this go 5.
Woo! Okay. Great play by North Lincoln. Just the follow-up, going for the play. Div 1 Bronze, he rushed that clear a little bit too much. He had more time to do something better. Sometimes instead of hitting the ball out of the net, it's better to just go across and go for the corner instead, because he gave away the ball for the opponent and they were able to shoot on the net. Now another opportunity here, another shot by Aerobic Wave, and it was well blocked by North Lincoln. opportunity here neutral. I don't think he has another shot, but he was just faking that one. TBN with the shot easily saved by TBN, but North Lincoln keeps the pressure. They were going for the bump, not even the ball, trying to get the people away from the net. And now another pass. It's going to be a aerobic way of hitting it. He was able to put it on the midfield, but still a great midfield presence by North Lincoln.
So a cool thing too here, Chimaka, that I've just been told is that top 2 teams in state, nice goal there as well for North Lincoln, will be invited to an invitational at Cannon Schools. So definitely look forward to that if you're those teams that are still competing, trying to make it to states. You still have more to compete for after states are even finished if you get into that top 2.
Nice. So, I mean, the surprises don't stop here on VESL.
Yeah, well, love to see it. Love to see the support from the local community here out of North Carolina. But North Lincoln Team A, TBN doing everything possible to get this victory for this squad. Well, neutral, they're just trading back and forth with these goals. I was saying, oh, this might go to 5, but North Lincoln Team A, well, they were high seed for a reason.
Well, it seems they maybe have seen Green Hope before. I mean, maybe they were starting them a little bit, on the previous series, and they It's an option right now. Even if you were playing at that moment, even if you had another encounter, you still can go into the YouTube, right, and back, go back on the live a little bit and just see what was going on before. So you can study them, and it seems like they have the numbers. I mean, so far so good.
Now we'll see what happens in the rest of this game for Green Hope. They got that first goal, but afterwards it's been the North Lincoln team's story, the start of it at least, because this is their first series of the day against Green Hope in round 2. They're in the top 16 already based on their performance in those qualifiers, but also the seeding that was performed before this. And it wasn't just manually seeded. They played against all these other teams to get their seeding properly so that they could have the best teams face off against the best squads throughout this competition to try and make it to the States.
Well, that's another thing. If they all played each other to get the seeding, they might have taken some notes of something that happened before, right? So this is not a new territory for any of those two teams, but more on, it shows more maybe on how the coaches and the coaching staff, or whoever is doing that, how good they are at picking up those details from the opponents.
Well, we're already at the halfway point of this game, and Green Hope have been picking up some decent details from North Lincoln so far as stopping the goals from continuing after we saw the first 3 from North Lincoln Team A in this first game, the first half of it at that. 3 back-to-back. Green Hope, well, they have to have a new hope now if they want any chance to have some resistance against what we have witnessed from North Lincoln Team A. Because North Lincoln Team A, they're keeping it casual. They don't need to really go for too much. They have a 2-goal lead. They don't need to overextend themselves, and that's what we're witnessing so far. Business as usual for this squad, Green Hope. All eyes are on them to see how they can perform and get that 2nd goal.
Well, there's still 100 seconds here on the clock, okay? So
yes.
Green Hope, they shouldn't be... Okay. Okay.
They made you eat your words on that one, Chimako. I've learned now, throughout the day, it's like, okay, the higher seeded teams likely to win. And
there's a reason why.
There's a reason why they are the higher seeded teams. They didn't have to play in the round of 24. Now it's the round of 16, as we see between these squads. And really, again, looking at the bracket ahead for these 2 teams on who they might have to face off against. Ardrey Kell or Garinger. Those are 2, amazing schools.
I want to see it. I want to see it. I want to see that matchup. Ardrey Carroll and Garinger. 2 amazing teams. 2 of the first teams that I get to watch here on VESL. That's it. No. That had to be in. That had to be in. You're going to feel sorry about that one.
I talked about a new hope. Well, they need a new game plan now. The hope is not enough for Green Hope from what we have seen in game number 1. But again, it is only the first game of a best of 5. There is chances to bounce back, and we've seen the adjustments Green Hope have been able to make. They lost game 1, if I'm not mistaken, and were able to bounce back after them. And that was against New Bern High. We saw how dominant they were after that. They had so many shots, it just wasn't clicking for them. So maybe we need the passing plays that got them the victory in game 3 to get that full series win eventually.
but still, we need a little bit more from them in this next 30 seconds if they want to come back.
But they were also a team that went for a lot of volume, so they were missing a lot of shots as well. It wasn't a team that were very precise, very accurate with their shots. So yes, it will happen. You know, they're not going to score every single open net that they have. They're not going to score every single time that they shoot on the net, and that's to be expected. But the thing here is that North Lincoln, they will take advantage of any of those misses and get the clear, get the ball out of the way. So they are going to punish every miss from Green Hope a little bit better than New Bern will do.
That they will, as North Lincoln able to confidently get that victory, but it was trouble in paradise at the start for them. They were down by that first goal, and then they started to up the ante, put on so much more pressure. And as you can see, numbers seem to be the advantage for at least shots for Green Hope in this series, but North Lincoln, we need them to continue with the accuracy. That's what we saw from them. They were able to dissect the defense, and looking at the saves, 7 saves to 2. Green Hope, they have the pressure, they have the chances, but they keep having simple shots and not enough follow-ups afterwards. So they have the volume, they just need to innovate a bit to be able to take on this North Lincoln team.
It's weird stats here because usually when you see 7 saves, you're thinking where you're getting bombarded. You know, you're saving a lot. You are on the back of the net the whole time trying to get the ball out of the way and just surviving. But that was not the case for North Lincoln. They actually, you know, they were saving a lot, maybe because the clears from Green Hope were just going straight to the net, and they were just, you know, catching the ball, moving forward, and getting the ball out of that way. But they were not suffering. They were not on the net the whole time and trying to do nothing. They also had, you know, like 8 shots themselves. So they actually attack a lot. And I mean, that's a very healthy game style, play style by North Lincoln.
Now we'll have to see what Green Hope can do if they can get the first goal again and pick up where they left off at the beginning of that last game. For North Lincoln, they want to shut down any of the chances that Green Hope can have to bounce back. Again, as I mentioned, those 7 saves does show that Green Hope put the ball in a threatening position enough for them on North Lincoln to have to put a player right in between it and get a save at the end of it. But again, we saw so much pressure on both sides, 10 shots to 7, a lot of chances here. And it's been amazing to witness the way that both these two teams are giving it their all. And this is only round 2 of the 3 rounds we have for this qualifier. I wish we could see the end of the competition today, but that just goes to show how more intense states are going to be once we get to it.
Oh, definitely. It's just a bummer that only 4 teams are going to pass on and move on for states, right? But other than that, yes, I want to see the competition. I want to see how they perform round number 3 and then on states as well. And here we go. Green Hope doing a little bit better, I would say, on defense, moving forward and keeping the ball away from the net so they don't have to defend that much. That was a great dunk, and moving forward now, it's a 2v1 situation. Maybe the pass, it's a little bit too low. Yeah, that was great, and he cashed him.
Oh.
Crazy Chart was able to put that one on the net, and I'm surprised because that was quite a surprising bounce off of the... It was a D1 bronze, the one that was actually able to make the pass. So, yes, a surprising bounce, and he was still able to manage and get the shot on the net.
Great look by Div 1 bronze, and we've seen them be able to do that a couple of times with the setup so far for Green Hope. And now Crazy Shark, they were able to get that first goal, but we saw what happened last time as Green Hope were able to get the first goal, but couldn't really do too much after that because of the back-to-back goals from North Lincoln Team A. And if they can stop 3 goals from being scored in a row again, they'll definitely be in a better position than they were in game number 1, especially with the shots that they put on, the pressure they put on, and the forcing of saves that they made North Lincoln in such an awkward position defensively. It took a bit of time. I want a demo to clear the net, but Aerobic Wave had that from a mile away.
That was a great pass, great demo, great shot, everything together and combining. And TBN just trying to beat there again, just beating TBN to the touch, to the shot. And Green Hope now having a new hope that we were talking about, you know, having the Luke Skywalker there on the field and help them out. You set that one up, okay? Not my fault.
Green Hope, the force is with you, is what we are witnessing right now.
It's a joke out there. Okay, it's green. Okay, gotcha.
No, that's the reason why I said that, too. So I'm glad you picked up on that, Shamako. But also on the other side, too, JT Williams and Monroe High playing against each other, and currently 5-4. JT Williams leading that game. So JT Williams, a force to be reckoned with themselves, and maybe it's been awoken a bit too for making more Star Wars references, but nonetheless, we do have North Lincoln Team A. We saw that they were capable of getting all those goals in the last game. We know that they can put up the pressure, put up the shots, but they have not been able to do it just yet. They do have a little under half of a game, but Green Hope, they have proven that those 60 seconds in between games is all they need to adjust.
And they're getting better at not just shooting at the net, but also following it up and opening the net with another, non-ball related plays like those bombs. And
so
that's another opportunity.
There
That's
we
good.
go.
You see, keep following up and staying on the ball as much as they can. Not only one hit and gone, but also, following, staying nearby if there's a chance to counterattack.
Neutral wasn't in the best spot, too, on the challenge there. It went right past their head, and then they tried to rotate in towards the ball, but there was already a player there on the counterattack, or on the follow-through by Green Hope. So now we get to see Green Hope do what they can for the victory in the second game, but we need a little bit more for North Lincoln, unless we are potentially going to go to that Game 5 as we're talking about.
Well, you might be into something, okay? Crazy Charge with a crazy double tap now, reading that and putting it on the net. That's a great play. Once again, you go for the bombs. Don't let I couldn't see the name of the player, but from Lincoln. But don't let them get an easy save. Force them to be uncomfortable. Fly before they would otherwise, and try to move faster than they actually need to. Just because the pressure and the opportunity for the attack is just there. So Green Hope now 4-0. I was not expecting this at all after watching the first game.
No, not at all, especially with how dominant North Lincoln Team A looked. And they put some doubt in our minds and in everyone's minds with the way that they performed in Game 1. But Green Hope, 4-0 with the performance of a lifetime to come back in Game 2. And I talked about that. It's like, okay, for the most part in a lot of these series today, we have seen one team dominate and then, okay, they're going to dominate the rest of the series. Green Hope are proven they are different competition-wise, built different, as we can see here too. And that's exactly what they have showcased in this game. 4 goals to 0. I mean, less than a minute to go. North Lincoln have proven they can score enough goals in that time, but I think they're just focusing on the next game. They're not focusing on this one at all.
Is the team that has to lose the first one and then,
yeah, exactly.
It is
stronger afterwards. Yeah, that's actually exactly what happened in the last series for Green Hope. I forgot about that.
On the first 2, because they actually did
and in the qualifier as well. Yeah, so that's just how Green Hope is. They're old NRG.
Gotcha. Okay. So maybe. I mean, if they win the series, I'll believe it. Okay. I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. Right now, I don't know. One bad game can be, this could be the surprise in game number 2. It happens sometimes, So North Lincoln, they gotta regroup. They gotta think about this one, and they gotta, be more aware of the bumps, of the demos, and maybe they will do better on game number 2. Is it easy to do? No. If you're if you're not used to the demos and the bombs, then it's not going to be that easy. But at least acknowledge them and try to do better for the next match.
And look at those shot differences. Wow. There was 7 for North Lincoln before, and I think it was like 10 for Green Hope, or 12.
Yeah.
Now we see 13-2. That shows the dominance of Green Hope that we were used to seeing. That's what I expected from them going into this series, and now we see it come to bear yet again. And we talked about this before. When you are stuck on defense so long, you don't have boost to go for counterattacks, and you are facing the music that is all the shots that another team is putting up against, it'll only last for a game or 2 that you can be as defensive as you would like to be.
Exactly.
And eventually you get worn down, and that's what we saw happen here with North Lincoln. This is their first series too, so they're not even used to playing in this environment against this kind of a competition, at least for now. Maybe they've played in other tournaments, but from what we can tell, this is their first time that they have faced adversity in this tournament. They did not get a goal. Now all eyes are on them to see how they adapt.
And shout out to ET Void, because that's what happened to them, right? They were saving everything. They got the win, and then after that, they were not able to save everything afterward. And part of the story here is 4 assists for Green Hope. They were playing as a team. Everyone going for those plays, but also 5 demos, opening up the the opportunities for them, not only getting the passes, but also having an easy shot after the pass is made. And now for another pass here, no, a shot, complete shot. I think it was going to be a pass, but no way. Aerobic wave just going over in that touch, you know, that's
that one
beautiful.
right there.
Yeah.
Yep.
You see the height that he was able to put on the ball, but so close to the crossbar, but not quite hitting the crossbar. That, I mean, incredible shot.
That is such a high IQ play and really hard to pull off too. You have to have some insane game sense and knowledge to be able to even think to go for that kind
another
of a
one.
play. And 6 seconds into it, almost faking out the defense to try to go for a bait and switch to get that goal for Green Hope. That would have been insane, 2 back-to-back in the first 30 seconds. Like Green Hope, they are on another level compared to game 1.
TPN now with a shot over, and that's going to be an easy read. However, Aerobic Wave knows that he has to be defending that crossbar every single time, so he didn't allow North Lincoln to be there and get the easy double tap. Red Rabbit, we haven't seen that much from North Lincoln offensively. They're trying to set up something now. Moving forward, you get the demo there as well. It's a 3v2 momentarily, another bump, so they're trying to get more aggressive. I like it, but it's not working still. Green Hope somehow keeping the good defensive rotation, and they were able to get the clear over TBN. Oh, close. That was very close. Another shot here. Another pass is good, but good clear. It was a clutch clear, very needy by North Lincoln.
Great work being put in by both of these teams. They know how clutch they need to be to come out on top in the series, especially with it tied 1-1. This is the game that makes the difference between the winner and loser potentially, if it doesn't even go to a game 5. But I feel like it should go to a game 5 with how they have both been performing. Minute 30 seconds gone already in game 3. Green Hope, they are just holding on to this 1-goal lead by a thread with the pressure that is coming out from North Lincoln. But I also like the decision-making we've been seeing from them as far as giving up the ball to their teammates. The communication from Green Hope is exactly what they need to come out on top.
And North Lincoln doing something now, pushing forward. I like it. I like it that they're able to move around and just beat with speed the players from Green Hope. With that said, the defense was not there to stop the ball from hitting the backboard, and then once it hit the backboard, it became easy play for Deep 1 Bronze to shoot on the net. Doesn't matter how many defenders you have on the net, if you allow Deep 1 Bronze to hit that close to the net, it's going to be a goal 9 out of 10 times.
We'll see as North Lincoln looking for any chance to come back into this series. Green Hope 2-0. And they were so confident in the last one. That's been 6 goals now unanswered by North Lincoln Team A since game number 1. They got 4 goals in that one, but there has been no sign of them really on offense. They had 2 shots, I think it was, in the last game. So Green Hope looking for any chance here to keep things going. Good center, aerobic wave. That'll be popped up instead. We will have a chance for TBN to go for something, and they were the ones who got a lot of great chances in that first game, but North Lincoln, they just were not expecting this out the gate to face off against this strong of a roster in the second round.
Yeah, the Force Awakens, and you know, it happens. I got to step myself.
Oh, that was great.
Opportunity here. That's an awkward. Yeah, that's an awkward save. So that was a great read by TPN. Whenever I see something like that, you know, it's very hard for the defender to react fast and actually make contact with the ball. You gotta be a very good player, very high level player. Again, shout out to the YouTubers that make it seem like a diamond can do that. No, it's very hard. It's very hard. So. Very well read by TBN and just acknowledging that and going for the kill, going for the goal. Now there's only 1 goal difference here on the game. This is something that North Lincoln can actually do. Okay, a 2-goal difference. Oh no! It was an own save by the teammate, right?
Close.
I think.
Yep, I think it was. I mean, that just goes to show the pressure is on for North Lincoln. They know they need to get this second goal, and if they don't get it, it will be Green Hope taking the lead in this series and being 1 away from making it into the top 8 of the teams that have been competing since almost 100 signed up for the qualifiers to make it to this point in time. But again, still have to keep it game by game by game. We talked about that going into this and going into the last series too. If you're facing off against a top-seeded team, You just got to take it game by game. And that's exactly what Green Hope are doing. They're not taking any confidence from the last game into this one. They are taking it one step at a time, one foot in front of the other, and that's what we've been seeing from them and why they still have this lead.
Great bomb, but not allowing TBN to set up that play. And now, oh, the dunk was good. It's still very close, and TBN was able to put the ball on the net. We got a tight game, and somehow, even with all the bumps and all the effort from Green Hope to get the ball away from the net, it stayed right there. Red Rabbit, I mean, with that dunk was crucial for that play to live up to the to the goal that we just saw.
Beautiful, and I love the coordination we're seeing from North Lincoln to tie things up there at the perfect moment. So crucial with less than a minute to go to tie things up now so that they have a chance to get the win in this game and turn things around. And right now, if that went through, it would have been a different story, but neutral will go into the air. Unfortunately, can't get control of the ball either. Crazy Shark with great pressure, but doesn't have any boost to work with. Still just trying to threaten as best they can with the ball, but would have been better to wait out for the boost. Good touch by Aerobic Wave into the corner, baits out one, goes for the second touch, baits out another, but no, neutral had the read a mile away.
Had the read, but they didn't have the clear. The ball's still on the blue zone, and as much as they're trying to get the clear, it's a very tight rotation by Green Hope. They're going to attack once more. They fake it, they go high. There's no one to actually catch that one. So it's going to be Devon Bronza going all the way back and still keeping the ball on the blue zone, going for waiting for the pass. And
oh, so close. They could have gotten the goal. They could have closed it out in that game to move on with a lead in this series. But no, it will go to our second OT of the day. We'll see how long this one is. Well, it's at least longer than 6 seconds like that last one was. So still, North Lincoln Team A might face the music if they go down in this game. But still, not good positioning from either team. You can tell the pressure is getting to both of them.
A little bit, yeah. I think Green Hope was not ready for an overtime right now. They are feeling the pressure. They sent 2 players for 1 ball, and they both hit it backwards. So not a good sign. Not a good sign starting this overtime. However, North Lincoln, they actually scored 2. They were down 2 on the scoreboard, and now they scored the last 2 of the game. So they gotta be feeling pretty good about the opportunities here. And wow!
Oh no! Trouble in paradise for Lincoln Team A as we look at the replay. Neutral sends it right to Crazy Shark. Wide open opportunity, but the bump onto Red Rabbit forces the issue and gets that game-winning goal for Green Hope as they take charge and 1 up in this series. This could go the distance as I was talking about, but now we'll see in just a sec what's going to go down between these 2 squads. Post-game stats for looking at it, this is the lowest amount of shots we've ever seen from Green Hope.
Definitely, only 6. That's
they usually have at least 10.
Yeah, it's surprising. It is surprising to see them on double digits on the shots on the game. So that means going into the overtime, they only have 5.
Yeah, which is insane to think about, too, with the way that they've been performing so far and how aggressive they were. They took a back seat. They knew that they didn't have to keep the pressure going. And that was an issue for them before, is that they overextended and that they were not focusing too much on defense and instead were focusing too much on offense. So I like the adjustment there, and it did pay off in the end. We'll see if they're going to continue with that strategy in this next game. But a big thing, a big change we need to see is North Lincoln getting that first goal.
They do, right? They were trailing back the whole time, and they felt like they
every game actually.
Yeah, but on the first game they felt really strong, right? On the second one they didn't score anything. What was it? I don't think they scored on the second one.
It was rough for them.
But but on the third one, they even though they scored, they went into the overtime like feeling like they were trailing back still.
Yes.
Like they
barely got to that point in time.
Exactly.
They got past the threshold into OT, but there was already almost a goal too that we saw from the side of Green Hope at that time, right before OT. Remember, they were right in front of the net, dropped down, right in the box. It could have ended there. So nice to see that that's how things went. But we'll have to see as we go into this next game if North Lincoln can get that first goal. All 3 games so far, they have not been able to do it. They came back after the first goal was scored by Green Hope in Game 1. So that's the big difference maker we need from North Lincoln if they want to force a Game 5.
They do have to go for the Game 5. One thing I want them to actually keep doing is the aggressive the physical play style.
Yes.
They had 3 demos in this game. I think that they were clutch for them to actually open up the opportunities for goals. So they need to keep doing that. And they were actually avoiding the demos from Green Hope very well. Green Hope didn't have any demos on that game number 3. Maybe they had, I'm sorry, maybe they had some opportunities to get bumps.
Oh,
but no.
I think we have to take a technical break here for a timeout for real quick. So we're going to be taking a break. We'll be back with some more action after this.
times when you're feeling fine. Suppose there are days when your colors turn to gray. That's when you call
It's that previous season All-Star and ID Bay from Kaz on the feed.
Oh
my goodness. Mafia Shadows, though, MVP status is just barreling through.
Oh my goodness, what a shot!
But still the attack is on, and it goes through! Void screams into the void! Another follow-up, cheesing is the 50, and a OT might very well be in our near future. Sensational goal!
And Stinky Boss waiting for the clear to come out from Kajau Kid to get that goal.
For himself to take some time and
Oh no!
But it's up to Mafia Shadows, and if they have a choice, they will deny them off the flip reset from end to end of the pitch.
Now 5 back to you. This touch can be over the net. A chance to follow up alone again.
What in the world? It goes through!
Calculated, why not? Encrypted Savage will tie us up.
Wait, hold on! That was just a pre-flip flip.
Jackie Chan, high jump kick! Oh, they tie it back up. And yet the demo just feeds it over to Grassy. The counterplay hits just fine. Crossbar, but wait a minute, hold on! Debonair is gonna make it easy for Mailbox. The giveaway gifted to him. Christmas came early. Draco comes up with that big doink shot. Tommy just kind of took it on right there. Yeah, you have the flash, you have the you have the flip reset,
Whoa!
and you have a big fat win on that strike. Kami showing Providence that they're here to play.
I've seen games go from really nothing to a very complicated, probably the most complicated form of storytelling, and how they differ from other texts is that interactivity. So you get to decide what ethical decisions and things that you'll make. As we've moved from a broadcast to a digital mediascape, it's really important that people have the critical skills to know what's true and what's not true. So the same way you want your students to watch a film or to read a book, you want them to be able to play a game, and then we discuss it, we analyze it, we think critically about it. But I think even more important than that, it gives them the critical skills to engage with media more generally.
Perfection is unattainable, but if we chase perfection, we can obtain excellence. Thousands of students, hundreds of teams across this great state are all in pursuit. We've dwindled it down to the elite. We may be able to catch that excellence. Out to midfield space, Adonis over the top, going to crossbar. Right there. Yeah, you have the flash, you have the you have the flip reset, and you. Welcome back to the VESL State Qualifiers. $72,000 are on the line. These high schoolers are looking to put on a show. North Carolina, are you ready?
Games have become something that you play by yourself in your living room to a kind of global interactive space. So being a kind of responsible citizen within that global space is something that I hope my students appreciate. If you look at a game as a way of forming a sense of a way of thinking about the world, a way of interacting with the world, we need students who are literate in the ability to understand how that game is acting on them and how they act in that game as well. The scale and the technology that we have here allows us to use this as a classroom space like no other. Understanding that our students are already gaming and taking seriously that this is something that they can use throughout their lifetime and throughout their education, I think is taking our students seriously and is meeting them where they already are.
The obvious things are it's a space for students to game, but I think this space provides a lot of other learning opportunities and experiential learning opportunities for students. The career transfer pieces, whether you're in media, production, or you're doing event management, we have an opportunity to train students to get out in the community to help us lead a lot of different esports initiatives, both locally, regionally, and nationally. Tournament hosting, sponsorships within the esports community, continuing to build our competitive edge with our student recruitment. I think that UNCG's positioned itself to really be the leaders on that forefront.
Suppose there are times when you lose your troubled mind. Suppose there are times when you're feeling unfound. Suppose there are days when your colors turn to gray.
It's that previous season All-Star ID Bay from Kaz on the feed. Oh my goodness, Mafia Shadows though, MVP status is just barreling through.
Oh my goodness, what a shot!
But still the attack is on, and it goes through! Void screams into the void!
Welcome back, everyone, to the VESL Greensboro Regionals here. We are getting into our final round of Smash Ultimate. Whoever wins this match qualifies for the state championships, like we saw earlier with that one match that we had before. But now we are going to be having two different players facing off against each other. I heard one's an oxygen breather and one's a human.
What?
Yeah. It's kind of crazy.
So we got Oxygen, and he was the one that was trailing back, and he was able to pull off
the reverse sweep.
reverse sweep. Yeah. So I'm excited to actually watch him play throughout the whole thing now because that reverse sweep was amazing. The way that he dominated that game number 5, you would have think that he was dominating the whole series all along. When actually he lost the first 2 games, and then was so strong, mentally strong. And this is something we have been talking about the whole time. How you need to be mentally strong here. So he had that on his side, but I mean he's just an oxygen breather. Can he do something against a human?
Can't do any wrong though is the big thing. An oxygen breather. I mean they are just existing and just here to perform what they can, do their best. But I believe we're going to be having Bayonetta showing up versus. Unless they change things. I think they're going back into training for a second, or resetting the stats. But I saw a Pyra and Mithra, and I haven't seen a Pyra and Mithra in ages. It used to be a lot more popular. I think there was some nerfs that happened kind of midway through the development life cycle of Smash Ultimate, and then people haven't really been playing them as much. But the good thing about Pyra and Mithra is when you change in between the 2 characters is the combo potential that you can use with that. So I'm curious if it's just going to be a combo fest if we have Bayonetta versus Pyra and Mithra.
Gotcha.
And they're just going to be going to town trying to see who can get the best combos. Because that would be insane. That, to make it to the States, that's all you could ask for.
It's like a combo freestyle.
Yeah.
Let's go. So your turn now. Okay, let me show you mine now, and then you go ahead. Maybe it is, yeah. Against,
okay, never mind.
Villager.
It's Villager instead. Okay, I
is it?
Is it Villager? No, it's Dark Pit. That's who it is. Instead of Bayonetta.
Okay.
That's right. That's right.
We shall see. Okay, it's interesting. Let's see how it goes.
Combos versus some versatility, some good blocking abilities that you have for Dark Pit. So we'll see what happens here. Nonetheless, though, Pyra, Mithra facing off against Dark Pit. Oxygen versus a human. Love to see it there too. But we are having Dark Pit trying their best to pick the perfect timing for using those shields. The arrows, the projectiles. That's something we haven't really talked about.
Oof.
Oh no,
Unfortunate.
misinput.
That sucks when you see that. But again, maybe Pyro, Mithra, Oxygen, not their strong suit character. Maybe they haven't played them in a while, but they think it's a good counter against this Dark Pit.
Well,
now switching on over, though, to more of a powerhouse with Pyro, I believe, here, doing all of the damage. And that's the big difference between Pyro and Mithra. They have some different kinks and abilities that you have to work out and make sure that you can get things going properly as you're playing this character.
Definitely, right. Having like 2 movesets, basically, well, to 2 players in one, it makes things more complicated. I mean, yes, more versatile. You can do more things with one player, but at the same time, if you want to master the player as a whole, it takes a little bit more of getting used to the whole thing. Pretty even out right now in terms of the percentage of damage. I remember that Oxygen already lost a stock, so it's more in line for Oxygen if he gets knocked down or loses one of the gets hits really hard right now. So let's see how they move around. Both the players very careful, and Oxygen is the one to actually get that last hit and even things out in terms of stocks.
Nice to see between these 2 players how the stocks are going so far. But Dark Pit, plenty of percentage to work with. Oxygen looking for what they can to get this lead over top of their opponent if they can hold on as best as possible, even with the chances we have seen from Dark Pit. I'm loving the changes from Oxygen and making sure that they can do some good damage, but also stay grounded on the stage. The recovery, I believe, on Mithra a little bit better than Pyra, and that's the difference between these 2, but the damage enough from Dark Pit to send them away. Now 1 stock remains for Oxygen in game 1.
Still 83% of damage. I mean, that was pretty good with, keep in mind that Oxygen already was in the hundreds when he forced the second life. So now it's sending the Dark Pit all the way out of the platform, and it is even here on the last stock for each of the players. And so far, Oxygen has been able to do a lot of damage with the combos, especially whenever Dark Pit is in the air. A human trying very hard to not fall into Oxygen's hands whenever he's falling down. Oh, that's quite a long reach. What a comeback from Oxygen, and now dead even. Oxygen got the last hit, and he was able to win. Coming back, trailing back the whole time. Yes, exactly, and was able. By the way, only using 1 character out of the 2. It was Pyro the whole time.
Pyro. I mean, Pyro is the powerhouse of the 2 characters, so it makes sense that if you're feeling good, if the combos are going well, and you are able to get that damage, and that damage is what the difference was between Dark Pit and Pyro and Mithra, is that Pyro can really do some damage across just how many combos we were seeing from them and the way that they were performing throughout that first game, and that's why they were able to come back, but also the way that Oxygen Breather was able to perform with Pyro and Mithra. So curious if there's going to be any change up. It looks like they're just going for a run back. We'll see what the stage changes, if that changes anything here, but with the way Oxygen Breather is performing so far, maybe humans don't have it all as good as they would like.
And the human didn't change anything,
Nope.
He decides, okay, let's go Dark Pit as well. The stage very much the same, right? No platforms or anything. It's just a flat stage and that's it. So it seems like human feels that he could do something different, right? And change the outcome. Hopefully that's what he wants, do something different, because if you're gonna do the same, I don't think it's gonna work out very well.
We'll have to see what this Dark Pit can do against them, but that move specifically is so powerful. It covers so much area and makes it difficult because you just get trapped in it and so much damage is taken. But as you can see, as we talk about the maneuverability of Mithra, as we see them perform and get a perfect block and just take them to task for a second, you could see that Pyra, if they did get knocked off the stage, would be a difficult position to be in, but they quickly move on. The projectiles that you also have for Mithra, so much to work with, just to ledge guard, and Dark Pit trying to get back, but not going to work out that time. It's just going to be a simple, I think that was a neutral air there to take that one away.
Very good timing by Oxygen, just waiting at the right moment. And also using very well the block to manage that play. Now talking about timing, that arrow from Dark Pit from a human, just nailing it before Oxygen could actually return to the platform was great. And now using more of the arrows to keep the distance away and being able to force Oxygen to jump, and once they jump, then try to get that anti-aerial attack and do some damage. Good save, good blocking by a human. However, Oxygen still managing to make some damage. Very even so far. I mean, we saw on game number 1 that these two are very dead even, but I mean, I wasn't expecting them to be so close right now on the second stock for each.
So close between these two teams, just the way that they've been performing so far. I mean, seeing the way that both these two teams, or not two teams, excuse me, two players are back and back, and that just goes to show how close the competition is. But there we go. The Dark Pit is able to use their ability as much as they can with the Electroshock arm, side B, and take that to task and make it so that they have an advantage yet again. But we've been in this position before, Jamaco.
It seems like a deja vu. Yeah, exactly. This time around, a human very patient, not forcing anything. And I think that's, using the block a lot more and forcing Oxygen to get close because he knows that Oxygen, it needs to be close to actually do some damage. So he's waiting on that. Oh, that seems like he wasn't going to be able to get on the ledge. And now forcing Oxygen to attack off the ledge and work in the air a lot. You see how, still moving around and using the arrows a lot more than in game number 1. And it's been useful. Also helpful to keep him alive for so long. As I just mentioned, keep him alive, and then he completely goes out.
Well, that just goes to show the power, and also I'm loving the timing too with these perfect blocks that we were witnessing from Oxygen. But will it be enough? They do get back onto the stage for a second, but not as much as they would hope to. The DI could have worked out, but they wanted a mental reset going into the next game. It goes to show how close these two players are and how they are fighting tooth and nail to make it to the state finals. Again, either of them now need 2 games to move to states.
And very good on a human because
decided,
okay, Dark Pit is working, the stage is working. I'm not going to change anything. I feel like
they got close. They just got overcome at the end there. It was clutch up by the other player, and that time it didn't happen. So now I'm thinking they're probably going to stick with the same story as far as characters go, but I don't think they're going to stick with a similar stage. I think they're going to go for some platforms, maybe change things up, and that will make it easier for Pyra and Mithra to get back onto the stage itself, especially when we saw those recoveries. Dark Pit so good at ledge guarding, or specifically human so good at ledge guarding from what we saw. So they are running it back yet again, so this is all we're going to see. We saw so many change-ups, but now they are sticking to their mains because they know this is do or die. They want to make it a stage. They don't want to be just one step away from the competition there, especially with all the money on the line that is there. I saw on the promos $72,000 across all the competitions for states. That's nuts. Still, Oxygen, Dark Pit, 1-1 in this best of 5. Anybody's series to be won here. Good shields there by Dark Pit. Also, the up attack is well, and another perfect block from Oxygen, but those really haven't been working out too well. I think positioning we need to see a little bit better from them, and they do use the side B so they can cover some area and get themselves some space, because that's what Oxygen needs is space. Dark Pit's not giving them any of that.
And you were right about the stage, right? Now we have the Pokemon Stadium here. It worked out great at the beginning for Oxygen. It was able to do a lot of damage, but after that 88% mark that we're seeing, it's been all Dark Pit. And I think, Dark Pit, a human, he has been very good at switching it up and making adjustments all the time. And that's one blow out of the field, out of the stadium all the way. So, yes, you see, a human start losing badly. I mean, kind of badly that round, but then he found a way to actually get the first stock.
There we go. The side B able to use that to make it difficult for Dark Pit to really push the issue and keep some pressure for themselves. And now using the maneuverability of Mithra to see if they can keep themselves in the pace of play with the way this match has been going so far between these two players. Dark Pit with his projectiles, using that silver bow to their expertise, but that's a nice combo from Oxygen. Really the first one we've seen in a while, and Dark Pit still finally able to recover, and unfortunately didn't get any damage from that afterwards.
That was a very interesting 50-50 by the players. Very close, because Dark Pit, if he gets hit, there you go. Okay, that's
great time.
He still survives that one? Okay, nice.
Yeah,
I thought he was done for.
152%. I mean, they're a floaty character compared to some of the other ones, so they are able to really do some great damage, but also play with the best of them is that they can stay alive for a while. And great grab, great combo themselves. We're seeing a lot of the special attacks that we witnessed from Mithra and Pyra, and that's exactly what is the bread and butter of Mithra and Pyra. But the big thing is that they have to rely on those for damage. They can't really use any simple combos, and
That was a great recovery. Very hard to pull off for Mithra on this play, but still able to get back to the ledge. And, Dark Pit does go off the side. They will recover, but dangerous position to be in. They do get taken advantage of. They're at 200% now, but still recovering.
I mean, is there a way to get rid of him?
There we
Okay,
go. That's
there you
how you get rid of
go. Finally, thank you for answering me.
The up smash, that's what you need to do.
No, I ask and they answer so fast. You
Every
know?
time, yeah.
Wow.
Well, we've been in this similar situation every single game so far in this best of 5 to qualify for the state finals in February. 2-1 it usually is for Dark Pit, but as I say that, the combos that are coming out from Oxygen on another level. Love the neutral air, love the up air, or the up smash, instead. And now we do see some more coming through. Dark Pit able to put some pressure on. Back to Pyra. Usually what we see happen here is this Pyra tries desperately to get some damage racked up, but they don't have as much maneuverability. A bit more of a heavier character just based on the weight of the sword that they carry. But still, Oxygen doing what they can necessary to do some great damage onto Dark Pit. But we saw it took 200% to take that first stock. It's going to be hard enough, especially when they're already at 100% themselves.
Exactly. Oxygen is down to the last life here, and I mean, 100%. That is not looking good for them. And thrown out, and you see how good a human is guarding the ledge in that situation. Yeah. Oxygen is getting more used to that guard ledge, and that's a beautiful combo there, but not quite enough to get a human out of the way.
Patient.
Yeah, I mean.
There we go.
Okay. Powerful shot, and now, I mean, last chance here for Oxygen.
This is the last chance, and there it goes. Dark Pit, with the way Human is playing, they are doing so well for themselves to try and take advantage of the situation that they have found themselves in so far this series. They are 1 game away from taking down Oxygen Breather and moving on to state finals, and that's going to be a big thing for them if they can get to that point in time. But what do we need to see from this Pyra Mithra so that they can come out on top? Because they were able to in the first game, but they've been down a stock every single game since then.
Deep breaths.
Yeah.
Oxygen Breather. Deep breaths.
Use your namesake. Okay. That's what you need to do. Take a deep breath. Breathe that oxygen in. Get rid of everything else.
Get it.
And then you'll be good to go. We'll see what stage they go to this time, but I believe they are going to be sticking with the same fighters. Oh, maybe not.
I don't know. Maybe it's time
to
switch that one. Maybe it is time to switch the Pyra.
I think it is.
And
it
try
didn't work
new.
the first 3. It kind of worked in the first one, but that was by chance. They were able to come back and really pop off. But Dark Pit, I would stay with Dark Pit if I were you.
I don't know. I mean, it seems like...
well, there's an Isabel that has been locked in against the Dark Pit here. So I haven't seen Oxygen Breather's Isabel, so I'm curious to see how they perform. It's very similar to Villager. There's some different maneuvers you can use, but at the end of the day, Tom Nook always wins. So that's all you need to know.
Okay, change things up a little bit and try new things, right? Doing the same thing over and over,
I think this one's called Town City for this stage, so now we'll see a bit of a different story there too. So they're going with a theme here for Oxygen. I respect it. Unfortunately, recovery, they have a lot of recovery options, but that was very dangerous. They didn't have the perfect DI.
Finally, some damage here from Oxygen. Wasn't doing anything so far, and Dark Pit feeling the same way.
Ooh,
just racking up a lot of damage and then guarding the ledge as much as they can and risking its own life.
Been insane.
But, okay, finally got it.
Had to happen eventually.
Yeah.
I feel like Isabel is just like a fun pick here, too, for Oxygen, just based on the way things have been going. But they were like, okay, maybe I can catch them off guard. Maybe they don't have enough footage against Isabel, but so far, not so good. The projectile game and the spacing that we were witnessing from Oxygen is nice, but Dark Pit also doesn't have to use projectiles. They can go in with their swords and just slice and dice with the best of them, and that's what we've seen.
And I think that's part of the strategy here for a human because he has been shown to do really good, very close. But at the same time, whenever he feels like it's not working, he's able to use the arrows to keep the distance, and force you to do something. So good balance of both techniques, arrows and kind of let's call it swords. Using it. So now 3-1, man.
One last life for Oxygen here in the entire tournament. They are a step away from trying to make it to states, but Dark Pit here, a human, is looking to dominate. They are the top of the food chain for a reason. Oxygen Breathers, beware. And that's exactly what's happening here. 100% doesn't matter. 78 making 92. More shots coming through from the Silver Bow. They are able to get away, but there goes a bit of a mistake from Dark Pit, but that's okay. They still have 2 stocks to work with.
Yeah, I mean, Okay, if you're gonna react that way after missing something, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, completely fine.
And there we go.
That's a good
Dark
reaction.
Pit, a human, has made it on to the VESL State Finals in February. Congratulations.
Awesome. And GG's for sticking with your character.
Your
you know?
main, yeah. I mean, and most people throughout the competition day have been changing left and right to play different characters. It's also nice just to get a feel on the monitors because a lot of times you might have a little bit of time for a warm-up, but still, great work there by a human to get the victory, to move on to that next round of the competition. Congrats to them.
It was a great display all over. So, I mean, I wish we could have him and have an interview. No, for real. It's a great mindset. I want to dissect his mind a little bit and see what he was thinking because that first match, you could think, okay, so Oxygen Breather is just a little bit better, you know, and that's you could take that information away and think that, and he was wrong. I mean, he actually, you know, maybe he felt like I did so many things bad, I missed so many things, and I said to myself, I don't usually miss those, so I'm gonna stick to what I know, and you know, and he was right. He was completely dead on right. I mean, if that was the mindset, then it was warranted.
It was warranted, and that was a pretty solid performance from both those players. It went down to the wire, but at the end of the day, every single game, even the first one after the comeback, like before the comeback happened, the stock advantage was just too overwhelming, and there wasn't really any footing that could be won by Oxygen Breather throughout Game 2 and then Game 3, of course. And I feel like by Game 2 into Game 3 might have been a better option to change to a different fighter, but they changed to Isabel. Didn't really seem like the best strategy. They were having some fun with it too. They did a whole thematic thing. And like, hey, if you know that you're probably not going to beat this person you're facing off against, why not have fun with it? That's what I like to see.
That's true. After having the player on 200% damage like twice,
and then still not
like
going down.
That's fine. I'm not winning this. You know, I understand completely. I wish we could know what we're going to do next. You know, Rocket League, Smash.
We'll get into
some Overwatch
tomorrow.
tomorrow.
Overwatch and Valorant tomorrow. It's going to be a fun time. But we're going to be going to Rocket League pretty soon. So I think we will be going to a hype video here in just a sec. So we'll be taking a look at this hype video yet again. Again, shout outs to the VESL crew who put this one together. We'll see you after this.
Perfection is unattainable. But if we chase perfection, we can obtain excellence. Thousands of students, hundreds of teams across this great state are all in pursuit. We've dwindled it down to the elite. We may be able to catch that excellence.
Out to midfield space, Adonis over the top, going to crossbar. Right there. Yeah, you have the flash, you have the flip reset, and you... Welcome back to the VESL State Qualifiers. $72,000 are on the line. These high schoolers are looking to put on a show. North Carolina, are you ready?
We're not ending anytime soon because we still have some more matches to go here. I'm Vodable, we got Chimako, and we have more Rocket League action. I believe this is still a round 2 matchup between these two squads. Sun Valley versus Wake Leadership Academy. So I checked the bracket and my notes there specifically, but still some great matches that we've had so far today. This is, yes, still a round 2 matchup, still top 16 teams that are facing off against each other. Rocky River and Cabarrus on the other stream as well. And the winner of that will be facing off against Lincolnton, so that's going to be an interesting matchup. And Rocky River currently looking like that's going to go to Game 5.
Yeah, they're going to Game 5. That's amazing. But going back to this, that's Wake Leadership A, right?
Yes, that is.
They beat Agri and Psy before, so I'm very impressed with Wake Leadership. I don't know the other team that much, to be honest. Sun Valley, I don't remember watching it. Maybe if I see the name of the
Let me look at the players. Yeah, so we have Flapjack, Fatu, and Impala that are playing here on Wake Leadership Academy A. And then, because we also saw Wake Leadership Academy B, so they had 2 teams that made it all the way into top 24. I think they're one of the only 2 schools that actually did that.
An A and B?
No, they were the only school who had an A and B team that made it here to the Rocket League competition portion, at least. Ignore people as they're facing.
So one of the players getting no, one of the players getting some time on the camera. That's fine.
But
that's fine.
so talking specifically about
Sun
Valley, I'm trying to find them on this.
Well, I don't remember the roster, but I mean, if they had such a good seeding.
Okay, it was Def Puppy, Squeaky Hot, and Real Jake Nasty.
I don't think I had the
I didn't
the
have
honor.
A chance. Yeah, we didn't have a chance to cast those guys. So this is our first time seeing Sun Valley specifically. I know the other stream probably casted them before. So we'll see how they perform against Wake Young Leadership Academy A team. So now we're getting to cast both Wake Leadership Academy squads. It's pretty dope. The only 2 teams that made it, but I think Wake Leadership B did fall, unfortunately, earlier on.
Yeah, that's why I'm laughing, because I don't want to be the carrots for the team.
Yeah, it was Esports Legends. That was our first series for Rocket League today. So Wake Leadership Academy A carrying the torch. Can they carry it all the way to states for this school, or will Sun Valley High School make it so it's lights out for Wake Leadership Academy after this series?
Okay, I remember Fatu being very good, very, very good on this Wake Leadership Academy team. Hopefully he can perform here, but again, we have seen how the seeds have been placed very well. That's going in. Fatu? No, that was way too fast. I mean, unfortunate, but it happens. It happens a lot, and that's something that, I mean, you get more used to that as you as you do it more often. You know, that's the only way, right? That play by Impala is a no-no, to be honest with you, especially if your teammates are widespread on the field. But it's something that you don't think about until it happens to you many times. So there you go, another opportunity here. This time it was for Wake Leadership Academy, and they were not able to convert. But regardless, they kept control of the ball, so the ball's still on the attacking zone for them.
We'll have to see what Wake Leadership Academy can do themselves to keep this going forward, and the momentum that they left off with that previous series that we saw from them. The A team looking to shock the world and showcase that, yeah, maybe they had a lower seed, but they can still make it into the top 8 of the competition that's out there. And Impala with the first goal here to tie things up. You can hear them popping off in the background.
Well, you're saying about the lower seed, but we saw Green Hope actually beat North Lincoln. So, yeah, lower seeds are still here to play. And, you know, at this level, it's seed higher, a little bit higher, a little bit lower. Don't mean that much. It means that maybe you had a better day 2 weeks ago. You know?
Except for Lincolnton.
Well,
they are the #1 seed, so, you know, it makes sense.
Yes, but you know what I'm saying, right? Maybe you just have a really good day 2 weeks ago or whatever it was when they did the seeding, and right now, I mean, you're doing better, and maybe you perform better on the land. Maybe that brings you something, or maybe you never played against that team before, and now that you have played against them, you have a plan. You have an action plan, and you can execute. And I mean, whoever can execute better, that's the one that will take the win here. So Fatu going forward with that ball, very nicely blocked. But again, you know, Wake Leadership Academy very good at not attacking and losing the ball. They are keeping control as much as they can, and that's, I mean, that's been very good. It's been a what was I'm forgetting.
It's all good.
Recurring theme for them here on the game.
That it has been, and we'll have to see as we continue forward with both these teams looking for any angle of entry into their opponent's nets. Good flick here from Fatu. Went for the musty and seeing if they can take out anyone on the defensive end afterwards, but boost being used by all players on the field at this stage of the competition, so it's going to be hard to really stay in the offending side's net as much as you can with the boost being taken every time it is available in those corners on either end of the pitch. Right past the halfway point of game number 1, though, between these two squads. Sun Valley High School looking for any opportunity to break out of their half, because the pressure has been mounting from Wake Leadership Academy's A team.
Ooh.
And there goes an opportunity. If there was somebody there, it would have been an open net opportunity for a goal. Good center, but Flapjack does not want to overcommit. Good demos as well.
Flapjack sends the ball to the backboard and gives the team a little bit of time to go backwards and get some boost and regroup offensively. Now, I mean, Somali took the chance, and now they're attacking a little bit here. Let's see how Wake Forest is able to actually get the clear. If they do so, we're going to go 2 players going for the ball. That was a good one by Fatu. Maybe not an excellent one, and maybe keep control of the ball would have been a little bit better, but the shot placement was strong enough for something to happen from Wake Leadership Academy.
Some great looks so far from Wake Leadership Academy and Sun Valley High School, but still a minute and 20 seconds on the clock. Good touches here and there. Another touch as well the other direction. 1 at 15 now. There is a chance for Impala to try and get that goal to win it for Wake Leadership Academy in game 1, but still won't work out just then. So we'll be going the other direction. There's still game 5 for Rocky River and Cabarrus, by the way. And it is in a goal advantage, for Cabarrus. 1-0. Just give you all an update on the scoreline for that series. That is a decider to see who's going to make it at least into round 3, into the top 8 to try and qualify for those state finals next month. Still, we have some great competition here between Wake Leadership Academy and Sun Valley High School, 1-1 currently between these two schools. Wake Leadership Academy here playing locally out of Greensboro, and I believe Sun Valley out of Charlotte. Still 30 seconds to go. The other direction it goes yet again. Fatu looking for something, but it won't be enough, and both these teams likely to push this to an OT.
It seems like it is. It's looking that way. The defense for both are very strong, although Wake Leadership is attacking a little bit more, and that's a shot. That's a shot on the net. Excellent placement that Flapjack just beating the defender and being able to hit the ball perfectly over Luque. And that's it. I mean, we got maybe no longer an overtime here. Let's see what happens. And on the Cabarrus and Rocky River, only 10 seconds left on that one. And it's a 1-goal lead for Cabarrus.
Yes, and Cabarrus looking like they are clutching it up. But as I said, that it did get tied in that matchup, so will likely go to an overtime situation. Sun Valley High School, they could potentially have pushed this to an OT, but they did not get the finish on that touch. They have one final opportunity, though, to go for this. It is centered. 2 players go up. One final shot, but it will be stopped up by Impala, and it will be Wake Leadership Academy winning game number 1. But we have to quickly go to a break on our end. Then after that, we'll be picking up with the Charlotte stream as they are in overtime.
Hey everyone, look at the arena and wave and cheer at the camera over there. Woo! Let's go! Say hi to the news.
boxes. This is my true height that I wanted to show you all. No, I'm kidding. I'm actually here right now with Jamako as we're going to be getting into this next matchup as quickly as we can. How you doing, Jamako? Not impressed. Oh, man. You know what is impressive, though? These players. And let's get back into this game. This is game 2 for Wake Leadership Academy versus Sun Valley High School. We saw how close the first one was. I'm very interested to see how the two teams do. It was just a bit wide, but a wide open net as well. You got to score those every moment you have one.
Every single time, yes, definitely. But the angle wasn't that easy as well. Sometimes those angles can be deceiving, especially from our point of view. Fatu now, he's going to score that one and make it impossible on the defender. You see how the defender was way up trying to get a touch on that ball, and no, I mean, no, nothing. I mean, actually, the defender was also way too late for that one. So Fatu, not also a perfect placement, but also a perfect speed, very fast on that ball. Now watch it, Fatu has to save that one. Oh, that was some guy not able to connect on the ball and put it on the net. Big mistake by Sun Valley High School. They will not capitalize on that kickoff, and well, still the lead for Wake Youth Leadership. Final shot.
Sun Valley High School, they were the ones who got the first goal in the last game, but unfortunately now they are already down yet again. Haven't scored in the last basically 5 minutes after they got that opening goal in that first minute of game 1. So Sun Valley High School have the work cut out for them. We talked about the disadvantages of starting late in the series. You don't really have a warm-up series. You don't have much of a warm-up either. It's late in the day. You've been here chilling for the most part. And then now you have to get warmed up, get ready to face off against a team who's been playing their hearts out in the competition to get to this point in time. And now we do see Flapjack, Fatu, and Impala doing what they can into this matchup. So Wake Leadership Academy versus Sun Valley High School, 1-0 here for Wake Leadership Academy. Again, we saw 1-0 in the series, we see 1-0 in the game. I think Wake Leadership Academy have the mindset that's necessary for this victory, especially after that. Impala with the goal, and what a demo to clear things out.
The demo was amazing, and then as soon as they saw the demo, they went straight for it. I mean, they smelled the blood, and it's like, okay, let's go. Let's finish the work that my team started. So Impala, great job by going for the goal, but, you know, even better with the demo on the net. And you were saying, you know, did they have the mentality? I think they answered that really quickly there. That's the mentality that you need, you know, play as a team, be very aggressive, very physical as much as you can, bother your opponents as much as you can, got them off guard, and they are going to continue with that aggressiveness that we just saw. The pass on the midfield is good. Fatu is going to catch it, throwing on net. The shot was a little bit too wide open, but still the idea was right there. It was the great idea to perform.
Now we see Impala with another opportunity in the corner, a chance for Flapjack, who got the final goal right before overtime. Could have happened between these two teams in game 1, keeping some presence of mind on the midfield, delaying things as best as possible to buy some time for their teammates to get this aside. But it's a bad spot for Impala. It does go into the midfield towards Def Puppy, who got the only goal for Sun Valley in game number 1. And Sun Valley High School, they have their eyes on the scoreboard, on the series score. They know they're down, but they're not out yet. They still have a couple of chances in this game, but also at least another game after this one.
They need to score. I think that's the main thing right now. I mean, forget about winning or losing the game. It's about scoring and feeling like you deserve that seed. You deserve to be there for a reason, right? And you mentioned before, I mean, I'm going to talk about this a little bit more after the game, but yes, maybe not being warm up is a factor here, and they got to find a way to warm up real quick.
Well, we have a great opportunity here for Luque to get that one set up for some guy who does get the goal this time. They are the one guy that they need, though, to get the goal for Sun Valley High School. Luque able to just perfectly pass it off to the teammate, and unfortunately Flapjack just facing the wrong direction, didn't know what to do in that situation, and was not aware that they were going to be styled on like that.
Yeah, flopping a little bit on that one. Well, it happens. It happens. Now, you know, Luque, I'm sorry, Luque, confusing names here. Trying to get a little bit more aggressive at himself. You know, it's not just a Wake Leadership that the ones that can go for the bumps and the demos. He can do so as well. That was a well-placed shot, and somehow Death Puppy was able to connect and get the save. Now that's going to be a pass at center. They're going for the demo once again, but they didn't allow, Impala didn't allow the ball to actually center and become a pass, an easy pass. So very well on Impala, recognizing that there was a chance for an easy shot. Oh my God, that actually went in. That went
Speaking of easy shots, that one went in somehow. It wasn't the craziest shot.
Wasn't even a shot.
It was, yeah, it was a 50-50. That was one, and then the sidewall wanted to score.
Maybe that's why it went in, because
Yeah.
it was a 50-50. You're not expecting anyone. You
You
don't
don't
expect
expect
the
a
ball.
bounce like that. to go
Exactly,
in,
exactly.
yeah.
So that might be why the reason why the ball actually caught off guard the defender.
Still less than a minute now.
Ooh.
And another goal for Fatu, and you can hear them popping off here in the background because that's exactly what they are doing in this series. Game one looked pretty close, down to the wire, won in the last second. This is a completely different story, Shamako.
Well, 4-1. I wasn't expecting this, to
No.
be honest with you. And I mean, I guess I have time right now to talk about it, right? Because it's a 3-goal deficit and only 1 minute here on the clock. But okay, maybe not. Maybe they're still fighting. Sun Valley is trying to still find something on the offensive end. Another opportunity here. What a save by Luque.
That it is a great save, and now we get to see who is going
That's a
to
shot.
really put on the metal, and there it is. Luque with their second goal to their name, kind of this time. They were able to put on a lot of pressure in the last opportunity that they had before, and now we see it come to fruition. The demo comes out, but a little bit too late. Didn't even need a connection from their teammate Def Puppy, who got taken out that time. And still, 2 goals is possible in 37 seconds. This is the most amount of goals we've seen from Sun Valley in a game, so we're in uncharted territory. We don't know if they have it in them, but there is always a possibility in Rocket League to pull off that many goals. But if you have an open opportunity like that, you need to score it for Flapjack. Otherwise, there is a chance to bounce back from the other squad, and it will go the other direction this time. Luque does have some presence of mind, does not have the positioning though. Def Puppy looked for it, but the demo came out on their teammate, and instead will be the other chances for Wake Leadership Academy, and that'll bounce off the defender into the net. That's unfortunate for Sun Valley, but perfect for Wake Leadership Academy.
Yeah, that's the final nail here on the coffin. It's going to be it. Unfortunate for Sun Valley, but they're looking a little bit better. And what I was going to say, I've mentioned before, is that when you are in these tournament situations, you need to warm up beforehand. You need to find a way, and sometimes that way is working to some other teams and screaming against them, playing some private matches, if you guys don't understand what scrimmage means, or just doing some ranked matches and beforehand and getting situated, the team system working together, because otherwise, if you're going to play against a tough team that it's already warm up, that they had their match of the day, and they won it convincingly against a top contender as well.
Yep.
So it's not going to start very well for you, and I think that's what's happening right now for Sun Valley.
That is what's happening for Sun Valley as well, but it's also because they have a Spartan on their logo, and they aren't playing here where it is a home of Spartans. So, that's maybe what is missing out. They're not here. They don't have the UNCG Spartan, and that's why they're losing.
Yeah. I don't think that has anything to do.
We're just making fun. But no, Wake Leadership Academy, they are proving their mettle time and time again from what we've seen so far. We need them to continue with that. They showcased, okay, if it goes down to the wire, they'll come out on top. If they are on top of the world and the other team doesn't know what they're doing, they're also going to do really good, and that's what we saw happen in that game. Now the biggest difference is, okay, there's time to see what's happening here for the next game for Sun Valley, but we haven't seen anyone get close to even pulling off a reverse sweep. Even when they're in this situation, we haven't seen them get a game. And I feel like a lot of that comes down to mental fortitude throughout a series, is that a lot of these players, this is their first time playing on a LAN environment, playing with these stakes and trying to see how far that they can make it in the competition. They're in the top 16 already. They're already way better than a lot of the other teams that are out there. 16, basically top 16%. Couple of percent off because we had 97 instead of 100 players, but nonetheless.
Say 15. That's it, yeah.
Thank you. But still, crazy to see the way that these teams have made it here so far, but how much of a difference there is based on just the momentum we've seen from the teams who get that advantage early on.
By the way, we are having a game 1 of Garinger A and Ardrey Curl at this time around, and Ardrey Curl beating them on the first game, 2-0. That's a matchup to watch as well here. Two very solid teams playing against each other. A matchup that I wanted to see, since the beginning, since I saw both teams showcase what they can do. And now, let's go back here. Sun Valley High School, they're trying to show that they can, hang here against Wake Youth Leadership Team A. They're putting the pressure. They're keeping the ball on the blue end zone. They are trying to be more aggressive on the midfield. It's working a little bit for them. Volley not allowing Fatu now with a with the dribble, with the move around with Impala up high, Fatu again off the wall, going for that pass in the midfield, but it wasn't the infield pass. It wasn't gonna get to Flapjack anytime soon. So Sun Valley was able to get the clear.
Great clears that are happening from Sun Valley. 2 minutes gone already. Oh, almost 2 minutes, excuse me. 1 minute gone so far. Yeah. Lost track of time there for a second, but still great fakes that are happening from these players. It feels like it's been 2 minutes based on like how close it was between those two teams into that opening minute of the game 3. Time ticking down even slowly, or more slowly than we've seen before. And Death Puppy, Luke, and some guy needs something to work out in their favor, and that's just that. Off the crossbar and away, a double commit from Wake Leadership Academy. Not what you want to see in that situation.
It was an interesting choice for Wake Leadership Academy, because I mean that's something that we have seen from teams like Moist when they were popping off as well, sending two attackers on the ball. I got scared. I didn't know if Flapjack had a disconnect or something. But
they were just waiting patiently.
Yeah. He was
taking their time,
more patient than I do. Yeah, definitely more patient.
Queuing up, ready to go on offense afterwards. But Wake Leadership Academy, we have to talk about them. This is the longest amount of time they've gone without scoring a goal. We've seen them time after time after time get a goal confidently in these games very quickly after we see Sun Valley maybe score a goal like we saw in game 1, but also dominant performance in game 2. I talked about it. It's like game 3, it's got to be different for Sun Valley if they have any hope to pull off a reverse sweep. This is exactly what you want for Sun Valley. They need to make that a statement with a goal afterwards, and they have not been able to do that just yet.
But the goal, easier said than done. Maybe if coach, told them what to do.
Can't coach during the game though, so you know. But in between games, they probably like, okay, calm down, relax. You guys have the skill. You proved yourselves to get this seed to be top 16 out of the 24 teams that were making it here today. Now, less than half of the game to really go for Sun Valley to try and get a goal and stay alive in this tournament.
And by the way, with this defense, they only need one, right? That's all they need. They need one goal and then keep defending the way they are doing so far. Easier said than done. I mean, I've said it up many times, but because it is. That's a great pass. Opportunity. Nice shot by Impala. And now we have a 1-goal lead for Wake Youth Leadership.
Great goal by Impala, but that was also great possession and positioning by Fatu to set that up perfectly. Luque, it sucks. They weren't able to really get that one aside like they were hoping to, and instead it was going to be that goal from Wake Young Men's and Women's Leadership Academy 18, carrying the torch for their school. They had the only school to have 2 teams from Rocket League make it into the competition, into the top 24. And, well, Death Puppy, they are not going down without a fight. They were the one to score the first goal in this series for Sun Valley, and out of any team in this series to get that first goal. Now they have showcased their skill here. Luque with the setup too. They seem to be the maestro, the orchestrator here for their team to make sure that they can go for these setup plays, the playmaker per se for this squad. And that's what we need them to rally behind, is those 2 players have some guy be more defensive effort and a 3rd man on the rotation, and then they will be able to get a potential win in this series.
Yeah, he didn't like that Fatu made the setup on top of him, so he made one back on top of the other players. So Luque, keeping the team way up on the scoreboard. Now Fatu with the fake. He saw Luque way high, so he decided to stop and make some dribble with that ball. Some guy missing here with the fakes again. Luque going towards the net. Who's going to hit that one up high? It was Luque, actually. No, some guy.
Somebody go for it.
Hitting the ball a little bit, not too strongly. Waiting there, Death Puppy. Very patiently, again, much more patient than I would, but that was the right call in that situation. 40 seconds left here. Gonna be Death Puppy moving the ball around, trying to switch sides. The demo's coming in. Luque out of the play for the few seconds. Ball high, 30 seconds left, and volleyball. I mean, this could be go to overtime, or they could finish it here in regulation.
I mean, we almost got to an overtime situation in game 1. It was Wake Leadership Academy who were able to score, but they can't do it this time. Death Puppy looking for something, Impala going back instead. Flapjack has a chance, but it will be denied by Luque. Said Fatu right over top of one defender. One defender remains. If they can get the demo, they do just that, but one returns, and no, they do get the touch on it. Luque in position. Some guy gets it the other direction. Into the midfield it goes. And 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. It will touch the ground. Maybe it does, and we go to OT yet again today, Chamaco. Every time team who was in advantage before we got it tied up to OT has gotten the victory. We'll see if that is the case, and it is! Fatu gets the victory for the game and the series for Wake Young Men's Women's Leadership Academy to A-Team.
The second overtime that lasts 6 seconds, right, today, I think?
Yes.
Yes.
That is the second one to last exactly 6 seconds.
6
off
seconds.
the kickoff.
Off the kickoff, and that's it. Feels bad. Feels bad for Sun Valley because I think they were making strides. I think Luque did amazing.
That's the issue, though. 10-1 in
Well,
shots.
man,
Oh.
yeah, it sucks. It sucks.
Well, 8 saves, though. Almost saved every single opportunity from Wake Young Men's and Women's Leadership Academy.
But almost is not the same as every single time. Yeah.
That is true. That is very true. And that's why they lost in that game specifically, but it was close. Back and forth action. For the most part, except game 2. Game 2 is really what separated these two squads. And then eventually we were able to get that final goal by Fatu. And a beautiful goal that was.
And the second time the underdog is able to win here because you know we saw Green Hope still hoping that they're still strong, alive.
And here out of Greensboro as well.
Yeah, and now Wake Youth Leadership also getting the win as a lower seed against Sun Valley. Not saying that Sun Valley didn't deserve the seed. I'm just saying that there's still hope. You know that they can fight. They can fight and find
There is
ways.
hope.
They can fight and find ways to make it to states. You know, what happened in the past is the past, and today is the day to fight.
Now we actually have a matchup that is determined to being played at some point in time today. Havelock versus JT Williams to qualify. That's one of the matches. That's going to be a good one, too. Green Hope, of course, moved on. We're still looking on the other stream to see who is going to join them between Garinger and Ardrikel. Ardrikel did win Game 1, but Garinger won Game 2. Likely to go to Game 5 for that series that we saw there. And now Olympic High and Noble Academy, I think that's one we'll be getting to next or pretty soon, seeing how those two teams will face off against each other. And the winner will be playing who just won this last series, Wake Young Leadership Academy. So that's going to be interesting to see who's going to make it out of that series to face off against Wake Leadership Academy. And then I think we still have Cabarrus was the one who beat Rocky River, right?
Yeah,
so they are the ones that are playing Lincolnton Team A. So we have the majority of our final matches for round 3 determined. I'm curious on who you think out of Olympic High School and Noble Academy is going to take that one.
I don't remember Olympic High School.
Let me see who's on those teams.
Yeah.
That might help us a little bit.
That one is a little bit of a tough one out of the bat.
Okay, we have, let me see, Olympic High School. That is Ginger Ace, Dabine, and NRG Bubble.
I don't think I saw
I didn't see them either, yeah. So.
But with NRG making so many changes lately, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that.
Maybe that's who they needed on their squad there specifically, but still.
NRG Bubble. So.
And then Noble Academy, I know we saw them
I saw
a
that
lot.
one. I think
yeah,
I saw that one.
just need to see the squad again. That is Gray's one president, Ruse, and that
Gray
guy.
president? Gray for president?
Gray's for president, I think it was.
It's Gray for president. All the way.
There we go.
Yeah.
Noble Academy. And they have some substitutes there too, but still. We'll see how those rosters go in just a little bit. But nonetheless, some great performances across the board by all the teams that are out there. Shout out to the different places that these players are performing from, and also just to UNCG for allowing us to use their esports arena that we have here. If you saw earlier, we showcased the whole facility and everything. It was pretty awesome. You didn't really get to see like the outside area where we had the seating with the different LED panels, but it's a pretty great space, and definitely recommend if you're in the area to check it out.
And shout out for giving me this sick mohawk, you know, every single time, all day long. Yeah. So, gotta look good for you guys.
Oh gosh,
try my best.
Well, it looks like Olympic and Noble Academy are squaring up and getting ready to take the field in just a moment's notice. I believe they just finished their practice match, or their warm-up more than anything else, just to make sure everything's working. So we'll be getting to that in just a moment. But Shamako, how have you been feeling about the competition here in North Carolina today?
And I've been enjoying it more than I
know, right?
I thought I would. and the thing that surprises me the most is Smash. To be honest with you.
Yeah, the Smash level is immaculate.
It's been killing it every single time. Like it's been so fun to watch, and it's coming from a guy that doesn't watch Smash as often. You know, maybe that's why. Maybe that's why Rocket League. I have a lot of data, a lot of information from the past other games. So I'm more used to it. But Smash is like killing it every single time. I'm loving that. But
Oh yeah, it's been great. I think we only have like 2 more matches for Smash 2 just to see exactly who's going to make it through that. Yes, that is correct. Blue Siren versus Sleepy and Bone versus Taco. So we'll be going over those.
Bro, I want to see those too. I want to see
those. Are going to be some good matches.
If I miss them, I'm going to be so mad, you know?
Yeah, we'll hopefully see those. But we're going to be heading on over to a break. Then after that, we'll be back with that Rocket League matchup we were talking about. We'll be back in just a sec.
The obvious things are it's a space for students to game, but I think this space provides a lot of other learning opportunities and experiential learning opportunities for students. The career transfer pieces, whether you're in media, production, or you're doing event management, we have an opportunity to train students to get out in the community to help us lead a lot of different esports initiatives, both locally, regionally, and nationally. Tournament hosting, sponsorships within the esports community, continuing to build our competitive edge with our student recruitment. I think that UNCG's positioned itself to really be the leaders on that forefront.
Games have become something that you played by yourself in your living room to a kind of global interactive space. So being a kind of responsible citizen within that global space is something that I hope my students appreciate. If you look at a game as a way of forming a sense of a way of thinking about the world, a way of interacting with the world, we need students who are literate in the ability to understand how that game is acting on them and how they act in that game as well. The scale and the technology that we have here allows us to use this as a classroom space like no other. Understanding that our students are already gaming and taking seriously that this is something that they can use throughout their lifetime and throughout their education, I think is taking our students seriously and is meeting them where they already are.
I've seen games go from really nothing to a very complicated, probably the most complicated form of storytelling, and how they differ from other texts is that interactivity. So you get to decide what ethical decisions and things that you'll make. As we've moved from a broadcast to a digital mediascape, it's really important that people have the critical skills to know what's true and what's not true. So the same way you want your students to watch a film or to read a book, you want them to be able to play a game, and then we discuss it, we analyze it, we think critically about it. But I think even more important than that, it gives them the critical skills to engage with media more generally.
Perfection is unattainable, but if we chase perfection, we can obtain excellence. Thousands of students, hundreds of teams across this great state are all in pursuit. We've dwindled it down to the elite. We may be able to catch that excellence.
Out to midfield space, Adonis over the top, going to crossbar. Right there. Yeah, you have the flash, you have the ball, you have the flip reset, and you...
Welcome back to the VESL State Qualifiers. $72,000 are on the line. These high schoolers are looking to put on a show. North Carolina, are you ready?
And we have just a few matches to go before we are done for today's competition. This is the VESL Greensboro Regional Qualifiers for the state finals next month in February. I'm Vaudable. We got Chamako here again in the booth, and we're about to get underway with one of our final round 2 matchups for Rocket League.
It seems like it's been a long day. No, a lot of
bit,
matches.
yeah.
A lot of matches.
A lot of matches.
Yeah, but we got a few more, and the best is yet to come. That's one thing about
Exactly.
the tournament format, that it is always the best yet to come, and we shall be seeing many other matches. We have been watching very close matches. People that, well, you mentioned before, no reverse sweeps.
Yeah,
on
no
Rocket
reverse
League.
sweeps
On
in
Rocket League.
There was 1 or 2, I think, even in Smash Ultimate. So some great matches that were happening there. But we're going to be having Olympic High School facing off against Noble Academy in the second round for the top 16. So RGKL and Garinger still going on in Charlotte right now, and that is
Game
in the
number 4.
game 4. It was 2-1 currently for RGKL, so they're looking pretty solid. And we
And-
talked about that. That was the team that we were likely going to see move on. But now getting into game 1 of our final best of 5 here for round 2. Will be interesting to see who's going to take the charge and get the first game win in this best of 5.
And by the way, game 5 that we didn't see here on stream, but it happened. It was Cavaliers against Rocket River.
That's
They actually
true,
won the
yeah.
game 5 overtime, actually.
It did, yeah. Eventually, I think, who was it? It was Rocky River who scored at the last
No,
second.
no,
and
it
they
was
were able
Cavaliers.
to-
Yeah.
And
Rocket
then
River.
Cavaliers won afterwards.
Exactly,
yeah.
exactly.
Well, we'll have to see if anything similar happens in this series between these two squads. Love the logos, love the look, but we'll have to see if they have the best looks possible on the field. Nobody in net right now. There is a good shot coming forward, and will go through from the Bean 360 on Olympic High School, Team A, to get that first goal.
So who's got the higher seed here?
Olympic High.
Olympic High?
Yeah.
Okay, I know that you know it all, so that's...
I only know because I have my
handy-dandy
handy
notebook.
tablet here, yeah.
Yeah, but still, you know it, so it's better than me. So I don't even have service, so that's fine. Yeah, Noble Academy. This team, I remember Gray for president being very active. He was the guy that kept the team moving forward, right? But without him, to be honest with you, the other two guys, they don't know what to do, right? He's that in-game leader. He's the person that keeps everyone together, even when the matchup seems unfair or unwinnable for them. So let's see what he can do here against Olympic High School, which I told you before, I don't know that much about the Olympic High School, but just being here, having a higher seed, it's probably a good. They probably had a good run at some moment against the rest of the competition.
That they did, and in the seeding matches that they had to play to get to this point in time as well. But now we'll have to see how it is compared to what is going down. NRG Bubble able to get the second goal here for Olympic High School. Looking pretty solid so far. Ginger Ace with the setup. And I'm loving the passing plays between these players. The coordination by Olympic High School team is on another level.
Yeah, you're saying it, and I was thinking about it as well. The Ginger Ace going for the pass, and Mr. Energy Bubble just waiting for it as well. Because one thing is that you can do as many passes as you want, but if there's no one waiting for the passes, it's a waste of time. There's nothing going to come out of it. So, great for President, actually going for a 6-flick and putting the ball on the net. However, Olympic High had the bad power over there to actually defend the ball and avoid that goal. But you can see that Gray is actually working very hard here for his team, trying to make something happen. And that's what they need. They actually need Gray going for everything, not for everything, but keeping his head high and working hard for the team.
Great looks from Olympic High School team, but Noble Academy, as you're mentioning, Great for President was doing everything necessary to try and keep their spirits high so that they can bounce back in this first half of the game, but they have not been able to pull it off just yet. So instead, they do have to look for any open opportunity to take it out of the orange half into the blue side and put some shots and pressure on them. We do have one there from Guy128, the NRG Bubble, able to keep the pressure going, and a great touch in center, somehow from that side wall, but two players on the defensive end going forward. Ginger Ace can't get the connections they're wanting in the Fennec, so they have to get up to their teammate Energy Bubble again.
You can see the Noble admin on the camping a lot on the net, and he's the lower level player, but he's following his role right there. Not risking anything too bad, but also being on the net to defend whenever he's needed. So everyone on the Noble Academy following the role, doing what they must do, and Guy and Gray for President being those two persons to push on on the action and move forward. Because that's one of the things that happens a lot here. And I think I was trying to mention that before when we were seeing the super duper team. Which it's very weird to have 2, 3 very super duper players, and they have them. But most of the time, you're going to have 1 or 2 great players, and then the third one, which is newer to the esport. In this case, that's the noble admin. I can't say the whole name. I don't
it's got to cut off a little bit. We'll see it once like the actual camera focuses on them for a second.
But you know what I'm saying. And right now, it feels like Noble Academy is trying to figure out how they can use all 3 players to defend a little bit better. But that's not going to be the case. Beautiful setup, as you mentioned before, from Olympic High, gave them the 3rd goal.
Yeah, 3-0, proving why they are the higher seed for a reason that we see here. Unfortunate for the defense. All 3 players try to be in a good position to send it away, and it just was not proving enough for Noble Academy. It's a 3-0. Olympic High, as you were mentioning it too, a lot of these games, and as we go down to the wire, and as we find our top 4 teams to make it to the state finals, you'll see the difference between 3 great players or just a couple of good players that come together and see if they can find one other player at their school to perform with them. And we're not like knocking that at all. You got to play with who you got to play with based on what the school you're at and who's available to work with there. And it just comes down to grinding the game, using those training packs, working on your mechanics as best you can, and that's what we've seen happen across the season and across from the qualifiers even into these regionals. A lot of these players have improved since then, but not going to improve is the post, because the post is always as consistent as can be.
It is. What we're talking about is being a very young esport. That's what it comes down to, because when the esports becomes bigger and I mean, esports as a whole, not only Rocket League, but esports as a whole, it's a very brand new thing. So whenever we start having more years into this, we shall see maybe more schools with better teams. People that have been playing this since middle school, all the way to high school, and now they have all the experience that they need to actually, do really good. And we're gonna have better players than others. That's gonna happen every single time. That's not gonna change. But we're gonna see maybe not people so brand new into the esport as we're watching here at this moment.
That's bound to happen as time goes on, and as whenever Rocket League 2, if it does comes out, more people get into the game itself throughout the years. But again, still in a growth period, still seeing people get involved with the game. And Olympic High School, of course, winning that first game. We'll see what the Trojans can do here. Still looking as strong as can be. 10 shots to 3, I feel like that is the story of this one, Chimako. Just looking at the way that both these teams were performing throughout this series and looking at these post-game stats, not a single demo from Noble Academy. That's what they need to change.
Yeah, and maybe it's sending. Well, that will be dumb. I can't send the player that doesn't have that much experience to go I
think you can.
in demo. Yeah.
When I played in a tournament with actual pros and I was just a caster, I was like, okay, I'm just going to be the guy who goes up there, bumps and demos, and it actually worked.
But you have more experience, though.
That is true. I have watched a lot of Rocket League, but
you can fly and you can do more things.
Yes.
I mean,
fair. But if you're going to try to do anything, if you're going to try and change anything, that would be what I would say to do. Try and steal their boost, even, because that'll make it difficult for them to really go and be on offense as much as they can.
The thing is, if you overcommit, because if you don't understand rotation very well, you will overcommit, and then you will let the net wide open in moments where you shouldn't. Right, because you were trying to demo people, and I'm talking specifically about you, but you keep in your mind, maybe this time I have to go back and defend instead of demoing.
Of course.
Right? So there's
when you're not as experienced as a player and you're trying to defend against people who are way more experienced.
Well, he's camping on the net, though.
It doesn't work, though. When you're trying to defend and you are not as skilled as the people that are attacking the ball, you need a really solid defender. I mean, we've seen that happen a couple times. We saw it with ET Void earlier, too, how strong they were on defense, because you need someone who's really good at making those saves. Otherwise, you're going to get scored on. I mean,
well, they made it this far with that strategy.
That's true. We can't knock it too much, but like we're just talking a little bit about the strategies between Olympic High and Noble Academy here.
It's the fun part. I think it's the most fun part about this type of tournaments with schools that don't have 3 solid players, 3 experienced veteran players. They have to work with whatever they have and then try to follow the roles, and that actually give you the biggest wins, the better outcomes. So it's tough. It's very tough to be a coach at that level. Although we're looking for coaches, so I mean,
there you go.
can go
If
into
you're
the
looking
VESL
to, be a VESL
Twitter,
coach.
X Twitter, you know, and follow there, and you can file an application. And we're looking for coaches for Valorant
Rocket League and Valorant. Yeah.
So
they'll also be managing NBA 2K teams, I believe, for Rocket League, and then I think Smash if you're.
And it's a
Valorant
full-time job,
coach.
right?
Yeah, full-time job.
Yeah. So I mean, you guys check it out. I mean,
Check
that
it
was
out.
a great segue, dude.
Yeah, there we go.
No problem.
We'll be getting into this next match as quickly as we can. We just had a PC have to get reset here at the esports arena for a second. So, you know, tech issues, they always happen, but we deal with it. We roll with the punches, and we're just excited to be here and cast some matches and some great Rocket League and Smash Ultimate. We still have our final Smash match that's going to be starting pretty soon, too. So that's going to be a fun time as well to see how that's going to go down. But Noble Academy facing off against Olympic High School. I'm wondering what exactly their game plan is going to be going into this next one to see how they can move forward and potentially get a victory in this game. Because, again, getting that first goal is the first step, always. But apart from that, because we've said that a couple of times here with these teams, first goal is never enough when you are at this level of the competition. How do you rally off of that first goal as well?
Ah, man, I mean, you got to run the high, but at the same time, don't get too overconfident.
That's very true. Well, we're going to be taking a quick break as we get things set up in the back room. We'll be back with that next round in just a sec.
Suppose there are times when you lose your troubled mind. Suppose there are times when you're feeling undefined. Suppose there are days when your colors turn to gray. That's when you call.
It's that previous season All-Star at ID Bay from Kaz on the field.
On the night, we jump and touch the light. We dance
Oh my goodness, Mafia Shadows though, MVP status is just barreling through.
Oh my goodness, what a shot!
But still the attack is on, and it goes through! Void screams into the void! There's another follow-up, cheesing is the 50, and a OT might very well be in our near future.
And Stinky Boss waiting for the clear to come out from Kajau Kid to get that goal.
For himself to take some time and
Oh no! But it's up to Mafia Shadows, and if they have a choice, they will deny them off the flip reset from end to end of the pitch.
Now 5 back to you. This touch can be over the net. A chance to follow up. Alone again.
What in the world? It goes through! Calculated. Why not? Encrypted Savage will tie us up. Wait, hold on. That was just a pre-flip flip. Jackie Chan, high jump kick. Oh, they tie it back up. And yet the demo just feeds it over to Grassy. The counterplay hits just fine. Crossbar, but wait a minute, hold on. Debonair is gonna make it easy for Mailbox. The giveaway gifted to him. Christmas came early. Draco comes up with that big doink shot. Tommy just kind of took it on right there. Yeah, you have the flash, you have the you have the flip reset,
Whoa!
and you have a big fat win on that strike. Tommy showing Providence that they're here to play.
Perfection is unattainable. But if we chase perfection, we can obtain excellence. Thousands of students, hundreds of teams across this great state are all in pursuit we've dwindled it down to the elite may be able to catch that excellence.
Out to midfield space, Adonis over the top, going to crossbar. Right there. Yeah, you have the flash, you have the flip reset, and you.
Welcome back to the VESL State Qualifiers. $72,000 are on the line. These high schoolers are looking to put on a show. North Carolina, are you ready?
I've seen games go from really nothing to a very complicated, probably the most complicated form of storytelling, and how they differ from other texts is that interactivity. So you get to decide what ethical decisions and things that you'll make. As we've moved from a broadcast to a digital mediascape, it's really important that people have the critical skills to know what's true and what's not true. So the same way you want your students to watch a film or to read a book, you want them to be able to play a game, and then we discuss it, we analyze it, we think critically about it. But I think even more important than that, it gives them the critical skills to engage with media more generally.
Games have become something that you played by yourself in your living room to a kind of global interactive space. So being a kind of responsible citizen within that global space is something that I hope my students appreciate. If you look at a game as a way of forming a way of thinking about the world, a way of interacting with the world, we need students who are literate in the ability to understand how that game is acting on them and how they act in that game as well. The scale and the technology that we have here allows us to use this as a classroom space like no other. Understanding that our students are already gaming and taking seriously that this is something that they can use throughout their lifetime and throughout their education, I think is taking our students seriously and is meeting them where they already are.
The obvious things are it's a space for students to game, but I think this space provides a lot of other learning opportunities and experiential learning opportunities for students. The career transfer pieces, whether you're in media, production, or you're doing event management, we have an opportunity to train students to get out in the community to help us lead a lot of different esports initiatives, both locally, regionally, and nationally. Tournament hosting, sponsorships within the esports community, continuing to build our competitive edge with our student recruitment. I think that UNCG's positioned itself to really be the leaders on that forefront.
we are here in Game 2 for Olympic High School Team A versus Noble Academy. Now seeing exactly what Noble Academy can do to bounce back. They had a PC reset on them, unfortunately, so it took a little bit of time to get that back loaded up, but we are now into the lobby for Game 2. Maybe a little bit of extra time for Noble Academy to talk to their coach and figure out exactly what the game plan needs to be for them, Shimako, to come out on top of this one.
They needed a computer reset. That's it.
That's what they needed.
Reset a computer. Let's go. And maybe that's it. Yeah, Ray had a few good moments on the previous match, and he got shut down. So I'm gonna say they need a guy. They need to involve a guy a little bit more. Maybe is it a setup for Gray or something like that. And we were talking about, what do we do with the third player with Mr.
Noble.
Mr. something Noble, admin, yeah. That was a golden opportunity right there for Noble Academy. They're trying to get more more physical and go for the demos and the bombs. It's working. They're moving Olympic High a lot. They're moving the players a lot, but at the same time, they haven't been able to score. That was interesting. It's Guy, actually Guy with the blue collar car. But yeah, that was not an own save. That was a great save by Guy.
That's how their strategy changed. They put a blue color decal on their car to confuse the competition, and hopefully that'll be enough for them to get in their
not
minds.
confuse the caster, at least.
Yes, that's what they want. If they want to do anything, if they're going to go out here, they want to go out swinging and throwing punches at everyone. But instead, they're doing pretty good for these first 2 minutes. They haven't been scored on at all. They're doing as best they can defensively. Noble Academy, there is a lot of pressure coming out from the other side. And Gray, you mentioned it, doing some good work so far in the series. So the adjustment period is working for them, and luckily enough for them on that play, nobody was there to follow up on the weird bounce that came from the ceiling as a waterfall down, and a demo is definitely going to help them out.
But no one is going for that one. Actually, Gray decided to go for the ball, but it was a little bit too late. That being was able to get a good 50, and now another shot. No, it didn't come through. The shot didn't come through. So Gray now looking for the clear. It's not going to happen. And now the defender is against a 3, and that, it was was a pinch shot.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a pinch.
Car over top pinch kind of a thing. Weird.
It was weird.
Yeah. But it was fast. It was powerful. So no way to defend that one.
At least 100 miles per hour, it feels like, from that shot. And that's really hard to save, especially when it was such an odd pinch that happened with the flip forward towards the net. But nonetheless, a little bit past the halfway point. Noble Academy held on as best as they could, but it wasn't enough. And it is Mr. Noble Adam. Or Mr. N Noble Adam. We'll just say Adam, just to make it easy. But Adam, or Admin, is it?
Admin. I think it was admin.
I thought it was admin. Adman.
Maybe it's Noble something.
I'm tripping.
No.
I'm going to look it up on the Wikipedia right now.
Don't trust me on names.
I am going to trust the Wikipedia on this one for their name. But nonetheless, they've been sitting in the net, and we talked about that experience factor for these players. And that's the big thing, too, is that Guy, probably like the mid-level, great president, definitely the high level for this team, and Mr. I'm just going to say that just to make it easy. Mr. in the back of the net, playing more of just a goalie role. And you would typically see that in some of these qualifiers, but to have made it to the top 16 with a makeup like that really just goes to show how they trust each other as a squad and the rotations and everything too. So crazy to see how they've been able to perform before, but unfortunately that won't be enough there.
Yeah, quite a few misses on that play. Sad to see the Mr. Noble something. Couldn't make a touch of the ball, and then once that happens, it seems like, okay, so, I mean, anyone, either Gray or Guy, should be able to get that one. It is not as simple. When you're expecting a player to do something and they miss, it throws away everything because your positioning is expecting something else. You're not there for the miss, you're there for the hit. So the reaction that it requires to adjust for that moment it's quite high. Now that's a powerful shot by Guy, and Gray couldn't follow up, and he wasn't able to actually continue on that play. It's only a minute left here on the clock, and Noble Academy, I mean, not losing for as much. Well, okay, I'm gonna shut my mouth and not say that they're not losing as much as the previous game. That was
that's the way it goes sometimes, and as you mentioned,
sometimes seems like every single time for me.
You're just cursed with knowledge. That's what it is, Chimako. But
lack of.
that is what we see happen here. But Olympic they are doing what is necessary for the victory in this game.
They got one. They got one.
They are able to get one, and great for President. Finally gets one on the board, and perfect timing for that too. They can use that as momentum to potentially get 2 goals in this next 44 seconds. And it's a great read by Great for President to get that through. As you can see, 70 miles per hour, putting that one on the board. So I love the team effort here from Noble Academy. Keep the pressure going, keep the spirits high, and you can hear them here locally just rooting on as best they can. So technically what we got from our notes that Mr. Noble is Roos, R-O-O-S. So let's see what the strategy is here, but still looking for more opportunities in this game. They did get their first goal in this one. They did keep it close for the most part up until like the last half of the game, Shamako, and that's a big change from game number 1.
Not enough to actually, you know, get the win, but maybe force a game 4. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe get a win on game number 3. It's far-fetched. It's a little bit far-fetched to actually ask for them to get a win, but I mean, I still have hopes. I wanna see it. I wanna see it. It will be like a feel-good story for me. Just because the way I've seen these two, well, not these two. This team play Noble Academy. I mean, they had such a story to get to this point. They really battled it out, and Gray was, you know, performing really well every single time. So I know he has a very high ambition, and he's been working very hard to get to that point. Maybe this is the end of the road, but I still want to, you know, see something a little bit nice for that end of the road.
Well, hopefully they can showcase their skill in this next game. Otherwise, they are going to go down. This is their final chance in the bracket. They have to pull off a full reverse sweep to take down this Olympic High School Team A. And the Trojans looking really good, pretty confident. We talked about the synergy from these players, and that's what they needed to focus on, and that's why they've gotten the game wins that they have gotten so far. Lincolnton and Cabarrus are also playing against each other now on the other stream. So
looking good.
Definitely recommend taking a look at that too, just to see how the competition is leveling up. That is one of the qualifying matches, mind you, for the state finals. So definitely keep an eye on that as well if you're trying to go in between the different streams. They're both on VESL GG here on YouTube. So just go to the main page. You'll be able to see both of them if you can't find that. Nonetheless, though, another 5 minutes on the clock, Shamako. Game 3 on the board. Noble Academy have gotten the goal. They need more than just that and some more luck on their side to take down Olympic High School.
I just saw Guy going for the bump, for the air bump.
I like it.
So yes, they're trying new things. Maybe not new, but oh, what a save by Gray! Great placement. Yes, I mean, in the ball that way went for the corner was also very good. So great save overall. Yeah, Noble Academy maybe trying a few things that they were not trying before, getting more physical even in the air, which I appreciated. It's something that I myself have been trying, and sometimes, you know, you're able to do some fantasy. like people are not expecting for you to go bumps in the air, and that's it's a precious opportunity to set up some goals.
Well, first minute almost gone in a game 3 between these two squads. Noble Academy still looking for an option to attack. They are on the correct position, and that is a great pass, as you mentioned, all the way over to Gray for pressing. That is the most beautiful play we've seen from them today.
Yeah, Guy actually set up a beautiful. And you see how the Ginger Ace, I think it was in the air, and it had not been for Guy's touch, Ginger would have stopped, Ginger would have gone for the clear. But no, and one thing is a great for President actually trusting on Guy with that pass. You know, he never doubted, and that's the thing that you need at this moment. That's very close, and somehow Guy was able to get the ball out of the way. I mean, that should have been a goal for Olympic High, but it wasn't.
Twice at least. Somehow it like scooped out of the corner of the net to go away after Guy got that touch. And the Bean 360 got the first goal for Olympic High before, but Ginger Ace is the ace in the hole for Olympic High this time. Tied things up at 3:33.
This is something that I see quite often, and I don't want to see it that much. You know, Great for President and Mr. Noble Admin, they were fighting for that clear. And at that point, I need Gray to talk to Noble Admin and say, hey, I got it, okay? Don't get in the way. I'm going to get the clear.
No.
That's
what?
a miss? That's a miss? Okay, the the gods are playing in favor of Noble Academy in this match, okay? Completely.
They really are, because that should have gone in for sure. And the post gods are also working on their side, it feels like. Just the way that they've been able to bounce it off that side so many times here for Noble Academy to be able to stay at this 1-1 scoreline in Game 3. But again, this is the first step in a long journey to redemption for Noble Academy. If they can get a second goal, can't get the lead again, they need to hold on to that and win 2 more games afterwards, but one step at a time.
Okay, Guy doing a lot of work here, keeping the ball on the blue zone. Mr. Great for President going for the flip reset. He misses that one. The ball still, he was still moving around and trying to get into the net. See how Great rotated very fast. Guy now trying to do something. Only one player on defense. You know who he is. He was a Noble admin trying to do something. The ball moving forward, and nice. Noble admin actually got that save on that. Well, it wasn't a save, but it was a clear. However, NRG bubble out of nowhere, reading that ball and just placing it on the net. That was a great setup by Ginger Ace. You know, doink up, putting the ball high, and you know, I mean, if your teammates can fly, that's a beautiful setup. It's a great moment because it's really bad for the defense to react, but your opponent, your teammates have all the time in the world to actually go for it and sink it on the net.
One thing I want to note here too, 2 players on Olympic I have just these toppers with
burgers.
Yeah, it's so funny. That is the burger power that they are needing for this victory, I guess, or something of that sort. But great defensive effort there. Guy with a beautiful shot to set things up for their teammate, but they got to get back in time. And Guy and Gray seem to be the duo to look for on Noble Academy, whereas Mr. Noble admin is holding down the fort on the back end, as we see here again, and just waiting patiently for anything to come towards their purview, their point of view, as we have seen from them in the net this time. They're getting some good vision, I guess, communication-wise. Them just being there and knowing where things are for their teammates definitely has to help.
I mean, I agree. I agree with you. So this last minute here, got a 7-1, on the other game. I'm not surprised. Not surprised. But yeah, good thing that we're not watching it. And yeah, you pointed out, especially because you love those. And I don't really.
No, I didn't even mean to point it out for
that. You did 100%. Don't try to
No,
fool
I was
me.
just pointing out how many
Look,
goals
this game is good. So, okay, it's not good anymore. I keep doing it, yeah.
Oh, but still, Olympic High School Team A, they are putting on the pressure, and that's been an issue for Noble Academy because they haven't been able to deal with it as best as they would like to, even with the shots that have come through. All 3 defenders were in a line for the save on that play, but there's just too much power behind it, and these kickoff opportunities from Olympic High School Team A almost able to get them a bigger lead. They should have had 5 goals by now with the shots that they had opportunity-wise, but they just weren't able to complete them. And that's going to be a tough thing for Olympic High School Team A. Looking forward to their potential next matchup if they do eventually win this series, because looking forward for them, they're going to have to face off against Wake Leadership Academy, but hey, maybe not yet. It will be Guy 1-2-8 getting that goal, and this is a nice look from them, and also a nice look from Gray for President just to force that issue and force Ginger Ace out of position.
Exactly. Gray stuck out with that ball, and he was just pushing around. And luckily for him, because it was a kind of lucky bounce of the backboard of the wall, and Guy was able to hit it hard on the net. Still, you know, kudos to Guy for moving on and keeping on to that ball. Now it is Mr. Noble admin with a little bit of a clear. Guy hitting it high. Another opportunity for attack for Mr. Energy Bobo. Going to be the Bean, and with another shot, it's going to be a great setup, and it's going to be sink on the net once again. Every single time that Noble Academy seems to have an opportunity, something happens, you know. And this time around, it was that they were not able to get the clear. They tried, but yeah, nothing happened. And Olympic High just wouldn't let that one go and just make sure that it went into the net.
Olympic High really want to clutch things up here and make sure that they can get the victory that is necessary for them to move forward. And well, less than 10 seconds to go, and Olympic High will be taking the victory this time. They will be moving forward to that next round to face off against the competition for a spot in the state finals. They did make the top 8. Will be facing off against Wake Young Leadership Academy 8 team. So that's going to be a tough matchup for them. And Well, we'll see what happens in this one here. I believe Ardrey Kell won the Garinger series, so they're facing off against Green Up. So we have all our final rounds that will be happening here in just a bit. But Ginger Ace, final nail in the coffin for Noble Academy, but they gave it a valiant effort. They gave it their all. They put all the pressure in. They made it to the top 16. So congrats to them on that, but they'll have to try again next semester.
And I was telling you, I wanted like a feel-good kind of moment. Well, actually, getting 2 goals, it doesn't feel too bad. I'm gonna stick with that.
Really good.
Yeah. So
and to keep them to 5 goals with 16 shots, the defense from Noble Academy that they had to put up with, like that's insane.
We know the post.
The post helped a bit, yes.
Defended very well
did
too.
Indeed, but still, that was crazy to see the efforts that were put in there. And I think Lincolnton looking to potentially take this in a sweep against Cabarrus. So
seems like it.
Well, that's kind of expected there. Congrats to them if they do manage to do that in the next few games. But still, we have some great competition to go here as well. Here at the Greensboro side of things for the VESL regional qualifiers for those state finals in February. A couple weeks to go till then, but we do have some Smash Bros coming up next.
Please.
And we do have those finals happening in just a little bit, so that's going to be very interesting to see exactly how that is going down, but we'll have to see what is happening there between these teams, but we will be taking a quick break. Then after that, we'll be back with some Smash Bros.
Perfection is unattainable, but if we chase perfection, we can obtain excellence. Thousands of students, hundreds of teams across this great state are all in pursuit. We've dwindled it down to the elite. We may be able to catch that excellence.
Out to midfield space, Adonis over the top, going to crossbar. Right there. Yeah, you have the flash, you have the ball, you have the flip reset, and you.
Welcome back to the VESL State Qualifiers. $72,000 are on the line. These high schoolers are looking to put on a show. North Carolina, are you ready?
It's that previous season All-Star and ID Bay from Kaz on the field. Oh my goodness. Mafia Shadows though, MVP status is just barreling through.
Oh my goodness, what a shot!
But still the attack is on, and it goes through! Void screams into the void! Another follow-up, cheesing is the 50, and a OT might very well be in our near future.
And Stinky Boss waiting for the clear to come out from Gajau Kid to get that goal.
For himself to take some time and
But it's up to Mafia Shadows, and if they have a choice, they will deny them off the flip reset from end to end of the pitch.
Now 5 back to you. This touch can be over the net. A chance to follow up. Alone again.
What in the world? It goes through! Calculated. Why not? Encrypted Savage will tie us up. Wait, hold on. That was just a pre-flip flow. Jackie Chan, high jump kick. Oh, they tie it back up. And yet the demo just feeds it over to Grassy. The counterplay hits just fine. Crossbar, but wait a minute, hold on. Debonair is gonna make it easy for Mailbox. The giveaway gifted to him. Christmas came early. Draco comes up with that big doink shot. Tommy just kind of took it on right there. Yeah, you have the flash, you have the all, you have the flip reset, whoa, and you have a big fat win on that strike. Kami showing Providence that they're here to play.
I've seen games go from really nothing to a very complicated, probably the most complicated form of storytelling, and how they differ from other texts is that interactivity. So you get to decide what ethical decisions and things that you'll make. As we've moved from a broadcast to a digital mediascape, it's really important that people have the critical skills to know what's true and what's not true. So the same way you want your students to watch a film or to read a book, you want them to be able to play a game, and then we discuss it, we analyze it, we think critically about it. But I think even more important than that, it gives them the critical skills to engage with media more generally.
The obvious things are it's a space for students to game, but I think this space provides a lot of other learning opportunities and experiential learning opportunities for students. The career transfer pieces, whether you're in media, production, or you're doing event management, we have an opportunity to train students to get out in the community to help us lead a lot of different esports initiatives, both locally, regionally, and nationally. Tournament hosting, sponsorships within the esports community, continuing to build our competitive edge with our student recruitment. I think that UNCG's positioned itself to really be the leaders on that forefront.
Games have become something that you played by yourself in your living room to a kind of global interactive space. So being a kind of responsible citizen within that global space is something that I hope my students appreciate. If you look at a game as a way of forming a sense of a way of thinking about the world, a way of interacting with the world, we need students who are literate in the ability to understand how that game is acting on them and how they act in that game as well. The scale and the technology that we have here allows us to use this as a classroom space like no other. Understanding that our students are already gaming and taking seriously that this is something that they can use throughout their lifetime and throughout their education, I think is taking our students seriously and is meeting them where they already are.
Welcome back, everyone, to the VESL Greensboro Regional Qualifiers. I am Vaudable. We got Chimako here yet again, and we'll be getting into some amazing Rocket League action in just a sec. It's going to be Green Hope versus Ardrey Kell, and this is to qualify, I believe, for the state finals. So that's going to be some crazy action between these two teams.
We have actually seen all Green Hope games.
We have, yeah. We've been following them along the bracket the entire time. So
Yeah.
now we get to see how they will play against this Ardrey Kell squad. This is for making it into the money, too, which is huge. So you got to make it all the way there. You got to see what you can do as well and go on from there, too. Our producer was trying to show us something, but we didn't see anything that well. But it doesn't matter. We're getting into game number 1 between Green Hope and Ardrey Kell High School Team A. We'll see what both of these squads can do.
Okay, Ardrey Kell, they changed the names somehow. Green Hope, doesn't get to the point. They have been giving us a great series after series. You know, the first one was very close. I think they won 3-1, but still the games were fun to watch. The other one, they won 3-1 as well.
They did.
They are the team
every time they have won 3-1. They lose the first game, then they win every other game after that.
Okay.
So we got to see what Green Hope can do in this series against Ardrey Kell. Hoping that Barris and Peyton, we've seen them perform before during the qualifiers up to this point too. They looked really strong. Same for Green Hope. Both these teams we are familiar with, and we know that this can go the distance, Chimako.
Okay, so are these the actual names of the Ardrey Kell team? Are you going to check them? Yeah, Open Net Sock, Peyton Two Shies, and Barris. Okay. Maybe I remember something else, something different.
I think as well they were allowed to change up their teams a little bit depending on like who they had on the A and B team.
They had a
some of these
bigger
players were on the
roster.
B teams than they were on the A team instead.
Okay.
Just based on like if they only have one school make it, or one of their teams make it. I think that was the case.
Really?
I could be mistaken, but I think that is the case.
Interesting. That's
because some people couldn't make it just due to scheduling, so that people like it. We don't know the specifics about that. Nonetheless, we don't need to talk about that. Green Hope versus Ardrey Kell. That is the story here at Chimako.
Well, and the other thing is that Ardrey Kell was the champion team on the previous season, right? I think so.
I think
so. Definitely not the same team. They had some seniors graduated, so they obviously are not going to be on the team this time around. But a school with trajectory. That's what I'm trying to say here. However, they just because they won last year doesn't mean that they're going to qualify straight into the finals, which this is the qualifying match right now. And Green Hope is hot. I mean, the Green might be their name, but actually they're red hot. In the tournament so far, they have been playing so well, and I think every single time getting more in sync. You know, just trying new things and following up with all those things, and that's an unfortunate goal because Ardrey Kell was having a fun time. You know, seeing each other together on the same place.
Beautiful work being put into, and Green Hope 2 goals back to back, and yeah, they were having a fun time, you know, just connecting with each other, getting into the game, and this is game 1. They wanted to change the story. If Green Hope win game 1, maybe that's the curse. Green Hope need to win game 1 so that you can beat them in every other game.
And maybe Ardrey Kell, they know that, so they are giving them the game number 1. That's why they were all people committing on that play without leaving the ball. Huh? Who knows? Well, maybe we're too ahead of ourselves here, but. We might be into something as well. So who knows? Who knows? So far, Green Hope looking strong on this game, number 1, giving many opportunities to Ardrey Kell to attack. We haven't seen any attacks actually from Ardrey Kell, anything substantial at the very least. Trying to find something here, making something happen. It's not going to work out. The pass is denied by Crazy Shark, and not Crazy Shark going fast. He has a lot of boost in the tank. But Open Net Sox was able to defend that one and steal the ball. However, off the wall, Aerobic Wave hitting the ball. Another shot here. Aerobic Wave once again trying to get the clear so far. And moving faster, he's going to shoot on the net. It's obviously denied. That was an easy shot to save. But the idea of moving forward and putting a little bit more of a faster pace was good by Aerobic Wave.
Now with less than half the game to go for Ardrey Kell, we need to see what they can do to put the pedal to the metal to take on Green Hope, because nobody has been able to take on Green Hope this entire competition with the way that they've been performing so far. Aerobic Wave, Crazy Shark, and Div 1 Bronze have not been stopped whatsoever, except for individual games. And this time, they're like, okay, we don't need to drop a game to adjust anymore. We won 2 series back-to-back confidently against tough teams, too. And then they were still able to move forward in the competition. Now this is the final leg of the competition for them to make it into those state finals, to make it into the $9,000 prize pool, mind you. for the Rocket League tournament at the state finals.
I mean, when you say it like that, it sounds pretty good. Opportunity here. Everyone from AK were too far away to actually get into that ball. So Green Hope, they didn't get the clear, but they didn't lose possession of the ball. I mean, however that sounds, they were able to finally, eventually hit the ball hard and put it on the orange side. Now it's Berries with a hit, ball up high on the wall. Everyone missing that one. Berries is going to catch it. I thought he was going for the pass. He had opportunity to go for the pass and then redirect and put the ball on the net. And it just slipped their minds, and they were not able to do it.
45 seconds, a little bit less than that we can see here between these two teams, excuse me, to see who's going to come out on top in game one. This will be the first time today that Green Hope have won game one in the series that they have played in. Peyton almost able to put that through underneath the crossbar. 30 seconds remaining now between Audrey Kell, who need a goal at least momentum-wise to move into the next game confidently. Otherwise, it's going to be an odd spot to be in, being shut out completely in game one. Almost there too, though. Spoke too soon, right off the sidewall as well, and it's not going to go through just yet. 10 seconds to go, Chamaco.
That was the opportunity. That was the moment to get the double tap and put the ball on the net. But I mean, they missed. It was it was an awful angle, but it wasn't easy, extremely easy as well. So I understand why they missed that one. No one's going to try to get the final goal, and Green Hope wins the first match for the first day, for the first time on today. So
a lot of firsts.
Yeah, things getting weird, but at the same time, I don't think it's a curse. You know, they needed the first loss before just to get in the groove. But right now, they have been playing for so long. This is the third match of the day that they are already in the groove.
They are in the groove, they are in the driver's seat, and they are ready to take themselves and drive to victory, but also to the state finals next month. Maybe they'll get there a little bit early if they leave right now, but they still have 2 more games at least to go to get to that point in time. This is a best of 5, not a best of 7. We'll see those best of 7s, I believe, once we get to those state finals when we're competing on the live stage there. That's going to be crazy to see it. I mean, I've heard some of the rumblings of what they have planned. You all are going to be blown away. That's all I'm going to say.
I mean,
I can't leak anything. I'm sorry.
Well, maybe tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow.
Maybe tomorrow.
Who knows? Who knows? Regardless, we got the next match, and Arctic Girl, they need to improve a lot because they didn't have that many shots. They didn't have that many, good offense. They only have that opportunity when they were setting up that backboard pass and into kind of a double tapping thing situation. Other than that, I don't think they propose very much attacks. So it was.
I will correct you on that. Actually, there was 12 shots.
No, but they were not.
They weren't like quality shots.
Exactly,
yes.
Exactly. It wasn't like a tough shot to defend. That's a shot, but it was easy defendable. And you put it over to the corner and nothing happens. That's it. It's done deal. So that's what I'm saying. You can have as many shots as you want in the net, but if you don't provoke anything, that the defense will just make light work of that and we'll move on.
You know what I didn't mention at all, and I don't think either of us noticed because we were so used to Green Hope having the majority of the shots. That was the least amount of shots they have ever had.
What,
so 4 shots.
Wow.
Yeah. They usually have at least 7 or more than that, usually averaging around 10 shots per game. So that's the difference here. As they've been playing throughout the day, they've been practicing. They're like, okay, we're going to take our time and pace ourselves, and that's what they did. They used quality over quantity, and that's the difference between these two teams so far.
Also, Audrey Curl don't allow them to shoot that much.
True.
That's a testament on Audrey's midfield presence. They are actually trying to be there on the midfield. The problem is well, not a problem for Crazy Shark at all. That was a great shot on the net. The problem was no one actually hit it. They didn't go for that one. And you have to hit those. You have to hit them before they bounce off the backboard because otherwise it becomes a pass and you're going to have a Crazy Shark attacking you on the field.
3:40 on the clock now, though. Audrey Kell put up 12 shots in the last game, 0 goals from that pressure. You mentioned it. We didn't have enough quality opportunities from them to be able to get a goal on the board. And so far, they have still been shut out another 7 minutes almost at this point in time since the start of the last game. Going forward, though, they need to keep up where they left off in that last one. They were looking a lot better towards the end of it. It just was not enough time for them to overcome the odds against Green Hope. And nobody's been able to overcome Green Hope so far today. And they've been making the run from a lower seed all the way here to being one of the top 4 teams potentially making it to the state finals.
They keep swimming with the sharks. Sharks that swim in the field. That's a crazy one. That's the crazy part.
Waves that are aerobic. So
and
it's a weird ocean
and a deep
out there.
one bronze that plays this way.
Yeah,
that's the least concerning part. We already discussed
that's the
that
most normal
one before.
thing out of that.
Yeah, but other than that, guys having fun, and it's showing. It's showing I think that the fun that they're having is. I mean, their faces are really serious if you look at them right now. But at the same time, they're playing in a very well-mannered Rocket League. Even without boost now, Crazy Shark trying to do something, trying to make something happen. He didn't have anything for Musty or putting more power into the ball. So I mean, I wasn't expecting a miracle out of that one. That was an attempt from Ardrikel, but very quickly deflected by Green Hope.
Whew, almost a chance there for open net suction.
That's better. That's getting better.
Looking for something too. Or Barris, excuse me. Another opportunity for Ardrikel that could have been their first goal to tie things up. And if they do get their first goal here, that's the perfect timing for Ardrikel to bounce back from that loss in game one. It had so much pressure, so many shots, and another opportunity again towards the net. But as I say that, it's still not quality. And the biggest thing we're also missing here too, Chamaco, no passing plays from Ardrikel. They're only going for individual efforts, and they need to change that now.
Well, unless they're missing, and going for the pass through the wall.
Or at least a follow-up.
And maybe Green Hope is just so good that they're defending those very well. I mean, I think they can do better. But I think it's a mix of everything, a little bit
The pressure's getting to them, too. I didn't even think about that. This is their time to try and qualify for the state finals, and you've got to have that on your mind when you're playing in this series.
Yeah, and you know that Green Hope is coming in hot, so you're getting a quality opponent in your hands. Maybe they are, a little bit over their heads. With only 1 minute left on this game number 2, they got to start, scoring something. So it's not about shooting every single time. It's about, opening opportunities for your teammates. And that might be demos, that might be passing plays, that might be faking shots that become passes, or not one hit and leave, but keeping presence on the net. And now I think they're going to try it. That's it. That's a good one. Yeah, Green
there
Hope.
We go. That's beautiful.
Yeah, but Green Hope is defending those very, very well. And now another great defense by them. And keep going after the ball. Crazy Shark is going to have to work hard on that one. He's able to hit it. But Ardrikel is definitely working hard. I think we have to give more props to the defense from Green Hope than we were doing before.
And that's what we talked about before with a lot of these squads. Defense wasn't really the strong suit. It was a struggle for them to really get anything going there for multiple games. But Green Hope are proving to be the outlier when it comes to that. And less than 10 seconds to go. Green Hope looking to hold on to this 1-goal lead. And Ardrikel firing on all cylinders to see if they can take them down. But they aren't going to be able to keep it up. And will drop down. And Green Hope, 2 games in a row, 1 more game away for qualifying for the state championship.
That's great. And I'm going to say it. I think Ardrikel does have quality or better shots than I gave them
that time.
I gave them credit
yeah.
for. But at the same time, I'm going to say Green Hope has much better defense than I gave them credit for. Because every single time that Ardrikel was going for a backboard pass or a back wall pass or something like that, you had a player from Green Hope making contact with the ball, challenging, going for a great 50 that actually worked very well for them. And that's something a lot of people don't mention, but 50s are huge, and you practice those.
So hard.
You got to go for a good 50 and get the ball. I mean,
know where to position yourself too
exactly.
on those 50s is a huge
that's
thing.
it.
I mean, that's why, like, who was it? Fireburner was like the king of 90-10s.
Yeah, 90-10s. so 50-50 is a word I hate. I don't like how you use it here on Rocket League, because it is not a 50-50. I mean, a lot of players, they know.
Just a 1v1 challenge, like head-on. Yeah.
Right. It's like a clash of trains or something like that, but it's still that's a mouthful. So they are doing that very, very well. So Green Hope, I mean, on defense, so far, incredible.
Harris with a great save there, too, at a good demo on the defensive end to take down open net suck, because they were trying to make it an open net instead. Exactly their kryptonite. Give them an open net for Green Hope, and that's what they'll try and score on. But nonetheless, 5 shots in that last game, 4 shots in the previous one. Ardrikel are keeping Green Hope on their toes throughout this series. Even though it is making the looks of a potential 3-0 sweep, it's not going to be easy enough for either of these teams to get a victory.
He won bronze with a great save, and he keeps moving forward. Now Barris,
good bump.
He has an opportunity to Well, I think he got confused with Peyton. I think he thought that Peyton might have been trying to get for the ball, and he wasn't. He wasn't, but, you know, that crosses your mind, and you stop going for the ball as fast as you were before. Barry's now moving forward, nothing on the tank. He's waiting for aerobic wave, and couldn't make contact with the ball. That's going to fall down, and Deep One Bronze knows it. Aerobic wave with a dribble. That's not a great place to actually dribble the ball and get it out of the way. The demo came clutch to actually allow some space, but still, Aldrich Curl doing very well in the possession department here with the ball.
JT Williams and Havelock High also starting their first match, or their final match of the day, excuse me, over in Charlotte. So definitely recommend checking that one out as well. Havelock currently up by 1. But there's a great shot from open net suck, and Aldrich Kell finally able to meet their maker and make sure that they can put that one forward, take Green Hope down a level themselves, and make sure that they get that one targeted perfectly in the back of the net.
Yeah, uncharacteristic by Aerobic Wave. He tried to control the ball on the off the ceiling, and he ended up passing it to the opponent. So bad start for Green Hope here. Still, Aldrich Hill, you know, they needed that one. They really did need that one. Now it's going for the pass here. Open that socks up in the air, but the defense from Green Hope, again, doing their work way faster than the attacker, and they were able to get the clear. Another hit by Crazy Shark. It's now open that socks, trying to go off the wall, but, you know, good defense off the wall, good read for Green Hope. Green Hope moving, trying to get the clears, but it's getting harder and harder for them to actually get the ball out of the blue zone.
Right off the backboard it
shots?
goes to, and there's another opportunity. It does come through by Peyton, and these are the goals that were missing in the previous games from Aldrich Kell. They had so many shots. They had so much pressure. Even the demo coming out was not enough for the defense of Green Hope to stop that one, unfortunately for them. The bounce from the post worked out perfectly for Aldrich Kell. The drought has ended at perfect timing for Aldrich Kell, and hey, this could potentially be our first reverse sweep of the day.
Maybe. I mean, there's some people out here asking for game number 5. So I'm not going to point fingers, but yeah, they really want it desperately. So let's see. Maybe this series is going to be the first one that we actually go to a game number 5. Regardless, there's still 2 minutes here on this game, and Green Hope, they have proven they can score more than once in many games. So this is still far from over. As we can see, open net sucks. Going maybe for the pass for Berries. Oh no, this is scary. The bump is there. No one, Aerobic Wave didn't get there on time, and he wasn't able to capitalize on that play.
Great looks from both of these teams so far in this game and in the series too. Right past the halfway point of Game 3. Still plenty of time for Green Hope if they want to pull off the victory in this game. They want to close out things early and have an early drive home so that they can get ready and grind things out for the next couple weeks before those state finals that'll be happening next month. Still, nonetheless, both these teams doing everything that they can to win at this stage of the competition. This is the final series for both of them today, and they know what the stakes are at this moment in time.
Yeah, the difference is the final series for both of them, but one of them will move forward to state finals, and the other one will just watch it from their home on Twitter or on Twitter or YouTube. That's another quality shot, and Barry's sinking the third one for Aldrich Curl, waiting for the bump on the net as well. You know, going for the boost, taking its time, and then Deep One Bronze getting bye-bye, dude. You're not going to do anything here. That's a great shot by Barry's, and Aldrich Curl showing their offensive power that they were not able to showcase in the previous 2 matches.
Love to see it from these teams, from these players. They are giving it their all at this stage of the competition, making it so that Aldrich Kell have a reason to showcase their skill in this game and stay alive in this best of 5. But as we have seen before, Shamako, when Green Hope have lost a game, they have won the series. And that,
it's the first game,
it's
though.
Be the case here.
It
was the first game.
It's when they lose the first game, and this time around, maybe Aldrich Hill needs to lose 2. You know,
maybe that's what they need. They're trying to just pull a Cebu it completely, but 4 goals in a row for Aldrich Kell.
Impressive.
We haven't seen anyone do that to Green Hope.
Well, and I was giving props to the Green Hope's defense so much, and I don't think it's doing too bad right now. I think Aldrich Hill is just figuring out how to play against them. You know, took them 2.
Green Hope are exhausted on defense, honestly.
Well, that too. But it took 2 games to figure out the defense, and now it's. Wow!
Okay.
Wow!
No.
That was a play. That was a play.
GG go next is what I would say to Green Hope after that one, not going in. I mean, yeah, you might get shut out in this game. We've seen other teams be able to do pretty decent against Green Hope in the one game that they take against them, but the biggest question mark is going to be that next game. If Ardrikel take it, then we are in uncharted territory, going to a Game 5, potential for a reverse sweep, and that is what I want to see for our final Rocket League match of the day.
And Green Hope has been here for a long time today. I don't know how tired those guys are.
Probably tired, yeah.
Yeah, so that's a factor. We talked about
yeah,
it
they didn't have
before.
a bye like Ardrikel did, so they've played every single series to try and make it to the final stage of competition. Almost a 5th goal there for Ardrikel, but they don't need it. Instead, they will take that victory in stride and move on to the next one as quickly as they can. But that is the best look we have seen from them so far. 11 shots, 4 goals. Even with 7 saves, it was not enough for Green Hope to hold out as much as they were hoping to.
Well, and that tells you, they had to save everything. This time around, all the shots from Ardrikel were into the net. You save it or you get scored on.
True.
That's the deal. So Ardrikel getting really accurate now with their shots. And it's no joke, okay, guys? I mean, we have one last live. This is our last talk. So, hey, let's make it work. We're not
make it count.
We're not leaving this without a fight. We really want to make it to the States.
A big
finals.
thing to note here too is that we did see so many interceptions on any of the passing plays that were happening from Ardrikel in those first and second games. Well, this time they weren't really able to do too much on those passing plays. The setups were perfect from Ardrikel, and getting into Game 4, Green Hope, they need to keep the consistency going in getting 3-1 victories. Every single series they have played since the bracket stage of the qualifiers till now, they have won 3-1. If they win here, they will keep that all the way to the state finals. And I hope that happens just for competition's sake, just for fun. But still, Ardrikel, they don't want that to happen. They want to force the issue. They want to force it to a Game 5, and this is their time to shine. They got 4 goals in a row, almost 5, uninterrupted, shut out Green Hope. They need to keep that momentum going.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, and I mean, just for fun's sakes, yes, I won a 3-1, but at the same time, wow, I want to see a Game 5, at the same time. So, whatever happens, let's see how it goes. Open nets suck. He said it sucks, but it's not sucking for them.
No, not
for him. It's sucking for the other team. Whenever he got
sucking for the other team on that play too. But again. First 32 seconds, we do finally see an opening goal from the side of Ardrikel. Yes, they got the first
5
goal.
in a row then.
That is 5 in a row, yes. They almost had 5 in the last game. They picked up where they left off there perfectly and turned the page in the book. And, well, it was just another goal from them awaiting them as they were reading forward with their story of this series. A Green Hope looking for any inkling of a possibility to get a goal, to get some offense going. But you can see the pressure is getting to them. They are facing the music in a way that they have not experienced before. They're usually the ones with all the offense, all the shots, all the boost, and everything working out in their favor. And this is the first time today that they have had to face this stiff of competition, and they don't know what to do just yet.
I hope they're not losing the hope, I hope they keep it
It's in their name, so they at least have it guaranteed, but,
It's the last thing they lose. Hopefully that's the case
then they're
here.
just green.
well, I don't know. Well, yeah. They're blue on the field, but okay, whatever. There's a lot of green here on VESL as well. Ardrikel getting, not getting, staying as aggressive as they were on game number 3. They were attacking a lot. They were putting a lot of pressure. And now that's an open net, but what a save by Ardrikel. They got deep into the net to be able to get that save. And now powerful shot by Peyton to Shiesty.
Yeah, I don't think we should say that.
No? Okay, Peyton.
Yeah. But nonetheless, 2-0 here for Ardrikel. Green Hope looking for any option after this kickoff, and maybe the kickoff is a reset that they need. Going forward with this one, they send their player Aerobic Wave, who was doing really well for this team in the previous matchups. Hasn't really been much of a force to be reckoned with that we are used to seeing them. So they've been shut down a couple of times, and odd spots the defense have been in. And speaking of that, I mean, Crazy Shark not even able to connect with that ball, and nobody was challenging it really close to it. So the pressure is on their mind. How close they are to qualifying is on their mind. But they need to lock in and get loaded for a potential Game 5 at this point, because with the momentum that's on the side of Ardrikel, That's been almost 8 minutes now that they have not scored for Green Hope. But Ardrikel have been able to keep this going.
Can't say that because you won the 3-1. Okay, so don't be saying that. Don't be saying that. You have to say this is the moment where they lock in and they start playing very well. You know, to go for that 3-1 that you really want. That was a great shot. Better defense. You know, hitting the ball. Yeah, straightforward in front of the net. Yes, but keeping your car very close to the net so they can actually avoid the shot and still manage the save, which was crucial. Now you were asking for Aerobic Wave to do something. He has an opportunity here, maybe faking badly. Oh my God, not needed at that moment.
GG go next into the next game at this point in time. Like looking at the way that Ardrikel have been so dominant these last 2 games and shut out completely have been Green Hope. Maybe if they can get a goal, there's a chance for Green Hope. But right now, this is the Ardrikel show, and we are just watching it, and that has what's been happening for now. What is it? 6 goals back-to-back unanswered. We do have a good shot, a good flick, but that's not really going to go anywhere because they didn't need to flick it. They could have just dribbled it towards the net and challenged it in a 50-50, set it up for their teammate. There's a lot of individual mindsets going on for Green Hope, and they need to change that if they want a chance to win that Game 5, because that's what it's looking like we're going to be going to any moment now.
It seems like there's still 1 minute. I mean, and things can happen in a minute. But the way that Ardrikel are shutting down the Green Hope, then I mean, I understand why you're already thinking that we might go into game number 5. They need to learn from this, but I don't know if the playstyle that they're showing here is indicative of any learning, of what they can do different to actually get a win. They're shooting way too far away, and every single time that they do that, it gives time to Ardrikel to set up defense and stop the plays happening. Now they send 2 players over the ball when you had a Crazy Shark that with a clear hit. So they needed to send the other player up to get the pass or the bounce. So they are really getting desperate at this moment.
Green Hope, all eyes are on them to see how they will stop this comeback from Ardrikel, who, again, you mentioned it, they were previous winners, previous champions for VESL's Rocket League season. But less than 10 seconds to go, no chance to get 2 goals in that time. We will be going to a Game 5, and we will have a chance to have our first reverse sweep in a best-of-5 for Rocket League here for the regional qualifiers. Ardrikel win again. We might see that happen a 3rd time in a row.
Yeah, we shall see. Wrong movie, but since we have the Spartans here, are you not entertained? Wrong movie. I know, wrong movie.
Oh, man.
But if you know the movie, the reference, then you're probably as old as I am. So anyway, we get how many shots this time for Green Hope? Only 6.
6. So that's the most that they've had so far, I believe.
Yes,
yeah,
and actually 5 only for Ardrikel.
That's the least we've seen for Ardrikel. But they are now realizing that it is quality shots over quantity. They don't need to push the issue because when they were giving a lot of opportunities to Green Hope. So instead, they were holding on to possession of the ball. You could see how close it was comparatively for the ball touches. But we had a lot of saves this time for Ardrikel. So that shows that Green Hope were close multiple times to getting that first goal. They just weren't able to pass that finish line. They collapsed right before it a couple of times and tripped on their own shoelaces. So they need to pick themselves up by their bootstraps, move forward towards this Game 5, brush themselves off, maybe go outside, just get some fresh air for a second in these 60 seconds.
It's right there.
Yeah,
right?
It's literally right there, if any of them are here in the stadium. And then they need to go forward and try and get the victory after that. And we'll see if they can. I know Green Hope, based on how they've been playing today, they have it in them. But so do Ardrikel. They've been proving it in those last 2 games. Shut them out completely. 10 minutes without a goal for Green Hope. We needed the score here first. Div 1 Bronze looking for it. No, you had to keep it towards yourself a little bit sooner, but it's okay. I like the initiative from them. That's a difference maker that we need them, but we do also need a goal from them in this game to have a chance to win.
Okay, Crazy Shark was trying to set up something, and that's going into the net. Open net suck. Yes,
and it was an open net. Proving that it actually sucks for the other team time and time again.
That was a bad choice. If you see open net sucks, I don't know if he saw him. I mean, let's give him the benefit of the doubt. But if you see another player going up that high, you can't start going for the
challenge like that. Yeah.
No, I mean for the flip reset, because you actually have to challenge the ball in order to stay with it and then make something happen on your end instead of letting them go over you, because your teammates actually think that you have the shot. They think that you have the hit. That was so close, and no one to follow
Why'd
up.
you go with it? There was nobody there on the net. Div1 Bronze need to be there to follow up with it, but they are so hesitant for these challenges.
I don't know why, because they were great at going for those challenges before. I'm talking about the previous series, not this one. But maybe they're
The
giving
pressure's getting to them.
They're giving too much credit to Ardrey Kill. They're respecting them too much, and I don't think that's this is the moment to do so. You have lost twice in a row. You haven't scored anything. You
still
definitely have
haven't
to
in the
change
first minute
something.
here. Yeah, it's been 11 minutes now and counting, and I'm going to continue to rag on that because they have not been able to get one on the board. They need to do just that, but they need the double tap on that. Would have been an open opportunity there. Aerobic Wave trying to hold possession of the ball so that their teammate can do something here. Div1 Bronze backing up and trying to get in position instead. Crazy Shark, a good touch, does open up some space for them to get away, and they keep up with the possession of the boost. That's huge so that they can go for a potential counterattack, but a team bump's not going to help them anyway.
There's an opportunity right now. I mean, they don't even need that second touch. They just need someone in the air. They tried to get someone in the air, but Barry's was way too fast on that ball. That's a great pass. Maybe a redirect. Yes, they actually tried for that one. Open net sucks again, attacking that ball. He's faking, allowing his teammate to actually go for the second touch. And Barry's just waiting for Div1 Bronze to see what he's going to do. Div1 Bronze, he has a lot of it in the tank, so he's trying to use it wisely, going for the pass. But Barry's on the wall just waiting for it.
Good touches coming out from Green Hope so far, but again, they are still looking for their first goal in the last 3 games, including this one. They haven't been able to find the net in such a long time, and they need something here and now if they want to win in this Game 5, prevent this reverse sweep. They look so good in the first 2 games and in the first 2 series. Maybe one of the few lower-seeded teams who would be able to come out on top and potentially make it the distance to that top 4, to the $9,000 prize pool that these teams are competing for. They're so close to it, but Aerobic Wave can't get that connection. Their teammate missed right over top of them, unfortunately, there as well. It wasn't really a fake, but they went for the challenge to try and bait out the defense. It still did not work.
Didn't work, and now an opportunity for Barry's. Great at getting the ball out of the way and putting it on the corner. However, Barry's another shot, and this time around, there was no one to see him. He actually used a blind spot to go for that shot. And you see the defenders, they waited a little bit too long because they felt confident that no one was there to actually hit the ball. But Barry's came out of nowhere, and his sink is on the net. And now we got a 2-0 lead for Ardrey Kill. Only 2 minutes left. How many minutes has it been since they scored? 13?
It has been 13 minutes since Green Hope have scored in Game 2. Probably more than that, actually.
Maybe.
Knowing like the last time that they scored then. Don't have it down right now, but what we have been focusing on is Ardrey Kill, who have just had a resurgence of epic proportions throughout this series. And this is a story of a comeback that they needed to try and pull off to get the victory, to make it to the state championship and go to the final and try and defend their crown if they were the winners back then last year. We'll get an update on that during a break, but still, less than a minute, 40 seconds to go. The pressure is mounting for Green Hope, so things are looking solid. There is the shot. It goes towards the net. Finally, they end the goal drought. It will be Crazy Shark putting that in, and there we go. There is a chance for Green Hope, but they need one more to tie things up, Chamaco.
The one time where they don't get the actual good
save.
Clear.
Clear, yeah.
Yeah, open net Sox was on the wall. He actually makes contact with the ball, but the ball ended up, falling into Crazy Shark's hand. However, open net Sox just decide to take matters in their hands. He atoned for his sins. He went right into the net over Aerobic Wave.
Wow.
And now, we're back on the same spot. It's literally the same thing. So that first goal from Green
one
Hope
goal does help with your motivation.
Sure.
If you didn't have that goal this entire time and you finally get one, that's got to be such a sigh of relief. You're like doubting yourself after 2 games of not scoring. You're like, can I even get a goal at this point? And we did see them be able to do that. So we know this team is capable of getting 2 more goals in a little bit over a minute's time. They got to get out of their side, though.
They better be seen in that way, okay? I can be more pessimistic than you, but it doesn't matter. I'm not going to talk about it. They have a chance, an opportunity. They're attacking. Barry's going to catch it off the wall, and he's going to hit it again. Okay, that's going very close. They need someone to finish it up. The ball still very close to the net, but Peyton just looking around at the ball and getting the clear. Not letting the ball get away from the orange end. So Crazy Shark trying to get there before Barry's, but didn't happen. Oh, they missed, and now open net Sox.
Wow,
going to dunk it. The dunk is clear. Yeah, this guy has been so good at offense for for Ardrick Hill since they started in game number 3 making the comeback. It's been all him all the way along. Yes, Peyton has made some shots, Barry's as well, but if you look at it, I think he's the one that has been scoring the most.
Ardrick Hill, less than 40 seconds to go to hold on to this 3-goal lead to grant themselves the first ever reverse sweep here at the Greensboro Regional today. Nobody was able to pull it off up to this point in time, but they are looking primed and ready to achieve what is unachievable. Make it all the way to the state finals again in back-to-back years here for Ardrick Hill. Less than 20 seconds to go. They're keeping the pressure going, and Green Hope, well, they might have one final shot if they can get this one in with 10 seconds left, but no, they aren't able to connect to the ball, and that will be it for Green Hope. It will be Ardrick Hill High School Team A making it to the state finals next month.
Sad. You know, it's sad that the run that Green Hope
But we
had.
got to celebrate Ardrick Hill.
No. Okay. Yeah, that's, I got you.
It is sad. That is true.
But it is sad for Green Hope. You know, the way that they had the run here today, they felt so strong, and they actually won the first 2 games, and then, you know, let all
we talked about it, though.
Crumble.
They didn't lose the first game.
Okay.
And that was the curse.
Okay.
So that's what Ardrick Hill were waiting for. It's like, okay, if we lose the first game, then we're going to win the series, and that's exactly what happened here, Chamaco.
Calculated.
I mean, I'm telling you.
Calculated. Yeah, completely. We see 9 shots here for Ardrick Hill, doing really well on demos as well.
Finally
3
saw
assists.
7 shots from Green Hope, too, so they were able to put up the pressure, able to put in a goal finally after
They understood.
such a drought. But again, it just took them too long to get that first goal in those last 3 games.
Well, it's a matter of losing the first match and seeing in the fashion that you lost it, and then doing nothing
Still
to
plays
fix it.
top 8, though.
Huh?
Still plays top 8 for Green Hope, so pretty solid performance.
Right, but what I'm saying is, after you lost that first match, you didn't do anything to actually improve upon that match.
That's true.
So seeing game number 4, the same pattern, then on game number 5, they tried to do something different. And I applaud that, but it should have started on game number 4 instead of game number 5.
Yeah, unfortunately, they weren't able to stem the bleeding earlier on, and they will go home in the top 8, but not making it into those state finals. Ardrick Hill do make it back. They pull off our first best-of-5 reverse sweep to make it into the state finals, and I think they will be joining the #1 seed that we saw before, that was Lincolnton, that we had win their series as well to make it to those state finals. So shout out to them as well. We still have Havelock and JT Williams playing against each other in the Charlotte, and then we also still have Olympic High School versus Wake Young Leadership Academy to go a little bit later on. I don't know if we'll be covering out of those matches, but we'll see in a little bit. Either way, we're going to be taking a quick break. Then after that, we'll be back with some more matches.
Suppose there are times when you lose your troubled mind. Suppose there are times when you're feeling undefined. Suppose there are days when your colors touch a gray. That's when you call.
It's that previous season All-Star and ID Bay from Kaz on the field.
On the night, we jump and touch the light. We dance.
Oh my goodness, Mafia Shadows though, MVP status is just barreling through.
Oh my goodness, what a shot!
But still the attack is on, and it goes through! Void screams into the void! Another follow-up, cheesing is the 50, and a OT might very well be in our near future.
And Stinky Bus waiting for the clear to come out from Kajau Kid to get that goal.
For himself to take some time and
Oh no! But it's up to Mafia Shadows, and if they have a choice, they will deny them off the flip reset from end to end of the pitch.
Now 5 back to you. This touch can be over the net. A chance to follow up. Alone again.
What in the world? It goes through! Calculated. Why not? Encrypted Savage will tie us up. Wait, hold on. That was just Jackie Chan, high jump kick. Oh, they tie it back up. And yet the demo just feeds it over to Grassy. The counterplay hits just fine. Crossbar, but wait a minute, hold on. Debonair is gonna make it easy for Mailbox. The giveaway gifted to him. Christmas came early. Draco comes up with that big doink shot. Tommy just kind of took it on right there. Yeah, you have the flash, you have the you have the flip reset, whoa, and you have a big fat win on that strike. Tommy showing Providence that they're here to play.
Games have become something that you played by yourself in your living room to a kind of global interactive space. So being a kind of responsible citizen within that global space is something that I hope my students appreciate. If you look at a game as a way of forming a sense of a way of thinking about the world, a way of interacting with the world, we need students who are literate in the ability to understand how that game is acting on them and how they act in that game as well. The scale and the technology that we have here allows us to use this as a classroom space like no other. Understanding that our students are already gaming and taking seriously that this is something that they can use throughout their lifetime and throughout their education, I think is taking our students seriously and is meeting them where they already are.
The obvious things are it's a space for students to game, but I think this space provides a lot of other learning opportunities and experiential learning opportunities for students. The career transfer pieces, whether you're in media, production, or you're doing event management, we have an opportunity to train students to get out in the community to help us lead a lot of different esports initiatives, both locally, regionally, and nationally. Tournament hosting, sponsorships within the esports community, continuing to build our competitive edge with our student recruitment. I think that UNCG's positioned itself to really be the leaders on that forefront.
Perfection is unattainable, but if we chase perfection, we can obtain excellence. Thousands of students, hundreds of teams across this great state are all in pursuit. We've dwindled it down to the elite. We may be able to catch that excellence.
Out to midfield space, Adonis over the top, going to crossbar. Right there. Yeah, you have the flash, you have the you have the flip reset, and you.
Welcome back to the VESL State Qualifiers. $72,000 are on the line. These high schoolers are looking to put on a show. North Carolina, are you ready? Perfection is unattainable. But if we chase perfection, we can obtain excellence. Thousands of students, hundreds of teams across this great state are all in pursuit. We've dwindled it down to the elite. We may be able to catch that excellence.
Out to midfield space, Adonis over the top, going to crossbar. Right there. Yeah, you have the flash, you have the ball, you have the flip reset, and you.
Welcome back to the VESL State Qualifiers. $72,000 are on the line. These high schoolers are looking to put on a show. North Carolina, are you ready?
Suppose there are times when you lose your troubled mind. Suppose there are times when you're feeling undefined. Suppose there are days when you call this touch of ground. That's when you call.
It's that previous season All-Star at ID Bay from Kaz on the field.
Oh
my goodness, Mafia Shadows though, MVP status is just barreling through.
Oh my goodness, what a shot!
But still the attack is on, and it goes through! Void screams into the void! Another follow-up, cheesing is the 50, and a OT might very well be in our near future. Sensational goal!
And Stinky Boss waiting for the clear to come out from the Jow Kid to get that goal.
For himself to take some time and
Oh no!
But it's up to Mafia Shadows, and if they have a choice, they will deny them off the flip reset from end to end of the pitch.
Now 5 back to you. This touch can be over the net. A chance to follow up. Alone again.
What in the world? It goes through! Calculated. Why not? Encrypted Savage will tie us up. Wait, hold on. That was just a pre-flip. Jackie Chan, high jump kick. Oh, they tie it back up. And yet the demo just feeds it over to Grassy. The counterplay hits just fine. Crossbar, but wait a minute, hold on. Debonair is going to make it easy for Mailbox. The giveaway gifted to him. Christmas came early. Draco comes up with that big doink shot. Tommy just kind of took it on right there. Yeah, you have the flash, you have the you have the flip reset,
Whoa!
and you have a big fat win on that strike. Tommy showing Providence that they're here to play.
Games have become something that you played by yourself in your living room to a kind of global interactive space. So being a kind of responsible citizen within that global space is something that I hope my students appreciate. If you look at a game as a way of forming a sense of a way of thinking about the world, a way of interacting with the world, we need students who are literate in the ability to understand how that game is acting on them and how they act in that game as well. The scale and the technology that we have here allows us to use this as a classroom space like no other. Understanding that our students are already gaming and taking seriously that this is something that they can use throughout their lifetime and throughout their education, I think is taking our students seriously and is meeting them where they already are.
I've seen games go from really nothing to a very complicated, probably the most complicated form of storytelling, and how they differ from other texts is that interactivity. So you get to decide what ethical decisions and things that you'll make. As we've moved from a broadcast to a digital mediascape, it's really important that people have the critical skills to know what's true and what's not true. So the same way you want your students to watch a film or to read a book, you want them to be able to play a game, and then we discuss it, we analyze it, we think critically about it. But I think even more important than that, it gives them the critical skills to engage with media more generally.
The obvious things are it's a space for students to game, but I think this space provides a lot of other learning opportunities and experiential learning opportunities for students. The career transfer pieces, whether you're in media, production, or you're doing event management, we have an opportunity to train students to get out in the community to help us lead a lot of different esports initiatives, both locally, regionally, and nationally. Tournament hosting, sponsorships within the esports community, continuing to build our competitive edge with our student recruitment. I think that UNCG's positioned itself to really be the leaders on that forefront.
All right, welcome back. We're not familiar faces. Our casters are out here. They're about to play some players that we have in the arena. My name's Norian.
I am Trakari.
I'm excited to see the casters.
Yeah, they're gonna
follow
play
their
Rocket
game, their
League.
talk. They're commentating on these games, saying what they would do. I want to see what they will do in these situations.
Can they hang?
I'm
Or-
ready to see the kids. Ready to tear it up.
Will they make it or not make it? Who knows? Who's to say? Yeah, I played Rocket League like once or twice, so pretty good familiarity with it. I know cargo fast, hit ball in net, and I think that you're about the same, right?
I know Rocket League. I watched the games that we've watched today. I'm a big fan of soccer, so
Yeah.
basically soccer with cars.
Soccer with cars. What more can you say? Wow. What a riveting game. We've seen so much take place today. We've seen cars. Oh, and here we are.
We're off.
Oh, the purple car is at the ball.
And I believe the blue team is actually our cast and players, and our orange team is the kid team.
Are they?
Our
They are the
high
kid
schooler team. Yeah.
Yeah, they're the kid team. They're playing the adults. Gen A versus the millennials. We'll see how this turns out.
Gen Z, I think, is
Gen
what we
Z?
are.
Is
Yeah.
it?
Yeah.
Wow.
Alpha is like the new one. Alpha is
Alpha's like 2000, whatever, 2012.
2010, and we got a goal.
Oh wow, who scored?
That is our orange team. That is
Yeah, good job to the
waiting
orange
for the
team.
replay.
Wow. Oh, sick.
All right, and they're starting again. A lot of the control coming from the orange side, from what I see so far.
Well, good ball there. Are they gonna score? Nope. Wow. Do you think he's gonna make it?
I sure hope so. Again, I'm kind of rooting for our players here.
Why are you rooting for them? What's the connection to
You gotta
the
support.
players?
Look at that.
Look at that. Wow.
That's not our players. That's a caster
That's
in the
a cast-
caster team. It plays.
No, isn't the caster team the blue team?
Yes, that's our caster.
So then who just scored?
Caster team. Lazy.
Wow.
Yeah.
What riveting.
I probably should not be biased towards a specific team, but
I mean, I don't think it matters. I think we're here to have fun, and whoever's winning is winning, right?
yeah. All right, and orange team having some control on the ball right now,
Yeah. Control the ball.
which is important in a game like this.
It is, yeah. We've seen teams dominate ball control. That's usually who we see end up winning. So I feel like we're close to seeing a score here.
Yeah, they're-
Wow. That's great. Wow.
Oh,
Look
that
at
that was almost there.
Almost there. Almost in the net. So close but so far.
Almost bar down, and it just didn't happen. You love to see it.
Oh, it looks like we're back. Oh, good defense we're seeing from the orange team.
Oh, and there's another
Wow.
goal. That's from our orange team.
Wow.
Nope, that is Tamako.
That's
on our
certainly-
caster team.
Whoever just scored, it certainly was them.
Honestly, that was a very nice goal. Now that I'm looking back at it, I can't hate it.
Can't be mad at it. We're seeing a lot of the players here. They're playing hard. Oh, wow. Oh, we're so close. Are we about to see us? No, we're not going to see a score. Wait. We just
They
might.
could do it.
We just might.
It-
Wow.
just
Stellar
defense there was
here.
really good.
Stellar defense here. We're
Impeccable.
seeing unseen stuff here.
I mean, technically, we've been seeing it all day.
Well, we haven't seen these guys do it, so just real LeBron James Game 6 type stuff happening here.
We're only in game 1.
We're only in game 1
We're only in game 1 of maybe 5.
of maybe here.
It may be decided on this first, these first 2 games.
Yeah. I mean, if the blue team can just keep up the defense, maybe they've already had it locked up this game.
Yeah, but we could also see an upset. The last game that we just saw was
Yes.
up to the 5th game, which we
Yeah,
haven't had all day.
Haven't had all day. Wow.
There
Stellar
is-
ball control right there. You don't see stuff like that every day.
You really don't.
No, wow.
Again, our excellent commentary comes from us being very inexperienced. We're both
I mean,
students.
I wouldn't call it inexperience. I would say years of experience, really. I feel like since the day I was born, I've been prepping for this moment, and I'm glad to be here, calling Rocket League.
All right, we've got something going towards the orange, and it's back across the
Oh,
midfield
wow.
line.
Oh, great defense that we saw there.
We got orange again, getting that
Orange.
control of the
Orange.
ball, almost
Whoa,
in, but it
wow.
hit the corner.
Yes. The young people can't get past the old people. And housing crisis, isn't it?
I did not think we were going to get into a housing crisis joke.
I mean, we don't have to.
All right, we're moving on past that, and we're going back to our stellar Rocket League play right
Wow.
here.
Just a lot of great defense all around in this game here.
Oh, a minute left in the game.
Minute remaining.
So
What will
far,
we
it's
see?
looking like
Do you
it's
think
going
we'll see
towards
some
our
surprises
casters.
here? Yeah.
You know, a lot can happen in a minute. Some games come down to like 3-4.
Yeah.
And then
it's
it's, you know, they could go into overtime
true.
at any minute.
Yes, 45 seconds is a lot of time to make something happen. It looks like we're seeing a play develop here as we speak.
If they just
right here.
position themselves properly, it will go through. And it doesn't look like
Doesn't
it
look
worked
like
right now.
Yes. Oh,
Under a minute left.
under a minute left.
Under
We're close.
30 seconds.
We're in the opposite side of the field.
Oh, last minute score
Yes. It looks like
by
we
our
might
kids.
get to overtime here unless they can make something happen in the remaining 23 seconds.
You know, again, I said a lot could happen in a minute. A lot could happen in 30
a
seconds.
lot could happen. I think it really comes down to who gets ball control here first.
All right, we're starting our sort of possibly last play of the game.
Possibly last play. It really just comes down to who can make something happen here.
All right.
Oh. Yeah,
All right,
10
they're moving.
seconds
Oh,
left.
10 seconds left.
What are we going to see
And
here?
it looks like we're possibly going to go into overtime unless something
it's
happens in
looking
these
like
miraculous
overtime,
3 minutes,
yeah,
seconds.
Unless we can have something special happen here. And ball still in the air. Will we see something special happen here?
Oh, and it just missed, but we're
so
going
close.
into overtime.
So
So it's
close.
whoever gets this next goal.
Yes, next goal wins.
All right, and it looks like Blue's got control over this one.
You, yeah. Ooh. Wow. Wow, what a special goal.
That goal
to
just
lock
going
it up.
in.
Yeah. Congrats to them. We've really seen some magic happen here today.
Magic by the kids. You know, they're showing that they may be young, but they also got what it takes to play the game.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I completely agree. I think that went well.
That went pretty well. I hope we go to a game 2, possibly.
A game 2. Will we see a game 2?
You know, some redemption for our fellow commentators, if you will.
Where am I supposed to be looking, actually, by the way? Just here? Okay. Wow. 72 goals to 3.
Yeah, and you know, they had more shots, which is how it happens. You know,
It's how it
9
happens.
shots on goal.
Yes.
You're going to have a little bit more goal opportunities when
Exactly,
it comes to
yes.
that.
I think the saves, 3 saves to 2 is what really helped them out here.
Yeah, equal sort of power defense, but again, it's
Yes.
ultimately up to who gets that
Yes,
final
I think
goal.
the touches, especially if you look at the touches, 109 and 81, just more time spent with the ball here, creating more opportunity for shots. Wow.
Yeah, they
Stuff
were
we don't
really
see
playing a
often.
game,
Yeah.
and these kids wanted.
Yeah, sure.
All right. We're about to go to break.
Wow. Riveting stuff we're seeing
Riveting.
here. Riveting. I can't spell riveting, actually. But, yeah. What are we talking about now?
Yeah, hope you know, these casters played a good game.
They played great today.
And so have the kids today.
Yeah.
All the kids who have played today
Yeah.
are high school students.
Absolutely. Tune in
Pretty
tomorrow.
marvelous games that I've
Marvelous
been
gameplay,
watching today.
yes.
Okay,
so
we're about to
gonna-
go to break.
Yeah.
Perfection is unattainable. But if we chase perfection, we can obtain excellence. Thousands of students, hundreds of teams across this great state are all in pursuit. We've dwindled it down to the elite. We may be able to catch that excellence.
I ain't looking for no reason to change, 'cause
Out to midfield space. Adonis over the top, going to crossbar. Right there. Yeah, you have the flash, you have the ball, you have the flip reset, and you.
Welcome back to the VESL State Qualifiers. $72,000 are on the line. These high schoolers are looking to put on a show. North Carolina, are you ready?
Well, we are hopping back into the action. I know you haven't seen us before. I am 704 not found.
And I'm Pen 211. And we've been here at this arena trying to help watch the match and get the matches all ready, actually. We've been behind the scenes, and now we've taken the caster spot to give our little piece. So I'm excited to see some more Rocket League, some more really intense gameplay between our casters and a few of the players here. What do you think, 704?
Same here. I love producing. We've been producing this broadcast all day. It's been super fun. Now we get a chance to hop behind the scenes. I love Rocket League. I love cars. I love soccer. I love cars. I love soccer. And so
I mean,
you put them together and you get Rocket League.
Honestly, cars and soccer. So
Honestly.
It looks like we're here.
So,
about 3 minutes into the match already, or 3 minutes left. We're on game 2, best of 5, and it seems like a car just hit the ball.
Yeah, and it hit another car there, and he's going to go in off of the little speedy yellow thing, and it looks like he's going to get a goal.
Oh, Flapjack 6-5-5-1. Yippee! I'd be making flapjack too if I hit a goal like that. Well, that was great. Let's take a look at that replay there. Woo! Just straight in there.
I love the explosion afterwards. Oh, and then they're starting again. Oh, he missed the ball there.
Wow, shot him out like that. That's, oof.
I mean, honestly, if you play Rocket League enough to get the plat and you still miss the ball off rip, I think you should play a different game.
True. But we're here for Rocket League today.
Honestly, I'll drop the negativity. Let's be positive here. It is 1-0, and I have not seen anybody do a flip yet. And I'd love to see a flip.
Well,
and there's a flip, and it makes a goal! What? Flipping goal!
Plazy
he did it!
Carrying the team right now.
What did
Let's
I say?
take a look right one more time.
It's Plazy with the goal and the flip and
it's
the
almost
goal!
like you spoke that into existence, honestly. Like, that was one of our best moves so far in this game, and we're at it again.
Oh, yeah. Oh, and, okay, right off the gate, hitting the ball into the air. We're going to get some air action here. Oh, goes for the flip. Oh, nice. Nice. Getting it back into enemy territory. And it looks like they're playing really good defense here.
They really are playing good defense, and we really don't talk about defense as much as we need to. We always want to go to offense and how many assists we can get.
Oh,
but
man!
The defense was not playing right there because we just got another goal.
Now, we were talking about defense, but honestly, I'm on defense about that move right there.
I can't even recover from that. Okay, let's go to our next 2 minutes to go.
I like that skin right there. The purple with the silver ball. That's nice.
Oh, for sure. Skins, I feel like skins are a really important part of the game. You want to customize your car. You want to make it your own. And then when you have that customization, it makes the game experience a whole lot better.
Oh, man, look at that holographic skin. How much did he pay for that?
I don't know.
Man, kids, don't use your parents' credit card to get V-Bucks, okay? Don't use your parents' credit card. Ask your parents' permission before going online and using V-Bucks and getting Rocket League skins, okay? That's some great advice right there.
Let's go back into our match and really focus on what's going on here.
Heck yeah.
This looks like we're going for
another goal from Plazy!
Goal from Plazy!
Took the words right out of your mouth. I'm sorry about that.
No, it's fine. You interrupt me all the time. It's great.
Oh, sorry about that. For the folks at home, it's not what it seems, but I'll just tell you this. You are a wonderful caster, Red Pen, and I'm so happy to be up here casting this Rocket League, this phenomenal pro level of Rocket League play that we are seeing here today. Its Plazy is actually something else, to be honest.
Honestly, and you think about the people that run the behind the scenes of these at VESL that came here to just be in the space with us, and then they've taken over and just have demonstrated that you can work the games and you can play them too. So that's what I'm really the most appreciative of.
Huge facts, yeah. The people at VESL are just, they're a huge W. We love them. They're a huge W, but they're also a VESL.
VESL.
Yeah. And we love Rocket League, and we got some more Rocket League coming your way after this Rocket League. But this is game 2 of 5, and it's currently 2-2. We got 30 seconds left. It is looking like Impala, they're trying to get the goal, but not quite getting it. And so Blue is going to play some defense. It's Play Z has touched this ball more than anyone else.
I think true, and he's doing a great job kind of dominating for his team, and let's see if we'll go into maybe an overtime since we are tied at the moment.
I do know this much about Rocket League, that they have to keep that ball in the air.
And it doesn't.
It's looking like they're going to try to do it, but nope. And we go to overtime. All right, so it's Play Z winning it again, it looks like, and headed straight for the goal. Okay.
Couldn't quite get it off, but it's still working. They're still keeping it off the ground, and this might be a goal here. Yes.
Here we go. And that is going to mean that Fatu wins it for this game.
So now Olympic High is 2-0, and our casters are not doing as well as we had thought.
And for the folks at home, this is not the real Olympic High. We had a graphics error. We are just a couple of casters playing with just a couple of wonderful tournament admin here at VESL. We're in Greensboro, North Carolina, the lovely city of Greensboro. And we are about to head back into our next match out of 5. This will be the 3rd match. I do know that much.
Yes, the 3rd match.
I'm 704 not found, joined by
Pen to 11. And again, we thank you for taking some time with us during our interim as we're getting things back to normal.
Yeah, and we love Rocket League here. It's been a wonderful day of producing this broadcast for you guys.
Oh, yes.
The folks at home and the folks who attended here in Greensboro, North Carolina. For those who did attend the broadcast, we just want to say a huge thank you to being here. And for the folks at home, thank you for watching. Thank you for supporting your kid. If you have one playing today, I know that for me, I love esports. I love video games. If my parents were tuning in to watch me play, I'd just be delighted.
Honestly, it's an incredible experience for parents involved, students involved, and just anyone that makes their way into the gaming industry. But it looks like we might be getting back to the match, and there was already a goal.
Wow. Impala. Definitely not tame Impala there.
Agreed. Now,
and there comes Cinnamon? Chimako? I'm not actually quite sure how to say that. It's Chimako, yeah. Chimako, one of our casters today who's done a wonderful job. Folks, for those of you at home, our casters have stood where I'm standing now for about 12 hours today.
Yeah.
It has been
it's been a long day.
And I know their feet are tired. I know their voices are tired. If I had to stand here and talk for longer than I'm already doing, folks, I would lose my mind.
I'm already losing my mind, honestly. Just having to watch our casters do an incredible job working this entire broadcast and trying to be in their shoes, I could not do it. So we're very thankful for them, and we're thankful that they've taken the time just to play around with this game a little bit. So
yeah, and as you can probably hear, casting is a professional job.
Yes.
Some of us are just not good at it out the gate.
Was that like expose or like?
I think it was from self-experience. Yeah. That's my truth. Live your truth.
Speak your truth. Fair enough.
Fair enough. Yeah, it's Play. Still touching that ball more than anyone else, doing an awesome job making it to the ball to hit it, and even in the air and stuff.
Yes, we still have little under 4 minutes left, trying to get their way. But well, we mentioned earlier, really good defense and offense from both sides. Just really, really trying to hit the ball as best they can into the net. And we may have a goal here. Yes, we do from It's Blazy.
Wow.
Has really dominated this match.
Yeah, the favorite of the night, I would say.
Honestly.
Yeah, shout out to It's Blazy. Flapjack, out here with the good looks on that goal.
Oh, great.
And I love that goal explosion animation afterwards, right? With the rift thing. You know, it kind of reminds me of Fortnite. Shout out to Fortnite. Shout out to Epic Games for making Rocket League and Fortnite. They're really epic. They are something else.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Well, we're still getting about 3 minutes left to go. Still game 3, best of 5. Everyone's having a great time here. If our producer is laughing his head off, it's just a great time here in the UNCG Esports Arena.
I'm having a great time casting this with you, Red Pen. I never thought in my life I would be a professional caster for Rocket League, but here we are.
Here we are.
Here
Crazy
we are.
how
We made it.
you can do so much.
Yeah, crazy how life works.
Crazy how life works.
You know, I love cars and soccer, but this is a first for me, for sure.
Oh yeah, I believe when we first met, we just had to play Rocket League, and now we're casting it together. So it's very interesting how broadcast and esports can really take you into multiple different places.
They really can. And tomorrow we're going to have a wonderful time with Valorant and Overwatch. I love those games so much. I am a level 50 in Valorant. Hit me up if you ever want to play.
Just
Those
had
of you
to
at
add
home,
the plug-in, I guess.
F704
Obviously,
not
obviously.
found. Not that great at Overwatch, but man, I love Winston. That is one of my favorite characters of video games of all time. Winston.
Well, it looks like they're putting some pressure on our orange team here. We might see a goal. Well, we are going to go back to our matches.
Yeah, we're going to cut away from us, thankfully. So we are going to head into our regularly scheduled broadcast. We're going to send you all back to your high school players. And for the folks at home, thanks for listening to us cast this wonderful, just fun match of Rocket League.
We'll be right back.
troubled mind. Suppose there are times when you're feeling undefined. Suppose there are days when your colors turn to gray. That's when you call
It's that previous season All-Star at ID Bay from Kaz on the field. Oh my goodness, Mafia Shadows though, MVP status is just barreling through.
Oh my goodness, what a shot!
But still the attack is on, and it goes through! Void screams into the void! There's another follow-up, cheesing is the 50, and a OT might very well be in our near future.
And Stinky Boss waiting for the clear to come out from Gajau Kid to get that goal.
For himself to take some time and
Oh, no. But it's up to Mafia Shadows, and if they have a choice, they will deny them off the flip reset from end to end of the pitch.
Now 5 back to you. This touch can be over the net. A chance to follow up. Alone again.
You did not see me get demoed 15 times. You are going to watch this next match, though, as myself, Vaudeville, and at Chimako. Yeah, there we go. We're not going to look at anything. As we have another final matchup here to determine one of our grand finalists. Well, not grand finalists, I guess, technically. Semifinalists for the finals that'll be going on next month for the VESL State Championship. It's going to be Olympic High School Team A versus Wake Young Leadership Academy. And if you aren't familiar with those squads, well, Olympic A, we've seen them before. We casted them earlier. Ginger Ace, Dabine, and NRG Bubble. And then on the other side of the field, we have the side of Wake Young Men's Leadership Academy A team, excuse me, which is Flapjack, Fatu, and Impala.
The Demolishers.
Yes, the Demolishers, as we saw there. But we're getting into game one here. Wake Leadership Academy versus Olympic High School Team A, the Trojans versus Wake Leadership Academy. We saw how the Trojans performed against Noble Academy before, so maybe they are just the Academy killers.
they're actually going for the demos. I mean,
Hey,
we serve for something. We serve a purpose. They're warm up in demoing. That's pretty good. Okay, I don't feel bad anymore. Okay, I don't feel bad because I was feeling like these guys. Well, maybe they need to practice more the double taps.
More the double taps.
But the demos are on point. So I like it. I mean, me getting demoed 17 times versus this guy's getting demoed one or twice, I think, it's fair.
It was a good warm-up.
That's fine.
But yeah, no, we were just making sure while we had some tech issues on the other side of things in Charlotte that we gave time ample enough for the players to get into this game and get things going as best they could. But Wake Leadership Academy, they are on the docket to try and be one of those teams who came from round one to qualify for the main event next month. There's the top 4 teams, and there we go. Fatu opened that opportunity. There goes the first goal. And, well, we got a couple of those scored on us before, too.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, we did go to some overtimes as well. But,
Yeah.
So that means we scored a few times. But
so if Olympic High School Team A doesn't go to any O2, that means we're better than them. That's all,
Of course, 100%. Well, let's see. It seems like, I kept my eye on these guys. And I'm talking about the blue team, Wake Youth Leadership. This is one of the teams where I remember watching Fatu and being very impressed by the way that he was playing. And, that first goal wasn't impressive at all. It was just a goal from one side to the other. It was on the ground, and they didn't have to follow over anything. But it was a good placed goal. It was a ball that went in between everyone that he noticed. Okay, so the net is wide open. Let's go for the shot, and he nailed it. So those are the kind of things that sometimes we don't talk about players as if they're not extremely flashy, but that's intelligence, that's IQ that is very important to win these matches.
Well, now let's see what Olympic High School Team A can do themselves to change their fate. They were able to do pretty good in their previous series up to this point in time, but hey, maybe it wasn't a good enough warm-up for them. Maybe we warmed up Wake Leadership Academy here too a little bit. They did have to change location just because the internet went down at the arena itself. So now they are at the VESL HQ playing live there to see if they can move forward into this competition to those state finals. And Paula, though, great read, but a little bit too high.
Well, you know he wanted to go, way on that upper 90 and sink it over there. So he tried very hard. That was a place to go, actually. But when you go for those fine movements, then there's a chance that you will put the ball either too high or too low or whatever it is, right? Because you're actually aiming, and it's a physics game. So depending on where you hit the ball and what part of the card, that's the effect that it's going to have. So I'm not blaming him for trying. That was the right call. That was the right play to do. Unfortunately, didn't find the goal, and we're still, they're still up, but only one goal up so far.
Great looks from both of these teams up to this point in time, but less than 2 minutes to go for either Wake Leadership Academy to hold on to this lead, or it's going to be Olympic High team able to put something towards it, but Olympic won't be able to do anything there. Instead, we will have Impala on the defensive end, no boost in the tank, will be bailed out by their teammate. Instead, it will be Fatu waiting patiently in the net for the clear this time. Doesn't get sent towards the side wall, and a miss from Dabine does leave it open for a chance to try and clear this away. Boost is a commodity that is not going to be used too well for Wake Leadership Academy. They did not have much to work with. Finally, Flapjack got 100 boost pad, had to go all the way to the midfield line for it, and now still holding on to this lead. A great defensive effort to clear this aside, but they can't get control of the ball just yet.
Opportunity here for two, shooting straight into the net. Okay, maybe not straight. It was a little bit to the right, but still a great opportunity for them. Last minute here on the clock. It's going to be Flapjack going for the ball. NRG Bobble ditching stealing the ball and actually trying to go for the pass. He crossed it around and he found the player. Now they're still attacking. You see how Olympic High keeping the ball very close. The rotations are very short right now, just so they have opportunities to attack one after the other time. But the clear was very good now from Wake Leadership. And what I'm trying to say here is that the time is ticking down, and Olympic High knows it. They're trying to do their best, but at the same time, Wake Youth Leadership is trying to get the ball out of the way and waste as much time as possible. The ball very close.
That was dangerous.
And they got it!
No, that's so unfortunate for Wake Leadership Academy because they should have been able to clear that away, but all three players got jumbled up right in the goal line. Nobody really had much boost to work with except Flapjack, and they were in a bad spot there, so they had to go back to a different position, and then everyone was caught off guard. So tied 1-1, very likely to go to OT, but we saw personally that Wake Leadership Academy pretty decent in OT in the 2 times we played against them, but still less than any seconds left on the clock. There might be a chance if there is a good connection here to close things off, and they almost were able to do it, but they do go to OT instead, and we will see what they can do if they can get 3 OT wins in a row.
There was just a tiny space between the post and the player defend the goalie. Oh, that's it. You can't miss those. You gotta actually make contact somehow. Just the slightest contact.
That's gonna be rough.
Yeah, but Impala, he needed
that bounce is perfect.
Well, though, yeah, it was one of those where you get caught off guard and then your opponents just take advantage of it. So it seems like Wake Youth Leadership, they had the upper hand throughout most of the match, and then at the final few seconds, Olympic High was able to score, and that. They stole the game. They stole the game.
They ran away with it at the
with
end
a few
of it.
seconds.
Not much that you can do if you're Wake Leadership Academy, but they do have to regain in this next matchup. And you could see the possession game that was there for Olympic High School and how they were able to capture the ball and keep it away from Wake Leadership Academy so that they couldn't close out the win before it even went to an OT situation. They were trying desperately to get control of the ball, but they had no boost and no hope in that point in time. So now going into the next game, we got to see if Wake Leadership Academy can bounce back here, and I think they can, especially if they start strong with another goal.
Yeah, especially after we gave them such a big warm-up. Now they're
actually warmed up.
Yeah, well, hopefully they are. That makes me think, so is Olympic High better than us then?
Yes.
Yes.
Because they got a game win. Yeah.
That's
how that
Rocket League
works.
math. I don't believe in
Rocket
that.
League math.
No,
Eh,
I don't believe in that. You know.
They got to win. That's what it is. Well, they did win in OT, though, so we weren't able to win in 2 OTs. So I think they're better than us.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Whatever.
We have to admit it. But, hey, we'll see if they're better than Wake Leadership Academy for the whole series,
Yeah,
though, if
that's
they
true.
do win this best of 5. So another 5 minutes on the clock. Game 2 of this best of 5. Olympic High School Team A does have that first game under their name. There is a first goal as well, an open opportunity, and this is the second time we've seen an opening like that for them.
Great look, energy bubble just going way faster. And this is one of the things that when you are that third person, the only person that can actually defend the net, sometimes you got to think twice before you dive into the challenge. Because if you misread, if you don't get there on time, then there's no one else to actually defend the ball. So maybe a fake is better in that situation and stay back a little bit. Oh, this opportunity, Impala just way off on the target. Now another chance to go, and no one's there. So I wonder, there was a great opportunity to actually have someone attack once more and just put a lot of pressure, to start building that like a washing machine cycle, and keep going back and forth attacking. But it doesn't seem to be Wake Youth Leadership's style to do that type of gameplay.
Well, we do have some more chances for Wake Young Leadership Academy to get that first goal in Game 2 here. First minute, pretty eventful for Olympic High School Team A as they were able to get that first goal. Looking for some more pressure afterwards. Fatu, we saw the demo game early in the last one, and maybe they need to go back to that drawing board because I do like the way that they looked after they were able to take down Olympic High School Team A. I'm just going to say the Olympic Trojans at this point, based on the way that they've been performing with their mascot that they have there too. But Olympic, they have been doing good work just keeping this ball away. And finally, we do see the demos from Fatu. We saw plenty of those before, and there they go. They get the demo, they clear the net, and they get the goal.
It still took them a while to actually get to that one. It seems that, Fatu going for the demo, and this is one of the things that you should be calling out. I'm going for the demo, and someone should be there in case you actually get the demo. Again, it is a 3v3. You don't need to have all three people on the ball, but send two and have one, play a little bit of defense. Now, that's going to be another chance. That was very close, but Energy Bubble able to defend that one. Another opportunity for Impala. He couldn't get there on time. Nice. Oh, my God. He was trying to return to rotation and just block that one. The demo play, you see it working now, and there's opportunity now for Impala to make a pass. Fatu waiting for the chance to attack. No chance there. That was a good play by the defense that they were able to nullify that opportunity.
And Bala tried desperately, too, to get down in time to flip backwards and then go straight towards the ground. But Flapjack is going to be flying high with this goal, and now on top of the world with the lead yet again for Wake Leadership Academy. They had it at the start of Game 1. Now they have it here, proven that they can get 2 goals in a game, so that helps at least. But they still need to hold on for a little bit under 3 minutes, Chamaco.
That's fine. I mean, they're doing way better than on game number 1. They know it that they seem to be playing on a better spirits now. Yes, it's still missing a few things, but these are not professional players, so we don't expect them to be able to hit everything right. Actually, we don't expect pro players to hit everything right? But they have the spirits. They are going for the demos. They are trusting each other a little bit more. They are trying to catch each other's passes, which is great. And their defense is, I think it's stronger than what we saw on the previous match. We don't see Olympic High dominating the ball that much and actually controlling the ball. So, Wake Leadership, they did great. And you see that, actually going for the pass. That's something we were not seeing before in game number 1.
Good touch towards the backboard, too. Just keep the pressure going. The demo yet again, and it's wide open opportunity. But no, it was a little bit wide off of the post again. And that's going to work in the favor of Olympic High School Team A because they know if they can keep this close, they can force it to an OT. They won the last one, and that's where they are very confident. But the Bean 360 will give this one up to Energy Bubble instead. It is in the midfield, and there is some good pressure from Olympic High School Team A. But the demos, so perfect. Wide open opportunity for Flapjack, and this is what we trained them for.
Exactly. I don't feel bad at all now being demoed 17 times because they are doing what they want. They're getting demos at will right now. So whenever they want to demo something, it's like a target. This is a homing missile. It's going to hit the target and, get the player out of the map. So that's pretty good so far. They're being smart about it. They're not going for the demos just for the sake of going for the demo. They're actually opening up the net and allowing their teammates to get a freebie on the goal line. So Wake leadership looking way better than on game number 1. In Olympic High, they will need to find ways to deal with those demos because they are spicy so far.
Hard to dodge. That is what we learned firsthand.
Yep.
Well, they got to worry about that, but also by getting all these demos, it makes it so that you can control the boost pads across the field, and that was a big difference between Olympic High School Team A and Wake Young Leadership Academy in that first game, is that the boost game was all controlled by Olympic High. Unfortunately, the bump comes through, but not the demo for Wake Leadership Academy, so we do have to give those dues where they are owed to Olympic High, but as I say that, a demo does come through the other direction onto Flapjack, so we do see some resistance from Olympic High. And no, the miss, but there comes the fall through. They fought through, and they are able to get this one aside. Very dangerous, though, in front of the net.
Yeah, with only 35 seconds to go, they need to waste some time right now. Or maybe score once more. I don't know. But Olympic High definitely needs to score now, or they're going to be doomed to lose this game. Olympic High not controlling the ball, waiting a little bit too long. Going for the pass, the fake. Oh, this is a golden opportunity. A shot into net, and Mr. Bobble, NRG Bobble, it's able to score. And now what seems to be a game in favor of Wake leadership, it's
just like game
one.
It's
a toss-up, yeah.
It really is. 17 seconds, though. There is a chance for Wake Leadership Academy to close this out, but they got to make sure that they have an iron-tight defense, no chances for anyone to break past. But as I say that, there is a player coming through from Olympic High School Team A. Batu trying to go for the bumper demo, doesn't have any boost to work with either. Less than 10 seconds now. Wake Leadership Academy need to hold on to something, and that's a perfect bump to get this away from Ginger Ace, but it is towards the backboard. It is a shot, but it does touch down. Wake Leadership Academy barely squeaking by with a win on that play.
Well, I mean, they got some really good bumps at the end, which didn't allow the Trojans to actually get the offense that they needed, the shot that they wanted to. But at the same time, I'm worried that even though they're going for the bumps, they don't have anyone following up that bump. So I want a little bit more communication. Like, I'm bumping.
10 demos is what we saw that one, compared to the first game we had 3.
Yeah,
so,
and it doesn't show the bumps.
No, not at all.
because each bump, I mean, if you add the bumps here, I think this number will be like 17 or maybe 20.
Probably, yeah.
But I need more communication. Whenever you're hitting someone, getting the bump, let your teammates know so they don't hesitate when they're going for the challenge. They know, okay, so that person is not going to be there. I will be able to get the challenge, or not to get a challenge, win the ball and control it and get it out of the way.
A little bit off topic. Did you see that both Bumpin' and Demo, born on the same day, celebrated their birthday recently? It's just crazy that those two players who have names that are synonymous with bumps and demos were born on the same day.
Wow.
I just wanted to bring that to attention.
It's part of the same. It's two blades of the scissor.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But still, we now are going into Game 3 in just a moment to see how these two teams are faring against each other, who's going to get the advantage, and we've seen it happen so far when it gets to this 1-1 series state. Yeah. Whoever wins this game, very likely to win the series.
If it was Green Hope, I will believe it, but they're out now. So, I mean, we shall see. We shall see.
That's fair.
Game number 3, very important. It sets up so much. Like we have said before, game number 1, it's a toss-up. Anything can happen over there. Game number 2 is very important that you show that win or lose wasn't a fluke.
That's true.
I think both of these teams have shown that they're very even throughout the first 2 games. So now game number 3, let's see if Wake can keep up with the same demo-heavy playstyle and it works, right? Because Olympic High School, they know now. They know that's going to be the game plan, and they have to do something about it. Otherwise, they're going to be doomed to, maybe keep battling very close, but not quite enough to get the win. So we see now Flapjack going for that one. He decided that he had an opportunity. That was a nasty save by Ginger Ace. I don't know how he was able to actually get that one, but he saved the team from getting the first goal on their net.
Now we got to see what Olympic can do. We got a behind-the-scenes photo of Olympic, how they are playing right now, but they are all set up and trying to see if they can take down Wake Young Men's and Women's Leadership Academy in this series. Still some great looks between these two squads. It's been 1-goal differential games up to this point too, so this is still anybody's series, Chimako.
It is anyone's series. Fatu with the dribble. I like what I'm saying. He's wasting time. He's being very cautious with it. He want to keep control and also allow his teammates to, place himself in a good position. Maybe even get boosts if they need to. So that's very smart. The demo didn't do much. Again, it was a demo. Yes, it stopped the play a little bit, but if you are able to connect with your teammates and tell them, hey, we're going for the demo, it's going to be available, then maybe one of them could have used the demo a little bit better to actually get the clear out of the way. That said, another attack now. Ginger Ace is falling down. Ooh. Oh, the double tap actually played against them. Flapjack hitting the ball very hard, but it's going to be catch by Ginger Ace.
So close for Olympic High School Team A to be able to try and get that goal in, but Wake Young Leadership Academy, they are stalwart as the best of them on the defensive end in this game specifically. First 2 minutes uneventful between these two squads other than a couple shots here and there. Wake Leadership Academy, no strangers to danger, no strangers to close games, as evidenced by this series and our own series against them earlier on. Flapjack, great center, does have the touch come through by Olympic High School Team A. It will be given right back to the side of Impala. Fatu waiting for the chance to center it right into the clutches of Ginger Ace towards the backboard. No boost to follow up with it afterwards, and no players on the Olympic High School team going for any challenges. And that was a very dangerous position, but a beautiful clear by Impala. Can they get control of the ball? No, they can't. Ginger Ace, even with no boost, able to defend as best they can to get this away, center it towards in the middle of the box. And if somebody did challenge in Wake Leadership Academy, I feel like they could have gotten a goal there.
Maybe, but they're a little bit scared, I think, because Olympic High has been very good at keeping possession of the ball in attacking over and over on the blue end zone. So maybe they are, they don't want to risk it where a counterattack just gets in their face and they get it scored on just because they overcommitted on something, which is not what I'm advising them to do, actually. I want them to actually go for the ball a little bit more, like you mentioned before. But I think that's what's happening right now with their psyches. So Olympic High keeps going, and now they finally get one. The writing was on the wall. They had been doing this for a long time in this game, keeping the possession and going for different type of plays. They tried passing with the backboard, but in the end, it was an infield pass what gave them the goal.
And it doesn't benefit Wake Leadership Academy that it took that long for the first goal to be scored in Game 3. It's to their detriment, especially with Energy Bubble looking for something dangerous there, but it's not going to work out as well as they were hoping. Good challenges by Wake Leadership Academy on offense. You have to be careful, but they had plenty of time. It's an open opportunity. They do get it aside, but they could have easily cleared that out instead. Pressure getting to them, you can tell.
It was a fake. It was fake. Tactical fake. Tactical whiff. They whiff it on purpose, and then they got everyone closer to them. I'm just joking, guys. That was bad. So Impala now up high with a shot on net. There you go. Tying the game with only 1:01 on the clock. Beautiful steal, which no one was actually expecting.
No one expected that. I didn't expect it, honestly. The power, the presence that we saw from Fatu on the challenge to win that. It wasn't even a 50-50. They just got control of the ball, and the defender wasn't expecting that and stole it away from them and able to set it up perfectly for Impala on the finish. So that's what you want to hope for to make up for your mistakes on defense that almost cost you a goal the other direction. But less than a minute to go. Very likely to end up in an overtime situation. But, both these teams don't want that to happen. They want to confidently get 2 goals here and break the stalemate that it feels like both these teams are on.
And in the past, it's been game number 1 and 2. Olympic High, the ones trailing back down and finding a way to score. Oh, that was very close by Fatu. Flapjack now with the opportunity, but there was a bump between Impala and Fatu, and Flapjack, I think. So no one was actually going to go for that ball. Their opportunity now to attack from Olympic High. 50 seconds here on the clock. You see that being that has a full tank now. He's fooling around, but just fooling with all the team opposing teams, and he was able to actually control the ball very nicely. Last opportunity here. It's going to be Fatu shooting on the net, but Energy Bubble saving that one and not allowing the shot to get anywhere close, I should say. And now the ball falling down at least. and we get a second overtime here in the series.
This is going down to the wire between these two teams. They are some of the last ones that have to qualify for the main event at the state finals that'll be happening in February, and only the top 4 teams make it there. $9,000, reminder, Chamaco. This series is on the line for a bit of that prize pool if they can make it there. But Wake Young Leadership Academy, they are overtime merchants from what we have seen, but they did lose the first one, so got to make sure that they make up for that in the extra time here in game number 3. The demo's going left and right between both teams. They are taking a bite out of each other just to make sure that they can get the one up over top of them.
Who's going to catch that one? Impala trying to go for the challenge and actually not losing it, but also not winning. The ball did. Oh!
No!
Wow, what unfortunate event. I mean, that's the worst bounce that you can actually get. It's so hard to read. Oh man, either
go to go bar down and in though, and he should have followed up with it instead. You got to secure those goals, even if you expect it to go in. You just follow it up regardless, and you secure the goal every time. So unfortunate, but as you mentioned, such a hard bounce to read.
Yeah, the read was so tough. I mean, even if he wanted to actually follow through, like actually getting the read is the tough part on that play.
Well, everyone here was just devastated by that one not going in at the Greensboro campus for UNC, but still, we got to see what either of these teams can do to come out on top in this overtime. There is a potential for a finish, but again, the follow-up's lacking from Wake Young Leadership Academy.
Yeah, they were not expecting to win that one and then go straight into the net. There you go, Flapjack getting demo. Olympic High getting a little bit more physical as well, getting demo heavy in this last minute and so of overtime. You see
at
now
least 5 demos from them so far.
I think so, and I think that's not something that the Wake leadership was expecting. So yeah, I mean, just change up the play style. Again, going for another demo right there. It cost them a little bit because the shot got very close to the net. But as long as it gets close and not in, it's fine. That was a great air dribble to actually go for the shot. However, Olympic High still getting close but not quiet enough to finish the game.
Almost able to pull off the victory for Olympic High School Team A on the challenge and just the air dribble against the odds. But still, we've had half a game played in overtime. The longest overtime we've had today, mind you, Chamaco. Most of them ending within the first minute or so. If at least a minute and 20 seconds at the longest. But still, Fatu keeps the pressure going. The big thing to notice here, though, not much boost to work with. And we've seen that a couple of times in this OT for Wake Leadership Academy, that they need to get control of those boost pads, or else it's just going to be Olympic High that's going to get a good counterattack. The demo works out for them somehow. We experienced that firsthand. Another demo comes through, but no follow-up in sight.
I think that's a good pass, a good opportunity, but Impala was way too far back. He couldn't get to that one on time. Now a pass, watch it. Oh, so close. Oh no, he couldn't read the bounce. That was, again, so close, but not quite. Another shot on the net. That one's going high. It's going to be Flapjack or Impala. Both of them missing.
There we go.
Fatu on the ground was able to get rid of that ball. Another shot here. Watch it. Opportunity. That's a good shot. They don't have that much boost. Another save. Energy bubble with the fake.
Somebody get this
still
away.
going in.
Wow. I'm on the edge of my seat right now, and it is insane to see the way that these teams are performing against each other. I don't know how Olympic High School Team A were not able to get a goal there, but we do need to come back for Wake Leadership Academy of epic proportions after surviving that salvo that we witnessed from Olympic High School. Instead, it will go the other direction, and we are 1 minute away from a game of overtime being played, Chamaco.
4 minutes in overtime right now, somehow, because this should have been done way, like a minute ago. Anyways, I'm enjoying this, so I don't really care if they keep going in this overtime. Fatu moving forward, he's going over 2 defenders. It's going to be a great pass. Ginger Ace is going to be demoed. A shot on net. That's off, but now finally Flapjack gets it, and the Wake Leadership Academy celebrating that goal so hard.
Let's go. Wake Leadership Academy clutching it up when it matters most. Almost an entire game of overtime being played. 4 minutes and 19 seconds. That's the longest amount of overtime we have had all day, at least on this stream here.
I think
Wake
even
Leadership
combined.
Academy.
I think
Probably
even combined everything and still
9 demos to 7 demos. Look at the ball touches though from Olympic High School. They had control of the ball. They had control of the game for the most part, but that didn't matter towards the end of it there.
All it matters was they got the goal. And I think Wake leadership was doing great at the beginning of the match. They stopped doing demos for some reason, and then they decided that at the second half of the overtime, they said, okay, let's go back to the demos. You know?
Yeah, they were getting demoed themselves, so they're like, okay, we got to show them how it's done.
Yeah.
That is longest overtime of the season, allegedly, too. So that is a record that we have playing in this final matchup. So great to see how competitive these two teams are. But I talked about it. Whoever wins that game, very likely to win the series. We'll see if that's the case at the end of it once everything is settled. But still, 5 minutes here in Game 4.
I don't know, dude. I mean, you're just saying whoever wins Game 3 wins the series. But it's been so tight. I mean, every single game has
one-goal games.
One-goal game, 2 overtimes so far. And Olympic High has had very good moments. Even in that loss, they had moments where they should have won.
They should have won.
I mean, the same thing goes for Wake leadership,
true,
right?
yeah.
Okay, it goes. but
there were more opportunities for Olympic High School Team A, of course.
It's so even right now. I don't want to call. I mean, who's going to win this based on game number 3?
Well, first 30 seconds, pretty good so far for both of these squads. Olympic High School Team A looks strong and threatening, like we saw them in the majority of that overtime. As mentioned before, longest OT that we have seen this season for Rocket League. Crazy to think about that stat line specifically, but Impala taking their time. You can tell both teams a little bit exhausted after playing almost an entire game after already playing a game of Rocket League up to that point in time. But still, we have the first minute gone. No score just yet. It took some time in that last game for the first goal to come through by Wake Leadership Academy. So, you know, if Olympic High School Team A are able to get one on the board again, they'll feel confident, but we need to see more follow-ups from them. They're just taking their time, not wanting to overcommit, and I feel like that's a good option after how close these games have been.
You're saying that they are exhausted, and I think, you know, if Wake Leadership is exhausted, it's gonna be because of us. You know, I'm gonna feel so bad if they do. You know, we demoed you so many times that we got tired. So
I mean, the last 2 games, Wake Leadership Academy have had 19 demos.
Wow.
So
That's a kind of a V1 record right there.
that really
you know?
is. Yeah, they had 3 demos in the first game, too, so 22 demos total this first 3 games. We haven't really seen anything in this one, so that's still, I think, the most demos we have seen in the series so far.
It is. We're going back to game number 4 here, and so far no goals. But, I mean, we just saw a 4-minute overtime. So these guys are defending and attacking each other, you know, in the patterns that they already understand and know. So they're not going to be scoring a lot. I don't think so. It's not because they don't have the tools. It's because they understand how each other are attacking. Now with the clear, it's going to be Dabin. No, sir. Fatu decided that that's not going to be an opportunity to attack. Fatu going high. He doesn't have that much power. So Energy Bubble was able to hit it off the backboard. Flapjack going backwards is going to allow Fatu to go for that ball. Fatu going high, and now he has opportunity. Not an open end, not quite, but he's going for the dribble. I mean, those dribbles are not bad, but you gotta play with your opponent's mind a little bit. It's like too easy to
read on that play. Yeah. We saw them have that one from a mile away, but also there wasn't enough of a runway for them to go for anything.
Well, don't shoot it on the net. Shoot it and make a pass out of it.
That's fair. That's very fair. They could have gone for a different option, but I also don't think they had full control of the ball, so that was the only option that they had. Yep. There is a demo that comes through, but there's no follow-through at all, and they actually intercept with their own teammates, so a bit of a miscommunication from Wake Leadership Academy. They're going to want that one back because that was the best look we've seen from them so far as far as getting that first goal in this game and potentially closing out the series. Mind you, if Wake Leadership Academy, we didn't even mention this, win this game, they move on to the state finals.
Yeah, this is a qualifying game. And there's a good opportunity. Very close to getting into the net, but not quite. I mean, close, but not fully in. It's 2 different things. Now an opportunity.
Oh, there it goes. No! How did that not go in? Unfortunate off the redirect there, Chamaco.
Yeah, it was, you know, again, very close, but Olympic High, it's keeping a tight defense. Which it seems weird because they were the one putting all the pressure before. Another opportunity. Why did it go so high?
They didn't expect them to go to miss the ball there, basically. Otherwise, it would have been a goal if they expected them to miss it. So
totally.
Both these teams, you could tell exhaustion setting in. You could tell that they know their opponents well by the way that they are playing against each other. But it's still not enough for either squad to get a goal. Less than a minute remaining, and we're still scoreless here, Chamaco. Do we go 0-0 into OT?
It could very much it could very much happen. Let's see. I mean, I don't doubt anything from these two. On the pass, it has been Olympic High that want to actually score in the last minute, although it happened in the previous match for Wake leadership. Oh, my God. That was too close for comfort. Another shot from Bubble. No, sir. It went way too off target for some reason. The ball going in now. There's no one to defend that. Yes. Everyone was so scarce throughout the field. I'm talking about Wake Youth leadership that they couldn't get there on time and energy bubble.
Either. Unfortunately, Fatu was the only player on the field for Wake Leadership Academy that had any boost to work with in their tank, so they couldn't even get there in time to try and stop that one. 17 seconds to go, though. There is time.
Not over.
For them to get this to an OT.
It's a great pass.
I don't know if it's going to happen, especially with the chances that are being ripped away from Wake Leadership Academy by Olympic High School Team A less than 5 seconds ago. I think this will be going to a Game 5 Chamaco situation. How else would we want this one to end? That'll be the second Game 5 we've had for a final. Almost able to put that through. Would have been a beautiful air dribble, but instead we got to go to Game 5.
Man, I mean, I wanted to see that overtime.
That would have been nuts.
I don't care who wins, but I wanted to see that overtime. 6 demos this time for Wake Leadership Academy. Only one for Olympic High.
28 demos so far. Series for
yeah,
Wake Leadership Academy. That's insane.
They're just ranking, picking up the demos and trying to go to game number 5 so they can, record more demos.
Yeah,
that's it.
They just want a highlight reel of all the demos that they have gotten in their competition.
They want, I mean, they're going to overtime right now and just do a 17-minute overtime just to get more demos. That's it.
They almost were able to do that, but so close yet so far, not working out as well as they were hoping it would at the end there. We do go to Game 5. This will be the final chance for both these teams to book their ticket into the winner's circle, at least for the top 4 teams out of 97 teams who started in the qualifiers all the way here for this final spot to make it into the states themselves.
No pressure.
No pressure, at all.
Last game of the day. This is it.
Oh, yeah, all the staff here are just watching the matches. You can hear them like cheering and like oohing and awing in the background too.
But
so
no pressure.
We're trying to see how things are going to go. We're making sure that the players are getting into the match itself too, but still. We'll be getting quickly into this one once all of the players are ready and locked and loaded. So I think the players on our side are ready. We'll see how the players are on the other side. We're telling them to get into the game itself. So we'll be getting into Game 5 Champions Field between these two teams. One final shot to make it into the $9,000 state finals.
Exactly. So this is it. I mean, no second chances.
No second chances.
You use all your chances by now, okay? So you better perform right now. I mean, do the demos, dodge them, whatever you gotta do. This is the moment for either high school. I mean, this is what they have been playing for all series long. So let's see who can make it. Not if one of them can make it, because one of them will. But who actually will?
Was my prediction right that whoever won Game 3 would take the crown, or is it going to be Olympic High School Team A instead, proving their mettle and their worthiness to a Game 5 situation as we have found ourselves in currently? Energy Bubble has usually been the one to look for, the one to carry the load, the burden for Olympic High School Team A on offense, but all 3 players on Wake Young Men's and Women's Leadership Academy came together defensively to get that clear away, but it was short-lived. Goes the other direction. Energy Bubble goes for a demo and a shot chance themselves. Ginger Ace with a pop-up towards Energy Bubble, to Bean, who has been relatively silent on offense recently.
Sometimes, yes. It feels like in some of their series he had been more performative.
Yeah,
if you
more
want,
of a presence of mind.
Yeah, he had more of a presence. But this time around, not so much. Ginger is trying to get the demo himself, or at least a bump. That's going to be, that being actually one of the redirects and put it on the net. That would have been amazing to watch. Ginger A's trying to control something in there, just being in there to avoid an easy clear. And it actually worked. They're going back to that very short rotation. And you see how much danger they're putting into Wake's leadership net.
The big thing to note here, too, boost totals for Wake Young Men's and Women's Leadership Academy. It's only one player at a time who usually has full boost. The rest of them are just struggling and using whatever they can with the small boost pass. They do get a clear, they do get a demo, they do get a goal, and there we go. Wake Leadership Academy and Paula leads the charge, but will that be enough, Chamaco?
I don't know if that's going to be enough, but that was a great play. You see how he go for the demo, because he knew that if he let that player leave, that the player would have a chance to actually deflect the ball and get the save. So eliminate the player that can actually save the ball, and then you have a sure goal. That was the game plan all along. So great play by Wake leadership. Now let's see, Olympic High suffering from those demos a lot, but they have been able to do some demos themselves, and it have worked around. And that they can actually, put some very good pressure on the net. But that shot right there, that was not pressure. That was just a gift for the Wake Leadership Academy, which I don't really, I don't stand with those, because that's not what you want. You want to open the net, not give them an easy clear.
We do see a good setup here as well. I believe that was from Devine to keep the pressure going on offense for Olympic High School Team A. But we're at the halfway point of Game 5
nice demo
between these squads. A great demo, great pop-up, though, by Energy Bubble. Junior Ace can't get the finish. There's no follow-up either, but there is a shot from Energy Bubble, and what a good turnaround for them to tie it up.
Energy Bubble, you mentioned him before. You said, this is the guy that has been doing things for the team.
Put on Energy.
As soon as he saw that you didn't have his teammates didn't have a shot, he went back, turned around as quickly as he could and went for that attack. And, it paid off. It was very well placed on the net. No one could actually defend it, obviously, because, before that, there had been a demo on the net. So the Wake's Leadership Academy was still struggling with its players getting into the field. And now, we're back to a tied game, equalized game, just to make things even more stressful for these players.
Of course, if it's Game 5 and one of the final qualifying matches, I hope it goes to an overtime between these two squads. But we'll see if that is the case. And if it does go down to the wire in that fashion, less than 2 minutes now to decide a potential victor, unless we do go to extra time, or will be a golden goal championship qualifying point overtime, which is all the nerves I would have if I was in that scenario myself. But thankfully, we're just here in the booth instead of actually on the field this time. Still, a minute 30 on the clock now, and Wake Leadership Academy are looking for any option that they can to get this going forward. But they got to keep mindful of their boost totals.
It's a good effort here by Wake Leadership. That they're keeping the ball on the orange end zone. They're not attacking too much. They're not putting the ball very close to the net. That was a good attempt, but one of the few demos
that actually helped them
they're
out.
welcome. Well,
Get some moves, get them back on towards their side, so they don't have to worry about the counterattack too much.
That's true.
They're in an odd spot, and I was hoping I would get demoed once in that scenario last time we were playing as well, but it didn't quite work out in my favor. So they got back, and they were able to support their teammates. But Batu, 0 boost in the tank, hoping that they can get something to support their teammates, and they do stay on the defensive end. The demo does come through. The defender is there, but the bump was crucial from Energy Bubble there.
Definitely. We saw before that Placey actually got a few dunks on the on the net against Wake's team, because they were dribbling the ball a lot over there. So yes, after Placey showed them that play, they were about to use it against Olympic High over on that moment. But the demo, the bump, not the demo, was crucial to avoid the dunk on the net.
Great touch for Devine, 360. Does a 360 themselves for a moment. Time is ticking down, ever closer to an OT situation, but we'll see if that can be prevented at the end of the day here. Flapjack a demo, Batu with a shot. There goes the goal. Wake Leadership Academy 4 seconds away from booking their ticket to the state finals.
The demo play, it's so good. He fakes going for the ball. It actually turns into a defender and just take him out of the play. Just faking it a little bit like, okay, I'm going for the ball. Nope, I'm going towards your car. That was a great. Now 4 seconds here to go. Fatu wins that one. He's going to put it on the net.
Oh no, it's popping into the air. There's still a chance.
Impala fakes it. Oh, Energy Bubble.
And Wake Young Men's and Women's Leadership Academy A team does win out right before OT, gets the final goal, gets the final victory to book their ticket straight to the state finals. And what a way to end off the day here for some amazing competition at UNC Greensboro.
And you said it, game number 3. Yeah. Whoever wins that, it goes.
It was close, though.
It
One
was
goal
very
games
close.
every single game.
One. Yeah.
What a series to end off on.
Oh, I mean, if we're gonna watch this kind of play style on the state level, I'm all in. I want to see this every single time. Game number 5's 1 goal difference between every single game, and just going back and forth with the wins and the losses. It was a lot.
It was a lot. It was a nail-biting series, but eventually Wake Leadership Academy were able to move forward. So they joined Lincoln and also Ardrey Kell at the state finals. So I think we're still waiting to see what the results are of the JT Williams series is. So I don't know if they were able to finish that based on the internet going out there. They might have to do that tomorrow, depending on how things are going. But regardless, we still have 3 of our champions, but we're also going to be going to an interview at just a moment. So congrats to Wake Leadership Academy on that victory. And I'm sure the interviewers are going to have a lot of great questions to send to them. But
especially how good was the pre-games, with the casters helping you on this match.
By the way, that's enough from us. We're going to send it on to the interviewer. Thank you for joining us so far, and we'll be back in just a sec.
What in the world? It goes through! Calculated. Why not? Encrypted Savage will tie us up. Wait, hold on. That was just a pre-flip blow. Jackie Chan, high jump kick. Oh, they tie it back up. And yet the demo just feeds it over to Grassy. The counterplay hits just fine. Crossbar, but wait a minute, hold on. Debonair is going to make it easy for Mailbox. The giveaway gifted to him. Christmas came early. Draco comes up with that big doink shot. Tommy just kind of took it on right there. Yeah, you have the flash, you have the you have the flip reset, and you have a big fat win on that strike. Tommy showing Providence that they're here to play.
Okay, we're here with the winners, Wake Leadership Academy. I want to see, so everyone knows who is who, right, on the field. So your gamer tag?
Fatu. Flapjack.
Impala. Okay, there you guys got Fatu, Flapjack, and Impala, the winners. You guys went heavy on the demos, but the heavy. I don't think you guys played that heavy demo playstyle before that final matchup. Am I right?
Not really.
And why did you decide to go with the demos this time around?
Because we need to take them out.
We need to take him out. Okay, so you guys demoed the casters, like 17 times per game. Was that like something you tried to practice with us before going into that match?
Well, no, that was just payback for Plazy.
No. Okay, we're not gonna bring Plazy here, but payback for what? What did he do to you guys?
Well, yeah, he was talking trash.
He was talking trash. Okay, so don't talk trash to the guys, and you're gonna pay the consequences. It was very fun that you guys used the demos. At some point, I was criticizing a little bit that maybe communication. The demo was there, but there was not enough communication for someone to actually act. Someone else on the demo. Am I right about that, or I was just caster just talking too much and shouldn't be using his mouth for this work?
I feel like communication was an issue for some of the earlier rounds, but the later rounds where we played against the Olympic, I feel like we really upped the ante during that.
Okay, so I was talking too much. They were actually communicating between each other, which is fine. That's great. That's great. So from 1 to 10, how much playing against us helped you play against this other team?
0.
0. I nailed that one. 0.
-0.
-0, still 0. So it doesn't matter.
0.
Okay, 0. So it didn't help at all, but it was fun content. Guys, congratulations, you made it to state. Any final words you want to say for the other teams that are going to state, or you want to keep it casual here?
It's time to take out the trash.
Oh, okay. With that said, we're gonna roll it up. GG's, guys. We'll see you in state, and keep training. It's gonna be a tough one over there.